Blackstone Audiobooks presents
Babe by Robert W. Creamer. The book is subtitled The Legend Comes to Life. Dedication for Miggy Schultz. Author's Note. A certain flatness of perspective may be evident in some of the descriptions of Ruth's adventures, but I did not want to invent motive and detail when I could not be sure of the facts. I've tried to keep surmise, conjecture, and amateur psychoanalysis to a minimum. In a few instances, I have edited stilted dialogue from old accounts to make it sound the way it probably was spoken, but I have not imagined any conversations or thoughts. All derive from one source or another. Some of the baseball detail may prove tedious to the casual reader, who is given permission to skip such passages. Baseball fans are expected to wade through the whole thing. Robert W. Creamer. Part 1, 1894 to 1919. Chapter 1, Legend and Truth. Babe Ruth Lives. I apologize for not having talked to everybody. There were so many. Each week I would think, there, now I've finished with that section. Now I know all there is to know about that. And a few days later I would learn of someone new, or someone I had not thought of, or someone I would never have thought of. And he would have one more window on the past for me to raise. A quick insight, an illuminating moment. Pete Appleton, for instance. The only thing I remembered about Pete Appleton was that his real name was Pete Jablonski, and I was wrong about that. It turned out to be Jablowski. I had to look up his record to learn that he had pitched in the major leagues off and on for 14 seasons. The clipping that came to my desk had Pete Appleton telling of Ruth phoning down to a hotel lobby from his room, asking the switchboard to page any Yankee player who's around down there. Appleton, who was new to the ball club, took the call, and Ruth said, "Hey, kid, how about coming up and playing some cards with me?" He was lonesome, Appleton explained. He could not come downstairs to the lobby because he'd be mobbed by people, especially women. This was 1933. Where was Claire? There was nothing in Appleton's little story about booze and broads and gluttony and raising hell, just an edgy, lonesome man in a hotel room. And, said Appleton, he had the prettiest swing of all. The prettiest. An odd but strikingly accurate word to describe what Ruth did so much better than anyone else. Have you ever seen that old film clip of Ruth taking batting practice? If you like baseball, you remember the pretty things about the game. The individual moments of craftsmanship and, sometimes, artistry within the mathematical precision of 3 strikes, 3 outs, 4 balls, 4 bases, 9 innings, 9 men. Ruth, easing along at 3/4 speed in batting practice, stepping into the pitch, flicking the bat around, meeting the ball cleanly, cocking the bat back for the next pitch, is for me, and maybe Pete Appleton, the epitome of baseball, its ideal expression. This book had its genesis, I suppose, in my memory, because I saw Ruth when I was a boy. I saw him hit home runs in Yankee Stadium, and I remember that they all seemed to be 100 feet high in the air as they passed first base. I remember watching him swing and miss, his huge torso twisting violently so that he ended up with his face more than 180 degrees around from the plate, staring intently up into the stands, right at me. God, how I remember that feeling. Babe Ruth is looking right at me. I remember him in right field one day when a little dying quail hit began to fall into no man's land, that point of inaccessibility at the extreme range of center fielder, right fielder, and second baseman, and I can still see Ruth waddling in from right field and in as he tried to get to the ball. I think now that maybe the second baseman and the center fielder held up a little, giving way to the king. He had his right arm extended, the glove held low, and after his long, inept run, the ball glanced off the heel of his glove and fell safely. That was in 1933, too, when he was 39 and his fat was old. I learned later that those who had played with him in his prime hated it when people like me, who saw him only in those last years, recalled him like that. They remembered when he could run. He stole 50 bases his first 4 seasons with the Yankees, and field and throw and do everything on a ball field. Correspondence followed with Peter Schwed of Simon & Schuster, in the course of which it was decided that I would attempt a thorough, detailed biography of the Babe. There had been several books written about him, all of them informative to varying degrees, but all necessarily limited in scope one way or the other. His autobiography, done with Bob Considine and Fred Lieb, was written when Ruth was desperately ill, at a time when it was difficult for him to speak and awkward for his collaborators to press him for nitpicking details and specific information. Two unauthorized biographies appeared at about the same time, one in 1947 and the other in 1948. The first, by Tom Meany, was lively and entertaining, but it was more a colorful portrait than a biography. The second, by Martin Weldon, was earnest and detailed, but contained assumptions and mistakes that were surprising in a book so thoroughly researched. Ruth's widow wrote a memoir of her husband with Bill Slocum, Jr. in 1959 that shed a good deal of light on aspects of his personal life, but it degenerated into a philippic against organized baseball for its rejection of the Babe after his playing days were over. Lee Allen, the baseball historian, wrote a book for boys in 1966 that was a meticulous account of Ruth's playing days, but which glossed over the unsavory episodes. Daniel M. Daniel wrote an early authorized biography in 1930 that contained first-hand material. Louis J. Leisman published a 36-page pamphlet in 1956 called I Was with Babe Ruth at St. Mary's that was of considerable help in understanding what Ruth's boyhood was like. In 1959, Roger Kahn did a piece for Esquire that punctured some of the famous myths about Ruth and reaffirmed with fresh testimony the extraordinary impact and continuing hold he had on the people of his generation. By far the most revealing and rewarding work on Ruth was a novella-length softcover memoir written in 1948 by Waite Hoyt, who had been the Babe's teammate for more than a decade during the heroic years. What I have tried to do in this book is go beyond the gentle inaccuracies and omissions of the earlier accounts and produce a total biography, one that, hopefully, would present all the facts and myths, the statistical details and personal exuberance, the obvious and subtle things that combined to make the man born George Ruth a unique figure in the social history of the United States. For more than any other man, Babe Ruth transcended sport, moved far beyond the artificial limits of baselines and outfield fences and sports pages. As I write this, he is dead and buried from outfield fences and sports pages. As I write this, he is dead and buried for more than 25 years, and it is nearly 40 years since he played his last major league game. Yet almost every day, certainly several times a week, you read and hear about him. As Henry Aaron moved toward Ruth's career record of 714 home runs, he said, I can't recall a day this year or last when I did not hear the name of Babe Ruth. Sometimes the references come in comic profusion. When Willie Sutton was released from prison, amid the odd adulation we Americans like to give to excrescences on the fabric of society, Time reminded us that he was known as the Babe Ruth of bank robbers. A caption in the New York Times, under a photograph of Enrico Caruso, illustrating a story on Franco Corelli, the singer, dubbed Caruso the Babe Ruth of operatic tenors. A press release from Long Beach, California, said that Chuck Stearns was the Babe Ruth of water skiing. John Lahr, in his thanks to those who helped him as he wrote the biography of his father, Bert Lahr, called Susie Ahrensberg of Alfred A. Knopf the Babe Ruth of copy editors. Someone at Simon & Schuster may disagree, but there it is. It goes on and on. Philippe Halsman photographed his 100th cover for Life and declared, This is the high point in my career. It has taken me 27 years to achieve this record, and I like to think of it as the equal of, maybe the superior of, Babe Ruth's. The New York Mets brought up a promising young slugger named Mike Jorgensen, who said with a cheerful nod toward the concept of transmigration of souls that he couldn't miss as a major leaguer because he was born August 16, 1948, the day Babe Ruth died. Thus Ruth lives all around us, which is a matter of satisfaction to some, irritation to others, disinterest to a few. When Marianne Moore, the baseball fan, was asked about Ruth, she said, I never particularly liked him. He was tough. Roger Maris, when in 1961 he pursued and broke Ruth's sacrosanct record of 60 home runs in one season, was subjected to a continuing stream of abuse from spectators, sports writers, letter writers, people in the street, people who for some reason deeply resented what Maris was doing and who felt impelled to act as surrogates for Ruth in trying to defend his record. Maris broke it anyhow, with a laudable display of sustained skill and athletic courage. Yet a decade later only a handful of people knew where Roger was or what he was doing, while tenors and bank robbers and photographers and God knows who all else are still being measured against an indefinable standard of superiority called Babe Ruth. What will you bet that people, and not just those who attacked Maris, will write in after reading this and point out with some acerbity that Maris did not break Ruth's record, that Ruth hit his 60 in the old 154-game season, and that Roger had only 59 after 154 games and needed the extra times at bat of the expanded 162-game season to get to 60, let alone 61. The phrase "with an asterisk," meaning a qualified success, came into common American usage after that 1961 season because of die-hard insistence that Maris did not really break the Babe's record. Maris himself never said a word against Ruth, so far as I know, but Lord, he must have tired of hearing Babe Ruth's name. So have others, or at any rate they've tired of hearing of Ruth as a hero. Leonard Schechter, in his book The Jocks, a somewhat sophomoric attempt to tell the ungilded truth about sports, tried to undo the popular image of Ruth as a jolly, lovable, fun-making giant. Schechter wrote, "In fact, he was a gross man of gargantuan, undisciplined appetites for food, whiskey, and women. Ruth was never the playful, outgoing man he was supposed to be. It does not take much research to find out what the Babe was really like. It doesn't matter. The fake Babe Ruth is more palatable than the real one." And I hurry to blunt Schechter's comments because Ruth is alive for me too, and I know he is more complex than that, and I want my idea of the total truth about him to be known. How many people dead a quarter of a century can arouse so much continuing interest, so much passion? Granted, we make special folk heroes of those highly proficient in sport. But very few people care, one way or the other, that Ty Cobb was a psychotic, or that Honus Wagner, as an old man coaching with Pittsburgh, used to swipe baseballs and trade them for beers. Yet many insist that Cobb was a better ball player than Ruth, and Wagner may have been better than both of them. Does it matter about Cobb or Wagner? No. Yet Ruth matters. At 70, Waite Hoyt, a member of baseball's Hall of Fame at Cooperstown, an urbane, intelligent, caustic, unsentimental veteran of a notably unserene life, talked of Ruth with intensity and fire. "I am almost convinced," Hoyt wrote to me, "that you will never learn the truth on Ruth. I roomed with Joe Dugan. He was a good friend of Babe's, but he will see Ruth in a different light than I did. Dugan's own opinion will be one in which Dugan revels in Ruth's crudities and so on. While I can easily recognize all of this and admit it freely, yet there was buried in Ruth humanitarianism beyond belief, an intelligence he was never given credit for, a childish desire to be over-virile, living up to credits given his home run power, and yet a need for intimate affection and respect and a feverish desire to play baseball, perform, act, and live a life he didn't and couldn't take time to understand." Along with an abiding interest in Ruth the hero, Ruth the outsized man, I found in people who knew him, most of whom are elderly now, a warm affection. He would ask about Ruth, and the first thing they would do, remembering, looking off into the past, would be to smile. I have a good friend named Jim Russell, who's a lifelong baseball fan. One day after I'd begun to write this book, I had lunch with him. We got to talking about Ruth and about the various things I had learned. Finally he asked, "Have you found out what he was like? I mean, what kind of guy was he really?" It took me a moment to realize what he was getting at. I said, "Do you mean underneath it all was he a shit?" He said, "Yes, was he?" I told him about Ernie Shore and Bob Shawkey, neither of whom had any reason to be particularly fond of Ruth. Shore pitched in the minor leagues with him at Baltimore and was a better pitcher than the Babe. Yet Ruth was adulated far more than Shore. When the two of them were sold together to the Boston Red Sox, newspaper comment of the day said that the transaction could not help but be a good one for the Red Sox because of Ruth. But with Boston it was Shore who moved right in as a starting pitcher, while Ruth faltered and was sent back to the minor leagues again for a time. A year later, after the Red Sox had won the pennant, Shore pitched the opening game of the World Series against Grover Cleveland Alexander, and started and won a second game. Ruth did not play at all except to pinch hit once. In 1917, Shore pitched a perfect game, one of the rarest feats in baseball. The Babe started that game and was thrown out of it by the plate umpire before getting anyone out. Shore, sent hurriedly to the mound in Ruth's place, did not allow anyone to reach first base in the 9 full innings that followed and was credited with a perfect game. Baseball fans are more aware of that game because of Ruth than because of Shore. Even then, on his biggest day in baseball, Shore's solid accomplishment was overshadowed by the Babe's personality. Shore was a college man who later became a sheriff in his native North Carolina. Ruth was a reform school product. They roomed together in Boston, and the story is told that the Babe used Shore's toothbrush to brush his own teeth, and that Shore went to the manager of the ball club and insisted on being given a new roommate. Shore went into the armed forces in 1918 during World War I, but Ruth, who was married by then, did not. Shore was not the same pitcher after the war, and by 1921 his big league career was all over, just as Ruth was moving into the big money. If ever a man had reason to be disenchanted by the hero Ruth, it would appear to be Ernie Shore. Yet he too chuckled when he was asked about the Babe. He said the unhappy roommate story was not true. It wasn't a toothbrush at all, it was a shaving brush. The Babe didn't wash it out after he had used it, that was all. Hell, I roomed with him in 1920 when we were both with the Yankees, Shore said. I was the only one he would listen to. Asked what Ruth was like in those early days in Baltimore and Boston and New York, Shore replied with fervor, if not originality, he was the best-hearted fellow who ever lived. He'd give you the shirt off his back. Bob Shockey was an outstanding pitcher in the American League for the first dozen years of Ruth's career. He had pitched against him in the beginning and later was his teammate on the superlative Yankee teams of the 1920s. In 1930 he was named manager of the Yankees and thus became Ruth's boss. For one season, he was deposed in favor of Joe McCarthy in 1931. Ruth had a burning ambition to be made the Yankee manager, and there were reports that he resented Shockey getting the job. Shockey told me some lively stories about Ruth, about fights he had had on the bench and in the clubhouse with teammates, about the time Miller Huggins, then the Yankee manager, fined Ruth $5,000 for general misconduct, about an uproarious pennant celebration on a train coming back from Boston, when Ruth and Bob Musial, another Yankee outfielder, banged on the door of Huggins's compartment and said they were going to throw him off the train. Shockey impressed me as a gentle, decent man, sure of himself without making a big fuss over it, the kind of man who as a ball player might have resented a showboat and troublemaker and flamboyant type like Ruth. Again, I felt that I might have come across a vein of anti-Ruth feeling, and I asked, why did some people dislike the Babe? Shockey looked surprised and said, people sometimes got mad at him, but I never heard of anybody who didn't like Babe Ruth. I told this to Jim Russell at lunch and said that I had found the same sense of affection in all the old-timers I talked to. Many of them had been specific, sometimes startlingly specific, in discussing the details of the things Ruth had done. The fights, the drinking, the eating, the girl-chasing, the arrogance, his indigestion in 1925, his hypochondria late in his career, his bitterness and almost maudlin self-pity when he could not get the jobs he wanted in baseball after he was through as a player, the disastrous mistakes he made. But through it all there was a flow, a warmth, a delight as they talked about Ruth. He had been fun to be around. They liked him. Russell said he was glad to hear that. I was too. I don't suppose it's necessary to declare that this is not intended to be a book for boys, but neither is it a sensational exposé. Ruth's sins, while many and glaring, were not terribly purple. He went to bed with a great many women, but he did not make public capital of it, nor was he ever involved in an ugly bedroom scandal. There were 2 or 3 putative paternity suits in the early years, but they came to nothing. He could drink extravagant amounts of liquor, and he got drunk a lot and raised hell, especially in the earlier years. He awed people with the amount of food he could eat. Shore, asked if Ruth had a big appetite back in 1914, said, "Oh, my God, oh, Lord Almighty." He disliked rules, objected to authority, and most of his adult life did what he damned well wanted to. Yet when he had to, he could discipline himself, and he had a continuing sense of responsibility to certain people and certain things, among them his own position as hero. His headlined troubles usually had to do with his flouting of ordinary standards of behavior, principally baseball's rules of discipline, and not with sex or drunkenness or gluttony as such. A considerable part of his headline-making propensity was the result of his extraordinary visibility. He could not hide. Ruth incognito was a contradiction in terms. Even in that era, before television and mass circulation picture magazines, the Sunday rotogravure was the big thing then, everyone knew and recognized Ruth's huge, round, flat-nosed, wide-mouthed face, his hulking body, his beaming grin, his unhappy pout. Wherever he went, the Babe was on public display, and few, if any, of his peccadillos went unnoticed. Almost everyone from that era has a Babe Ruth story. Story multiplied by story becomes legend. Like all legends, Ruth's had a strong vein of truth in it, and an equally strong vein of baloney. Researching this book was an exploration into a curious world of misleading fact, perceptive misstatement, contradictory truth, substantiating myth. It was like going to live for the first time in a huge city, one that changes with the weather and the seasons as you get to know it. There were many dead-end streets and confusing neighborhoods, and at the end I could not possibly say that I knew all there was to know about Babe Ruth, any more than one man can say he knows New York or London. But I did learn some things about this odd, appealing, truly unique man. Max Eastman wrote, "The mind should approach a body of knowledge as the eyes approach an object, seeing it in gross outline first, and then by gradual steps, without losing the outline, discovering the details. Has there ever been a grosser outline than that of Babe Ruth? Ask anyone. Babe Ruth? Baseball player, home run hitter, big fat guy, moon face, huge torso, skinny legs. Hit 60 home runs one year. Hit more home runs than anybody else. Tremendous home run hitter. Ate a lot of hot dogs. Loved kids. Babe Ruth? Born in Baltimore. Grew up in an orphanage. Signed out of the orphanage to play for the old minor league Baltimore Orioles. Went up to the Boston Red Sox. Was a fine pitcher first and then became an outfielder, a home run star. Red Sox sold him to the New York Yankees. With Ruth, the Yankees became the greatest baseball team ever. Won pennants, World Series, everything. Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, the home run twins. Scared other teams. Scared the Pittsburgh Pirates in batting practice before the 1927 World Series, and the Pirates died in 4 straight. Ruth was the showman, always did things in the World Series. In 1932 against the Chicago Cubs, he pointed to a spot in the center field bleachers, and on the next pitch he hit a home run to the exact spot. You could look it up. Babe Ruth? Glutton, drunkard, hellraiser, but beloved by all. Except the Japanese during World War II. The Japs shouted, "To hell with Babe Ruth," the ultimate insult to GIs on Guadalcanal, or Cape Gloucester, or New Guinea, or Peleliu, or someplace. They yelled it all right. Hollywood made a movie about him, starring William Bendix, who should have had more sense. Terrible movie. Ran out all the myths and extended them to their illogical conclusions, and then invented a dozen new ones. For thousands of people, maybe millions, William Bendix in a baseball suit is what Babe Ruth looked like. Which is a terrible shame, because lots of men look like William Bendix, but nobody else ever looked like Babe Ruth, or behaved like him, or did all the things he did in his repressed, explosive, truncated life. Chapter 2. The Bad Kid. Baltimore at the turn of the century. The first 20 years of Ruth's existence are a shifting melange of elusive facts, erratic data, supposition, and unsubstantiated invention. There are a few hooks to hang things on, but mists of ignorance obscure concrete knowledge until late in February 1914, when he came out into the world and became a professional baseball player. Even his name has been suspect. Halfway through his career, it was an accepted fact among sports writers that his surname was not Ruth at all, but either Earhart or Gerhardt, depending on whose column you read. When he became seriously ill in 1947, the New York Times referred to him as George Herman Earhart Ruth. And Tom Meany, who was dependable if somewhat imaginative, wrote that in 1924, when newspapermen were commenting on the similarity of his alleged last name and that of a Brooklyn Dodger rookie named Rube Earhart, spelled Ehrhardt, Ruth supposedly remarked, "Mine has only one H." But Ruth rejected the Earhart-Gerhardt theory in his autobiography, and his sister and his widow have denied that either was ever his name. Ruth was a common surname in German Baltimore, and evidence of the babe's family is reasonably plentiful in the more obscure records of the city. The facts, painstakingly dug out by historians like James H. Breedy of the Baltimore Sun, indicate quite clearly that George Herman Ruth of baseball was the son of George Herman Ruth Sr. of Baltimore. As the firstborn son and oldest child, he was named after his father. His mother's maiden name was Catherine Schamberger. She was the daughter of an upholsterer named Pius Schamberger, who had been born in Germany in 1833. Pius was an active trade unionist and for a time had served as vice president of Woodworkers Local No. 6, although earlier, just after the Civil War, he had been a grocer and then a saloon keeper on Pratt Street in Baltimore. Ruth's paternal grandfather was another Baltimorean named John Ruth, who in 1873, according to Baltimore City records, was in the business of making lightning rods. Lightning rods were the things to have on your house in that era, just as television antennas were a century later. The lightning rod dodge was the sort of work a man who shifts around a lot would take a stab at, and John Ruth tended to move from job to job, from business to business. He eventually left Lightning Rods and ended up with a combination grocery store and saloon on Frederick Avenue, not far from Pratt Street, near the Baltimore waterfront. His son George had worked with him for a while in the lightning rod business, and then George became successively a horse driver, an agent for what is not known, a salesman, what he sold is obscured too by time, a gripman on the streetcars, and ultimately a bartender. In the 1890s, George worked as a counterman in the family grocery and saloon on Frederick Avenue, and he was still living there with his family when he married Kate Schamberger and became a father. Details of the marriage are not known and would not be of particular interest except for some curious complications. Babe Ruth was a well-publicized Catholic, but his father and mother were Lutherans, although not avid churchgoers. Family tradition says the Ruths were originally Pennsylvania Dutch. Baltimore is only about 60 miles south of the Pennsylvania Dutch country. John Ruth's father, Peter, is said to have been born in Bucks County in 1801, and his mother, Keziah Rieger, in Lancaster, in 1805. The family spoke German as readily as English, and around the house German was the first language. Fred Lieb, the sports writer, told of exchanging a few sentences in German one day with Lou Gehrig, who was the son of German immigrants. Ruth, standing nearby, joined readily in the conversation. The Schamberger side of the family was more complex or obscure. Ruth always believed that his mother was Irish, or mainly Irish, and his sister said that she thought her mother was partly Irish. The Irish background seems far-fetched, since 19th-century immigrants tended to marry their own kind, but she may well have been a Catholic. Certainly Grandfather Schamberger's first name, Pius, has more a Catholic than a Protestant ring to it. On the other hand, marriage between Protestant and Catholic was neither commonplace nor casual in that time of strong religious bias. However, going a step further in this essentially fruitless speculation, it is at least possible that Pius Schamberger, even newly come from Germany, did marry an Irish girl, maybe an Irish Catholic girl, and that either his wife or later his daughter drifted away from the Catholic Church. In any case, George Ruth and Kate Schamberger married and had 8 children. For her first lying-in, Kate went home to her father's house at 216 Emery Street, just off Pratt Street and several blocks east of the home she and her husband shared with his family over the grocery and saloon. There, one February day in the mid-1890s, a neighborhood midwife named Minnie Graff helped her deliver a lusty son. The precise date, like so many of the details of Ruth's early years, is confused. For the first 40 years of his life, he assumed that he had been born on February 7, 1894. In 1934, he needed a birth certificate in order to get a passport for a trip he was taking to Japan, his first time out of the country except for short sojourns to Canada and Cuba. The certificate that came from Baltimore stated that he had been born on February 6, 1895, or a year later and a day earlier than he had always thought. Ruth generally ignored this new data, continued to celebrate his birthday on February 7th, and never bothered to take the year off his age. "What the hell difference does it make?" he'd growl. In this book, the earlier date is used throughout as the measure of Ruth's years, since that was the age he and those around him assumed was his for most of his life. And the 1895 birth date is not necessarily the right one. The birth record in Baltimore says only that a male child was born that day to George and Catherine Ruth. No name is given. Of the 7 children the Ruths had after their oldest son, including 2 sets of twins, only one, a girl, lived past infancy. It is possible that one of the unfortunate babies was the male child born in February 1895. On the other hand, no record has been found of a male child born to the Ruths a year earlier. Speculation that Ruth was a foundling, an adopted child, is unwarranted. A photograph of Ruth with his father, taken about 1916, shows a startling resemblance. They look like twins themselves. His sister, too, bore a marked resemblance to the babe. The house on Emery Street where Ruth was born was one part of a 4-unit row house. Each unit was 12.5 feet wide, and the house was about 60 feet deep, with a small backyard and a front door opening directly on the sidewalk. Although the house is now a museum and a monument to Ruth's memory, the infant lived there only until his mother felt strong enough to return to Frederick Avenue and her home with her in-laws. Little George, which is what he was called by the family, his father was Big George, learned to walk and play in the grocery store and the saloon. These were not totally dismal, poverty-stricken days for the family. Despite the legends that Ruth had a jungle-like existence as a small boy, the family appears to have enjoyed some of the amenities of lower-middle-class life. There is, for example, a photograph of a family picnic taken sometime around 1896 or 1897. Whether it is a family picnic or not is uncertain, since there are more than 80 men, women, and children in the picture, but in any case it is a cheerful, rather well-dressed group, the men mostly in ties, shirt-sleeves, and straw hats, the women in white dresses. 2 of the men are holding what seem to be guitars. They are all gathered in front of a white clapboard building, possibly a house, possibly a school, possibly a meeting hall of some kind. Ruth's mother, fairly young, her hair up in a bun, is sitting at one end of the front row, gazing solemnly at the camera. Her son, no more than 2 or 3, is standing by her knee, looking either bored or distressed, and his mother's hand is subtly but firmly against his cheek, turning his face toward the camera. Ruth's father is in the front row too, 3 or 4 places away, more toward the middle of the photograph. He is chunky, swarthy, wearing an open vest over his white shirt, a bow tie, a straw hat pushed back on his head. He is holding a pipe with a very long curved stem. Another photo in the family archives shows the babe at 3, this time in a formal studio portrait all his own. His lustrous dark hair is neatly groomed, as it so often was throughout his life. His expression is serious, somber, resigned. By the time the boy was 5, the peripatetic father had taken his small family and moved out on his own, this time a few blocks south to Woodyer Street, where he and his brother John opened their own lightning rod business. This was another row house, several doors in from a corner saloon. Kate Ruth was still bearing and losing babies, and little George was 6 when twin girls were born in August 1900. One of them was Mary Margaret, called Mamie, and happily she survived. Not long after her birth, George Ruth gave up lightning rods again and went back into the saloon trade, this time running his own place. He moved his wife, son, and baby daughter to West Camden Street, where they lived upstairs over the bar. The neighborhood, still the same south side of Baltimore, close to the center of the city and the waterfront, was poor, rough, and energetic, and young George took on its characteristics. His father and mother worked long, hard hours. The saloon was open all day and a good part of the night, and there was not much time to pay attention to a hyperactive 7-year-old boy. He avoided school with a passion. He roamed the streets. Almost certainly he began to play baseball, for in those days little boys and youths and grown men played the game whenever they could. More often he hid in the alleys, ran with other tough little kids, and became more and more difficult to control. The truck drivers, cops, and storekeepers were our enemies, Ruth said in later years. I learned to fear and hate the coppers and to throw apples and eggs at the truck drivers. Legend says he chewed tobacco, drank whiskey, and stole, and the odds are that he at least dabbled in all 3. I was a bum when I was a kid, he told Considine. His father was beset with the problems of running the tavern, and his mother was tired and usually sick, perhaps as a result of her frequent and unhappy pregnancies. Too, she had a toddling baby girl to take care of. What ultimately brought the Ruths to the final drastic step is impossible to determine, but on June 13, 1902, a Friday the 13th, when George was not yet 8½ years old, he was committed by his parents to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys. He was listed as incorrigible when he entered the home, as it was usually called, and Ruth later admitted this, adding that whenever he wanted something in those days he took it, usually from his parents. Looking back on my boyhood, he said in his autobiography, I honestly don't remember being aware of the difference between right and wrong. As a grown man, Ruth was usually meticulously honest in money matters, but otherwise that carefree attitude toward moral and social codes remained. His excesses occasionally brought him to his knees, figuratively if not literally, but in the words of sports writer John Drebinger, he was the most uninhibited human being I have ever known. He just did things. Whatever little George did in the late spring of 1902, it was enough to send him for the first time on the long trolley ride out to the home. St. Mary's was primarily what its name said it was, an industrial training school for boys. But it was more than that. In later years it was to become solely a reform school, and a boy who was sent to St. Mary's was labeled bad. In Ruth's day it was a reform school too, but only partly. It harbored orphans and boys whose homes had been broken by divorce or death or serious illness, and it also took in poor boys whose families could not afford to take care of them. St. Mary's was 4 miles southwest of downtown Baltimore, a stunning distance for a small boy whose lifetime had been encompassed by a few city blocks. It was on the outskirts of the city, not out in the real countryside, but near enough to it so that its surroundings were a good deal greener and airier than the crowded, boisterous waterfront, except perhaps on overcast days, when rain threatened and the east wind brought souvenirs of the stockyards half a mile away down Wilkins Avenue. St. Mary's was on a height of land on the southeast corner of Wilkins and Caton Avenues. From the windows of the school buildings, young Ruth could look over the iron fence and down Wilkins Avenue and watch the car tracks run straight as an arrow back toward the heart of Baltimore, clearly visible in the distance. There were 800 boys at St. Mary's, and George Ruth, at 8, was one of the youngest. St. Mary's was a complex operation. It was run by the Xaverian Brothers, a Catholic order, but it received financial support from the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland, and it took in boys from other religions. Singer Al Jolson, a Jew, was, except for Ruth, its most famous alumnus. Although in southern-oriented Baltimore it did not include Negro children in its embrace. The inmates, the boys used that term, ranged in age from 7 to 21. Discipline was strict, infractions quickly punished. The boys received religious training. Ruth became a practicing Catholic at St. Mary's and an altar boy who served Mass for the chaplain, Father Francis. There was regular classroom work and a strong dose of industrial training. There have been attempts, none of them conclusive, to pinpoint the reason why Ruth was sent to St. Mary's. His sister Mamie always insisted that he was put there simply because he would not go to school, and since he apparently was not able to read or write when he went into the home, that must have been part of the reason. But Mamie was not yet 2 years old in June 1902, and her testimony is necessarily hearsay. Moreover, June is at the end of the school year and seems an illogical time to take action because of truancy, especially since most accounts agree that George stayed at St. Mary's only about a month that first time. He went in again for a month the following November, but was back with his family by Christmas, and stayed at home then until sometime in 1904. Another story, the origins of which are vague, says that one day during a brawl in the Ruth saloon, a shot was fired. No one was hurt, but an indignant neighbor got in touch with city authorities, declaring that the saloon was not a fit place to raise a child. As a result, either the city insisted or the parents themselves decided that the increasingly wayward boy should be removed from his unwholesome environment. A variation of this holds that Ruth's father paid $15 a month to board the boy at St. Mary's, at least at first. But $15 a month was a substantial amount of money at the turn of the century. Men supported families on $10 a week and less. If George Ruth did indeed pay $15 to send his boy to St. Mary's, it was a considerable sacrifice. Perhaps he did. Perhaps with his sick wife worse than usual in June and again in November, and the saloon demanding all his time, he could find no neighbor or relative willing to take on the responsibility of looking after his wild young son. The real incarceration in St. Mary's took place in 1904, when the boy was 10. This time he stayed in the home for 4 years. His father was still a saloon keeper, but he kept moving from place to place, from Camden Street to Hanover to Clement and eventually to Conway, at the corner of Charles, a block from Baltimore's Inner Harbor. Young George was 14 when he came out of St. Mary's in 1908, and he remained out then until after his mother's death on August 23, 1910, when he was 16 and Mamie only 10. Then he was put back in again. When Considine asked him why he would be returned to St. Mary's, the babe shrugged and said, "You know, I do things." "What things?" "Drinkin'," the babe said succinctly. A cousin, John Ruth, slightly older but a boyhood companion, said, "His mother missed him when he was in the home, and she would cry and ask her husband to get him out. Then when he came home, she'd have trouble with him and hit him, and his father would put him back in again." John Ruth added, "He really liked his father," the implication being that he did not get along with his mother. But if the listed schedule of Ruth's arrivals and departures at St. Mary's is correct, he was there only for those 2 one-month terms in 1902, before the long 4-year stretch from 1904 to 1918. Otherwise, he was at home until after his mother died. Considine had the impression that Ruth liked his mother and did not care for his father. Mamie Ruth, Mrs. Willard Moberly, remembered both her parents with affection and said her brother got along with both. He just wouldn't go to school. In his pamphlet on Ruth at St. Mary's, Lou Leisman recalled a Sunday visiting day around 1912 when he, Leisman, was feeling sorry for himself because his father was dead, his mother was ill, and he had had no visitors for 2 years. The 18-year-old Ruth, who had had no visitors himself, said, perhaps in a rough effort to console the younger boy, "You're lucky, Fats. I haven't seen my father in 10 years. On another visitorless Sunday, Ruth said, I guess I'm too big and ugly to have visitors. Maybe next time. Next time never came, according to Leisman. But Mamie recalled, we could visit him once a month. We used to ride out on the trolley. We had to change cars there at the convent. So someone was visiting the boy. After his mother died, some accounts say he was let out of St. Mary's only for her funeral, Ruth remained in the home for another year. In 1911 he was released, but in 1912 he went back in for the last time and stayed until 1914, when at 20 he left to join the Baltimore Orioles. Leisman's little pamphlet raises some question about all this. In it is reproduced a letter from Associated Catholic Charities of Baltimore, affirming that both Leisman and Ruth had been at St. Mary's at the same time. The letter says that Ruth was resident there from June 13, 1902 until February 27, 1914, and makes no mention of absences with or without leave. However, the boys used the term parole in reference to those who were out of the home temporarily on probation. This would help to explain the multiple arrivals and departures of young Ruth. It is all vague and confusing, but whatever the exact dates, it seems certain that Ruth spent at least 7 of the 10 years between 1904 and 1914, or from the time he was 10 until he was 20, behind the big gates at St. Mary's. He grew up there, and even though it was in a real sense a prison for a growing boy, he looked back on St. Mary's later with a warmth and nostalgia he never felt for the places he lived with his family. St. Mary's was his home. Chapter 3. Early Exile. Niggerlips in St. Mary's. For the uninitiated, it should be noted that brothers are not priests, although their garb is similar, and people, Catholic and non-Catholic alike, are forever calling them father. Brothers are in effect male nuns. They take religious vows, generally live in communal groups, and are obliged to live holy lives, but they do not have the religious prerogatives of priests. They cannot say Mass, for example, nor hear confession. They teach, they nurse, they give succor, they contemplate, they meditate, they labor in the vineyards of the Lord. There have been a fair number of god-awful people in their ranks, refugees from reality, neurotics, psychotics, losers, imperfect men to one degree or another. But the winners have been numerous too. For every brother who has occasionally belted a recalcitrant teenager, Catholic schools are filled with such stories, most of them splendidly exaggerated, there are dozens of decent, dedicated men who in simple truth devote their lives to the welfare of their charges. The 20 or 30 brothers at St. Mary's Industrial School had as many as 800 boys in their care at times, an outsized proportion of them blessed with a built-in gift for misbehavior. The brothers had to house the boys, feed them, clothe them, give them religious instruction and a basic classroom education, and teach them a trade. To do all this, they kept the boys under close control. St. Mary's was not a school you walked in and out of at will. Once in, you stayed in, and trips beyond the gates were special occasions. Inside, you were under the strict and constant supervision of the Xaverians. Even boys committed through no fault of their own were subject to the stringent rules. They went to bed at 8 and arose at 6. They washed, dressed, attended Mass, ate breakfast, and were in their classrooms by 7:30. Except for lunch, they were in classes or workshops all day until late afternoon. Then they had an hour or two of recreation time outside in the yard until supper. After supper, a little canteen or candy shop opened for about an hour. The boys did not have cash, but they could earn credit in the workshops and charge candy, cakes, peanuts, and the like against their accounts. Then it was back to the dormitories. There were 4 dormitories, each with about 200 cots, and a night's sleep before going through another day of the same closely supervised routine. Such a regimen is never much fun. Boys ran away from St. Mary's regularly, and in many places of confinement the discipline becomes extremely arbitrary and unfair. In Ruth's stay at St. Mary's, the prefect of discipline, the brother with overall responsibility for the boys' behavior, was an extraordinary man who managed to exert almost complete control over his wild 800, while still retaining their continuing respect and even affection. His Xaverian name was Matthias, and he was a huge man, nearly 6 feet 6 inches tall and probably over 250 pounds in weight. On one of the occasions in the 1920s, when Ruth brought some of his New York Yankee teammates to St. Mary's for a visit, a photograph was taken of the half-dozen ball players with 3 or 4 of the brothers. Brother Matthias loomed distinctly taller and wider than Ruth, who was 6 feet 2 and weighed about 220 then, and Bob Musil, who was 6 feet 3 1/2 and 195. Brother Matthias was shaped something like a pear, with a relatively slight face and sloping shoulders descending into a heavy body with thick legs. He had blond hair and pale blue eyes, a somewhat receding jaw with a slight double chin, and a calm, expressionless face that could turn icy cold when he was displeased. Although Brother Paul, a small, neat man who later became head of the Xaverian order, was superintendent of the school, the boys referred to Brother Matthias as the boss. The boys were scared of the boss, but he had qualities that endeared him to them. He was immensely strong, stronger than any of them, and that impressed them. He never ranted or shouted. He was always calm, always consistent, always fair, and they appreciated that. If they misbehaved or broke a rule, they were punished. As Leisman said, "He gave everyone a fair break, but, brother, if you ever crossed him, you sure were in trouble." There is no testimony that Matthias administered corporal punishment. Usually a boy was deprived of certain of the meager privileges allowed at the school, like freedom during the recreation periods or the right to play ball on one of the many organized teams, and he would be made to stand through long hours of punishment time. When the punishment was over, the incident was over too, as far as Brother Matthias was concerned, and this the boys looked upon as eminently just. Two stories are part of Brother Matthias's legend. One day, a brawl started among some of the older boys in the yard and soon developed into a small riot. Matthias was away from the school at the time, but he was quickly sent for, hurried back, strode into the yard, climbed onto a small elevation, and simply stood there, looking coldly out over the tumultuous throng of boys. Almost at once the yard grew quiet, and the fighting stopped. Another time, a new boy named Jerry DeLay, who had been committed to St. Mary's by the Baltimore Juvenile Court, was brought into the yard and told to join the other boys there. George Ruth wandered over and asked the truculent newcomer if he wanted to have a catch. DeLay, who had the build of a middleweight, told Ruth to mind his own business and threw a punch at him. Ruth responded in kind. The two tumbled to the ground fighting, and 3 or 4 other boys scrambled in, either to break up the fight or take a cheap shot or two at DeLay, the stranger. Suddenly, seemingly from nowhere, Brother Matthias appeared, dove into the pile, pulled out DeLay, tucked him under one arm like a bag of laundry, and carried him off. A day or so later, after a more tractable DeLay had returned to the yard, the new boy and Ruth were seen playing catch. "The babe was never one to hold a grudge," said Leisman, and while that seems like nostalgic gilding of the lily, it was nonetheless a marked characteristic of Ruth through most, though not all, of his life. He bruised easy, as they used to say, but he healed quick. Ruth revered Brother Matthias. "He was the greatest man I've ever known," he would often say, at St. Mary's and for the rest of his life, which is remarkable considering that Matthias was in charge of making boys behave, and that Ruth was one of the great natural misbehavers of all time. But Ruth, homely, overgrown, loud, boisterous, aggressive, probably annoying and irritating, certainly badly behaved, was graced with undeniable charm. He had it later, God knows, and he probably had the same infectious appeal when he was a boy. For all his faults, he was easy to like, and Catholic nuns and brothers have always been partial to the lovable rowdies in the back of the class, the Jimmy Breslins who raise a little ruckus now and then, but who bring spirit and fire and, well, glamour to what all too often is a drab and unexciting life. George Ruth caught Brother Matthias's attention early, and the calm, considerate attention the big man gave the young hellraiser from the waterfront struck a spark of response in the boy's soul. The spark did not seem to do much in the way of making Ruth into a polished, soft-spoken gentleman, but it may have pulled some of the sharper claws and blunted a few of the more savage teeth in the gross man whom I have heard at least a half-dozen of his baseball contemporaries describe with admiring awe and wonder as an animal. Early in his years at St. Mary's, the animal looked with his own awe and wonder at Brother Matthias as the boss stood at one end of the yard and batted out fungos. A fungo is tossing a ball up in the air and hitting it yourself. Matthias would hit tremendous fungos, long, towering fly balls, and he would hit them swinging the bat with one hand. Ruth said, "I think I was born as a hitter the first day I ever saw him hit a baseball." In later years, Matthias would work for hours with George, when both had the time, hitting the boy grounder after grounder. "I could hit the first time I picked up a bat," Ruth also said, "but Brother Matthias made me a fielder." With Matthias in his corner, Ruth got along pretty well at St. Mary's. Leisman says the fight with Jerry DeLay was the only one he ever heard of Ruth having in the years he knew him. But Leisman also wrote that Ruth's nickname all the time he was in the school was Nigger Lips, and another old St. Mary's inmate named Lawton Stenerson said, "Any time you called him that, you could get yourself a fight." Stenerson, who sold tip sheets outside racetracks along the East Coast and was known professionally as Clocker Lawton, said his own nickname at St. Mary's was Scoffer because he liked to eat. Brendan Behan used the verb scoff for eat in Borstal Boy. One day around 1930, Stenerson ran into Ruth in Madison Square Garden in New York before a fight. Ruth, recognizing him, said, "Hello, Scoffer," and added quickly, "Now don't call me Nigger Lips or I'll break your arm." Ruth was an indifferent student in the classroom, though he developed an astonishingly graceful handwriting, but in vocational training he was proficient. He is said to have learned some carpentry and even so esoteric a skill as rolling cigars, which seems a reach for a boys' school. Eventually he settled in the tailor shop working on shirts. The tailor shop was divided between the second, called the Low City Tailor, and the third, the High City Tailor, floors of the 4-story building that housed the school's laundry on its first floor. Stenerson said, "I worked alongside Ruth in the shirt factory. I was a joiner and he put the collars on. We got 6 cents a shirt from the Oppenheim Shirt Company." That sort of contract labor was later prohibited by law, but Ruth seemed to enjoy the work, possibly as much for the creative satisfaction it gave him as for the credit he was amassing in his school account. His widow said that one of the fascinating sights of her married life was watching her husband, when he was making $80,000 a year, carefully turning the collars of his $30 sulka shirts by himself, and doing a perfect job. The account money he earned in the tailor shop was important to young Ruth. With it he could buy gobs of candy at the little store and distribute it to smaller boys, particularly those who were orphans and had no relatives or friends. This apparently is not legend, for his largesse stuck in the memory of those who knew him at the home. Leisman grew rhapsodic about his kindness. He told a story about an 8-year-old boy with the rather graphic name of Lodes Clark, who burst into frightened tears one day because he had broken a window in the laundry. He was terrified by the prospect of the punishment he would receive. Ruth, 16 at the time, calmed and soothed the younger boy and told him, "Go on, get out of here, take it on the lam." Lodes did, and Ruth took the blame for the window and accepted the punishment. According to the devoted Leisman, he made life a little more livable when life seemed unbearable. Stenerson remembered Ruth at St. Mary's as popular, unpredictable, stubborn, reckless, and above all else, generous. When they met at Madison Square Garden that day, Ruth asked him if he had seen any of the old gang around Baltimore. Stenerson answered that he had recently run across Congo Kirby and Dope Flaherty. Ruth asked how they were doing, and Stenerson told him that Flaherty was driving a moving van with his own name on it. Ruth gave Stenerson a big wink and moved on into the garden. A couple of months later, Stenerson happened to meet Flaherty again and discovered that Ruth had loaned him the money to start his moving business. It seemed in character. Equally in character was a small disaster that occurred at one point in Ruth's career at St. Mary's. The Zavarian brothers also ran a place in Baltimore called St. James's Home, where older boys lived while they worked at regular jobs on a trial basis. It was a probationary period for them, a tentative nosing about in the outer world. The boys had to turn over their paychecks to the brothers, who would deduct room, board, laundry, and insurance fees, return a small amount for spending money, and put the rest in a savings account. Ruth was given a chance at St. James's, but whatever the job was that he had been put into, the experiment failed. In a couple of months he came back through the gates of St. Mary's wearing a gray suit, a blue baseball cap, and a glum expression. He was popular with the boys at the school, but as he walked unhappily down through the yard, they could not resist shouting sardonically, "Welcome back, Nigger Lips." Chapter 4. The Star of the School. Enter Jack Dunn. By the time he was 16, Ruth was tall and rangy, a smooth-muscled, broad-shouldered youth with long arms and long legs. Even in his later years, when his weight ballooned and he developed the massive paunch that became one of his trademarks, his arms and legs had the lithe, smooth muscles of the athlete rather than the bunchy muscles of the strong man. The famous skinny legs looked skinny only because they were supporting a beer-barrel torso. His home run swing came from coordination and total commitment as much as it did from sheer strength. At 16, he wore his hair cropped short, and that and his swarthy skin and pushed-in nose and wide mouth made him look rough and mean. He was rough, but he was the other way from mean. In the winter, when the boys were out in the yard for their recreation hour, they would run around shouting and sliding to keep warm. Some of the smaller boys could not cope with the cold and would begin to shiver and cry. Ruth, for his part, did not seem to mind the freezing weather. Brother Paul found him outside in midwinter in shirt-sleeves and cautioned him about catching cold. "Not me, brother," said Ruth. "I'm too tough." On chill-ridden days he would run from one shivering younger boy to another, rubbing their hands and blowing on their fingers to help them get warm. The winter recreation period was part of the athletic program at the school. Physical exercise was considered very important, the brothers believing, as so many keepers at large institutions do, that it not only enhanced good health but served to reduce the incidence of moral and social turpitude. The boys had two playing fields, the big yard for older boys and the little yard for the younger ones, joined by a small curving road. The favorite sport was baseball, which they played almost constantly from March into October, but there were also football, soccer, handball, volleyball, basketball. They ran races, had boxing and wrestling matches, and in wintertime skated and slid on the ice in the yard. In warm weather, two boys would play what they called poke-nins, their version of the familiar boys' game in which one player with a bat stands in front of a wall while the other pitches to him. Rules vary, but the batter stays up until the pitcher gets him out. Then they switch positions. Ruth played it by the hour. Baseball was, beyond all others, the preferred sport, as it was almost everywhere else in America in that era. In Baltimore, hundreds of amateur and semi-professional teams played regularly scheduled games all spring and summer, and even into the fall. At St. Mary's, with its 800 boys, there were more than 40 teams organized at all age levels. Ruth usually played on teams with boys 3 and 4 years older than he was. When he first came to the school, a Zavarian named Brother Herman was the director of athletics. He was probably the first to put the boy into an organized game. When Ruth was 15 or 16 and becoming really proficient, Brother Alban was the coach of baseball, with Brother Matthias, who was in charge of all physical activity, keeping a supervisory eye on things. Alban and Matthias organized the oldest and best players in the school into a formal league, and gave the teams major league nicknames like Red Sox, White Sox, Cubs, Giants. Alban, who was in his 20s, was a fine athlete himself and played first base for one of the school teams. Matthias kept to the sidelines and his one-armed fungo hitting. Ruth became a star in this vast league. He was a catcher, and a left-handed catcher at that, a baseball rarity. He usually wore the catcher's mitt, made for a right-hander, on his left or throwing hand. After he caught the ball, he shoved the mitt under his right arm, grabbed the ball with his left hand, and threw it with great effect. In 1912, when Ruth played with the Red Sox team that won the school championship, a team photograph of the victors shows him with the catcher's mitt on his left hand. However, a more informal photo of Ruth in catching regalia, grinning down at another boy, apparently his pitcher, reveals the mitt on his right, or wrong, hand, which would have made it easier for him to throw after catching. In all likelihood, he probably used the mitt on either hand, depending on the game, the opponents, and his mood, as most left-handed kids stuck with a right-handed glove have done since Abner Doubleday invented Roger Bresnahan. But Ruth was definitely a catcher when he first came into his own as a ball player. Leisman wrote that he became aware of Ruth for the first time because of a baseball game. He had not been at St. Mary's a very long time when he sensed great excitement in the air. "What's going on?" he asked. "Number 2 dormitory is going to play number 3, he was told. Number 2 is for boys 15 and over, number 3 for boys under 15. And Niggerlips is going to catch for number 3. Leisman was curious as to who this Superman was and went over to watch the game. He describes in explicit detail the way Ruth caught with the mitt on his left hand, but adds nothing more about the game itself. However, a 1912 box score from the school paper, the Saturday Evening Star, shows that in one game Ruth caught, played third base, another interesting position for a left-hander, and pitched. He had one of the 3 doubles hit in the game, one of the 2 triples, and the only home run. He also struck out 6 men. He was 18 by then, just about the biggest boy in the school, and by far the best ball player. Still primarily a catcher, Ruth took to pitching because he was big and left-handed and could throw hard. One story says that it happened when Congo Kirby, the regular Red Sox pitcher, was sidelined for several days because of a disciplinary problem, and George persuaded Brother Alban to let him pitch in Kirby's place. Ruth himself said that Brother Matthias made him a pitcher. He said he was catching one day when his team was being beaten unmercifully, and he began laughing at his pitcher, poking rough fun at his ineptitude. "What are you laughing at, George?" Brother Matthias asked. Ruth, somewhat unabashed, admitted that he thought the pitching was pretty funny. Matthias looked at him deliberately for a moment or two without speaking, and then said, "All right, George, you pitch." "Me?" Ruth said. "I don't know how to pitch." "Oh, you must know a lot about it," Matthias said quietly. "You know enough to know that your friend here isn't any good. Go ahead out there and show us how it's done." And Ruth did, and turned out to be pretty good at it, although catching and hitting continued to be his fortes. He hit tremendous home runs in St. Mary's Yard, and caught more often than he pitched. In an interview that appeared in Baseball magazine in February 1918, the 24-year-old Ruth, who was the best left-handed pitcher in baseball but who had hit only 9 home runs in his 4 American League seasons, said of his days at St. Mary's, "I wasn't a pitcher in those days until I was pretty nearly through my course. My main job was catching, although I also played first base and the outfield. I used to hit .450 and .500. I kept track one season and found that I made over 60 home runs. The last 2 years I pitched and got along pretty well, but I never lost my taste for hitting and don't ever expect to." At this point, precisely 4 years after he had left St. Mary's, Ruth had never been in a major league game as anything but a pitcher, except for appearances as a pinch hitter, and not for 10 seasons would he hit his famous 60 homers in 1 year. In his last year of playing baseball at St. Mary's, Ruth hit a home run in almost every game he played, and when he pitched he was undefeated. His name first appeared on a sports page, aside from the school paper, on June 8, 1913, when the Baltimore American, in a brief note, reported that at St. Mary's Industrial School, the St. Mary's Stars defeated the White Sox 10-3. Both were St. Mary's teams, with the Stars being just what they sounded like, a collection of the best players in the school. There was no description of the game and no box score, but the paper did list the batteries. Button, who had been Ruth's opposing catcher in the game noted in the school paper in 1912, was the pitcher for the Stars, and Ruth was the catcher. The Baltimore papers in those days ran column after column of reports on local games between schools and amateurs and semi-pros, and one of the Zavarian brothers with an eye for publicity had taken it upon himself to send in a report of the game. It served, too, as an advertisement for St. Mary's baseball, since a line at the end of the account said, "For games, address XYZ, St. Mary's Industrial School." Amateur ball teams were always looking for opponents. When Ruth was not playing ball at the home during the summer of 1913, he had permission to go outside St. Mary's on weekends to play with amateur and semi-pro teams. A week after the little item appeared about the game at St. Mary's, the papers noted that St. Patrick's Catholic Club expected to pitch Roth, the Speed Boy, against the powerful Northwestern AC. A year earlier, in June 1912, a pitcher named Roth worked for the Mount Washington Club of Baltimore against Mount St. Mary's College of Emmitsburg, Maryland, and had won 4-3. He had struck out 6 men and got a hit himself. Now, in June 1913, St. Patrick's Roth pitched a 1-hit shutout against Northwestern, struck out 12 and got 2 hits, won a double. A week later he lost 4-3, although he struck out 14 men. He pitched once more for St. Patrick's and won 2-1, but after that, Roth disappears from the newspaper accounts. On Sunday, August 3rd, Ruth, this time with a U, appears in the lineup of another crack club, the Bayonnes. He caught both games of a doubleheader and had 3 hits. 3 weeks later, he played left field for the Bayonnes as they crushed the Sparrows Point Marines 18-2. He had a perfect day at bat with a walk, a single, 2 doubles, and a home run, and a newspaper report commented, "Ruth, the Bayonne fence-buster, was there with the Willow." In September, he caught for the Bayonnes as they won 12-11, and he hit another home run. He was 19 years old and beginning to earn a reputation for himself around Baltimore, at least among the Zavarian brothers. The Zavarians also ran Mount St. Joseph's College in Baltimore. The numbing similarity of the names St. Mary's, Mount St. Mary's, and Mount St. Joseph's contributes to the imprecision of details about Ruth's life in this period. Mount St. Joseph's varsity baseball team played colleges such as Villanova, Manhattan, Western Maryland, and Seton Hall. Its star in 1912 and 1913 was a tall right-handed pitcher named Bill Morissette, a Baltimore boy. In 1912, Morissette attracted attention by carrying a no-hitter into the 7th inning against Washington College of Chestertown, Maryland, and by striking out a dozen men. In the spring of 1913, he pitched a one-hitter against Western Maryland. The Xaverians at Mount St. Joseph's, particularly Brother Gilbert, the baseball coach, did a little fraternal boasting to their confreres at the industrial school about young Morissette. The brothers at the home countered by talking up young George Ruth. Inevitably, according to the old stories, the brothers arranged a game between the two institutions, with Morissette and Ruth to meet mano a mano. Enter Jack Dunn. Dunn was the owner and manager of the Baltimore Orioles, then of the International League. Part of his ball club's income came, of course, from gate receipts, but another and considerable source of money was derived from the sale of his players to major league teams. Minor league clubs were independently owned for the most part, and only a few players in the minors had strings tying them to a major league team. The major leaguers could draft players from the minors in the off-season, paying a set sum for each player so drafted, but a minor league operator could and usually did sell outstanding players for better prices before the draft got them. To assure a steady supply of talent for their teams and eventually for the big league market, shrewd operators like Dunn were constantly on the watch for good young ball players. The major league executives were generally willing to leave such grassroots scouting to the minor leaguers, contenting themselves with plucking the fruit after it had ripened. Dunn knew about Morissette. He later signed him to a Baltimore contract, as he did about most of the good young ball players in the area. There was, for instance, a fine young infielder named Gerwig, who played for an amateur team in Catonsville, Maryland in 1913. He was under an Oriole contract the following spring. There was another youngster named Costello who played shortstop for Mount St. Mary's. When Costello made 2 errors in a game that spring, it was somberly noted in the newspapers that he was a player Jack Dunn had been interested in. A boy named Skinny McCall from the home, who had played with Ruth on the Red Sox team that won the school championship in 1912, had had a tryout with the Orioles. Dunn, a gregarious man and a Catholic with many friends among the clergy, certainly knew about Ruth, too, although the question of how well he knew him tends to become obscured by the stories that have come down through the years. Take Joe Engel, for example. Engel was from Washington, D.C., and had attended Mount St. Mary's, the college in Emmitsburg, for a while. He was a first-rate pitcher and quit college to sign with the Washington Senators, whom he joined in 1912 when he was only 19. His major league career was brief, but he later gained a fair degree of fame as a scout for the Senators and as the operator of the Chattanooga Lookouts in the old Southern Association. Engel was a colorful man, an ingenious promoter. He once arranged for a girl pitcher to strike out Ruth and Lou Gehrig in an exhibition game, a story that still makes the rounds, and a fascinating raconteur. One of the stories he loved to tell concerned the time he went back to Emmitsburg one Sunday to pitch for the alumni in a commencement day game. He had the day off because Sunday baseball was not allowed in Washington then. There was a preliminary game between the Mount St. Mary's freshmen and an orphanage team, St. Mary's of Baltimore. The St. Mary's pitcher caught Engel's eye, partly because of his fastball and partly because of his haircut. Ruth, he was the pitcher, of course, no longer wore his hair cropped short, but instead was wearing it in the most mature hairstyle that he, Engel, had ever seen on a school kid. Clipped on the side, it was roached or waved over the forehead in the mode highly favored by bartenders and other cool cats of the day. Beyond the haircut, Engel was singularly impressed by the young left-hander's sidearm speed. "He really could wheel that ball in there," he said, "and remember, I was used to seeing Walter Johnson throw. This kid was a great natural pitcher. He had everything. He must have struck out 18 or 20 men in that game." Later that afternoon, as Engel was pitching for the alumni, he spotted Ruth again, still in baseball uniform, but now sitting with the school band banging away at a big bass drum. That night, on his way back to join the Senators, Engel ran into Dunn. Dunn was 40, twice Engel's age, but he knew and liked the flip young pitcher. In his book on Ruth, Tom Meany recreated the dialogue between the two. "Where you been working, Slick?" asked Dunn. "Oh, just pitching against some college kids." "That's where you belong. See anybody that looked any good?" "Yeah, there was some orphan asylum from Baltimore playing in the first game, and they had a young left-handed kid pitching for them who's got real stuff." Engel paused. "He can also beat hell out of a bass drum." "You don't happen to remember his name, do you?" asked Dunn, reaching inside his coat for a pencil and an old envelope. "I think they call him Ruth," said Engel. Whether or not this was Dunn's first report on Ruth is impossible to determine. In any case, it is likely that Dunn came to the big game at St. Mary's in 1913 to see Ruth and Morissette pitch. Dunn was keenly aware of the high quality of the baseball played at the home. When, later on, Ruth was playing for Dunn's Orioles, he asked for the afternoon off after pitching and winning the morning game of a holiday doubleheader. "Sure," said Dunn, "go ahead. What are you going to do?" "Oh, I thought I'd go out to St. Mary's, maybe play a little ball, nothing much, just an amateur game." Dunn whooped. "Amateur?" he roared. "Hell, they're all professionals out there." The story of the Ruth Morissette game, or the legend of it, had a splendid melodramatic overlay. For one thing, the boys at the home had a classic reverse snobbery contempt for Mount St. Joe's, the rich school down the road, and they wanted desperately to win. For another, it was a very big event in their colorless lives. It was to be a holiday, and there would be a big crowd. Everybody at St. Mary's, the boys, the brothers, the lay members of the staff, would be there. A large body of students and faculty from Mount St. Joe's was coming, and there would be some specially invited guests, including, of course, Dunn, who was a particular celebrity to the boys because of his position as owner and manager of the Orioles. St. Mary's looked forward to the big day as though it were Christmas. Then one morning a stunning report raced through the dormitories and the classrooms and the shops and the yard. Niggerlips was gone. He had run away. He had climbed through a window during the night and vanished. Why? Who knows why? Perhaps the petty grievances of confinement had simply overwhelmed him. He was 19 years old, remember. Or maybe the opportunity of an open window was too much to resist. At any rate, he was gone. Ordinarily, the boys cheered inwardly whenever they heard that one of their number had run away, but with the big game just ahead, the defection of George Ruth was a crushing blow. Classes were canceled as the brothers met to discuss the situation, but even that did not cheer the boys, who moved listlessly around the yard exchanging comments and rumors. The word was that Mr. Hennessy, the school probation officer, and Lefty Hyde, the night watchman, had been sent to downtown Baltimore to nose around the waterfront to see if they could find George. Nothing happened all that long first day as the school waited. Nothing happened the next day, or the next, until that evening, when Mr. Hennessy appeared, crossing the yard. The boys clustered around him asking questions. Hennessy nodded his head and told them yes, George was back. He had come back voluntarily, he added. The boys did not buy that, questioning cynically whether anyone who had run away would return on his own, but they were not of a mind to quibble. The big thing was that their pitcher was back. Let it go at that. Besides, Hennessy ordered them not to talk about it. The next day, George appeared in the yard during recreation period. As punishment, he had to stand by himself on the road between the little yard and the big yard during all his free time. He stood there every day for 5 days. Then Brother Matthias handed him his glove and a baseball and told him to get in shape for the game. On the big day, there were flags and bunting everywhere. The school buildings and the grounds and the ball field had been swept and scrubbed and polished. The anticipated crowd was there, and, to the exultation of the boys, Ruth and St. Mary's walloped Morissette and Mount St. Joe's 6-0, with Ruth striking out 22 batters during his shutout. After the game, Dunn and young Ruth went into Brother Paul's office and talked for 2 hours, and the following February, a couple of weeks before the Orioles were to leave for spring training, Dunn came to St. Mary's again and signed George Ruth to a professional contract. There are some colorful variations on the theme of Dunn's signing of Ruth, most dealing with Brother Gilbert, who for years received credit in the press for being Ruth's guiding light and for calling him to Dunn's attention. But Brother Gilbert was not even at St. Mary's, and Ruth's own praise was always for Brother Matthias. Yet Brother Gilbert did know Dunn, and the Baltimore owner may well have first heard of Ruth from him. In later years, the Zavarians at St. Mary's, whenever they talked of Ruth, used to relish casting Brother Gilbert in the role of villain. One version held that Gilbert knew Dunn was very high on Morissette, and in a vain attempt to keep his own star pitcher in college and on his team for one more season, touted Dunn onto Ruth. Dunn, of course, ended up with both. A second version says that Gilbert wanted to borrow Ruth for a big game he had coming up. Such casual comings and goings of college-level players were far from uncommon, but that Brother Paul of St. Mary's said no. Irritated by the refusal, Gilbert called Dunn's attention to Ruth so that St. Mary's couldn't have him either. A third version says that in the winter of 1914, 6 months after Dunn had signed Morissette, he went to Mount St. Joseph's again, this time after another young pitcher, a strong, chunky left-hander named Ford Meadows. Dunn eventually did sign Meadows, and in 1915 sold him to the New York Yankees for $5,000. But at the time, Brother Gilbert said, "Have a heart, Jack. Leave me one pitcher. If you need a left-hander, why don't you go after that Ruth kid at St. Mary's?" Gilbert then brought Dunn to the home and introduced him to Brother Paul, Brother Matthias, and Brother Alban. Dunn knew of Ruth's record, saw the rangy youngster sliding on an ice slick, was impressed with his size and coordination, and, after talking at length to the brothers and the boy, signed him to a contract. This seems far-fetched, but Roger Pippin, for many years sports editor of the Baltimore News-Post and a young sports writer in 1914, always insisted that Dunn told him he had never seen Ruth play baseball until he went to spring training with the Orioles. Ruth said in an autobiographical sketch written in the 1920s that Dunn took me out to the yard and had me pitch to him for half an hour. The various strings of the legend come together in February 1914, when Dunn went out to St. Mary's on a cold, snowy Saturday, St. Valentine's Day, just a week after Ruth's 20th birthday. Even though Ruth's father was alive and running a tavern in Baltimore, the Zavarians had full responsibility for the boy's affairs. Brother Paul, a superintendent of the school, was his legal guardian and would remain so until his 21st birthday. It was agreed to parole George in Dunn's custody. Dunn was widely respected as a fair and decent man, and let the boy have a chance at professional baseball. If he failed with the Orioles, well, there would be time then to set him to making shirts. Dunn signed the boy to a contract that would pay $600 for the season, or $100 a month. When he and Ruth came out of Brother Paul's office after the signing, a group of youngsters who had been waiting outside chanted in unison, "There goes our ball club." The next day, the Baltimore Sun reported, "The Oriole magnate signed another local player yesterday. The new bird is George H. Ruth, a pitcher who played with teams out the Frederick Road. Ruth is 6 feet tall and fanned 22 men in an amateur game last season. He is regarded as a very hard hitter, so Dunn will try him out down south." Ruth remained at the home for 2 more weeks. Then, on Friday, February 27th, 3 days before the Orioles were to leave for the South, the notation was made on Ruth's page in the school ledger, "He is going to join the Baltimore baseball team," although first, George would catch the streetcar on Wilkins Avenue and go downtown to spend the weekend with his father. He said goodbye to his friends and to the brothers, shook hands all around, heard Brother Matthias say quietly, "You'll make it, George," and left. He was free. After all those years, he was finally out of the cage, and nobody was ever going to get him into one again. Chapter 5. First Spring Training. Home Run in Fayetteville. Jack Dunn was an entrepreneur, an operator. A congenial man who liked people and enjoyed the bits and pieces of life. He kept field dogs and would travel as far as Tennessee for a field trial. He was nonetheless perfectly at home in the jungle world of baseball. He had broken into the major leagues in 1897 as a 25-year-old pitcher for the Brooklyn Trolley Dodgers. Brooklyn had, or seemed to have, more trolley cars than any other town in the world. And he had learned the nuances of running a ball club from 2 masters of the art, Ned Hanlon and John McGraw. Ned Hanlon, 5 years older than Connie Mack and winner of 5 pennants before Connie ever won one, had become manager of the Baltimore Orioles in 1892, when they were a last-place team in a 12-team league. He moved them up a few notches in 1893, and then led them to 3 straight pennants and 2 strong second-place finishes in the next 5 years. These were the famous Baltimore Orioles of baseball legend, the old Orioles of John McGraw, Wilbert Robinson, and Willie Keeler. In 1899, Hanlon left Baltimore for Brooklyn, thoughtfully taking along several of his best players, and won back-to-back pennants in his first 2 seasons with the Dodgers. His teams became known as the Superbas. Hanlon's Superbas were a popular vaudeville act, and baseball writers are quick to pick up things like that. Dunn, who had been a run-of-the-mill pitcher with the run-of-the-mill Dodgers before Hanlon, blossomed into a 23-game winner with the Superbas in their first pennant-winning season. But the next year, 1900, Something hit Jack, age or a sore arm, and he was through as a star. Hanlon traded him to the Philadelphia Phillies in mid-season, and early in 1901 the Phillies let him go. Dunn then caught on with Baltimore, although this becomes increasingly complex. John McGraw had succeeded Hanlon as manager of the depleted Orioles in 1899. In 1900, as the National League reduced itself from 12 teams to 8, McGraw shifted his Baltimore club into Ban Johnson's newly formed American League, which was challenging the established National. Dunn, finished as a pitcher, had always been a pretty good hitter, and under McGraw he made himself useful playing third base, shortstop, second base, and the outfield. In June 1902, McGraw left Baltimore and jumped back to the National League, this time to New York, where he became manager of the Giants. The moribund Orioles followed him to New York a year later, the franchise becoming the New York Highlanders, who in time were renamed the New York Yankees, who were made famous by Baltimore's Ruth. How beautifully circuitous is history. With him, McGraw brought several of his Baltimore players, including Dunn, who on the Giants served as utility man and elder statesman. In 1905, Jack left McGraw and the Giants to become playing manager of the Providence Grays in the International League. A manager in those days pretty much ran the entire ball club and was a figure of some importance. A man could make money running a ball club, even in the minors, and Jack Dunn did. Meanwhile, Hanlon, unhappy that his beloved Baltimore was now entirely without professional baseball, less than a decade after his Orioles had been the scourge of the game, bought the International League's Montreal franchise and transferred it to Baltimore. He continued to manage in the major leagues with Brooklyn and later Cincinnati, while acting as absentee owner of the minor league Orioles. But his managerial hand had lost its magic touch, and in 1907, after several seasons of increasingly diminished success, he left big league baseball for good. In 1909, he went a step further and sold the Baltimore club to Dunn. Dunn had 5 years of relative bliss in Baltimore. Then, late in 1913, things changed radically. A group of wealthy men organized a third major league, an outlaw operation as far as organized baseball was concerned. This was the Federal League, which managed to survive 2 full seasons. The newcomers established franchises and began raiding the established major leagues for ball players. One of its franchises was placed in Baltimore, where its principal stockholder was Hanlon, now nearly 60 and a highly respected citizen of that city. Dunn and his Orioles were still well liked, but the combination of Major League Baseball and Hanlon was irresistible. Baltimore fell in love with the Federals. Newspapers were heavy with stories and pictures of the Terrapins, as the team was named, and articles urged Baltimoreans to support their new Major League club. When the Terrapins announced that they had persuaded Otto Knabe, a star National League second baseman, to sign on as playing manager, the town was ecstatic, and the excitement became contagious. At the Maryland Theater, early in 1914, the acting team of George Moore and Gertrude Vanderbilt was on stage. In mock anger, Moore told Miss Vanderbilt to leave. She said coyly, "If I do, I'll go join the Federal League." The audience burst into applause. When it died down, Moore said, "Maybe Otto Knabe won't sign you." At the mention of Knabe's name, there was another explosion of applause, and Moore turned to the audience. "Wait till you folks see Knabe around second base," he said. "Take it from me, that boy is some ball player." This time there was wild applause, augmented with whistles and the stamping of feet. The Orioles were still in the sports pages, but on a distinctly secondary level. Dunn tried to arouse interest by appealing to organized baseball to relieve International League teams of the need to submit to the annual draft of their best players, arguing that this would allow them over the years to develop stronger teams with greater appeal. His proposal was turned down. Dunn then decided he would try to combat the popularity of the Federals by signing the best players he could find, no matter what the expense. Baseball in those days was not a major league or nothing prospect for a ball player. It was a way of life, an economic endeavor. A man could spend an entire career in the minor leagues, and major league veterans who had seen their best days would come back down and play another half-dozen seasons in the high minors. Dunn counted his bankroll and went after these superior fringe players. When it came time to go south for spring training in 1914, his roster was rich in experience. Of the 8 men, not including pitchers, in his set lineup, there was no platooning then, 5 were in their 30s and a 6th was 28. All 6 had had major league experience. The two younger men in the lineup had played with the Orioles before, and one was in his fourth minor league season. The two best pitchers had been in the majors, too. Thus it was no team of green young kids that George Ruth was joining when he came out of St. Mary's Industrial School. Jack Dunn's Orioles were seasoned professionals. George said goodbye at St. Mary's on Friday and spent the weekend at his father's home over the saloon on Conway Street, a block from the harbor. His instructions were to report to Dunn at the Kernan Hotel on Monday afternoon. About a dozen pitchers and catchers would assemble there and leave Monday night from Union Station for the trip to Fayetteville, North Carolina, where the Orioles were going to train. Ben Egan, a big catcher who acted as Dunn's field captain, would be in charge of this advance squad. Dunn would follow a week later with the balance of the team. The weather that weekend in Baltimore was unpleasant. Freezing temperatures, overcast sky, snow scattered here and there. On Sunday it became even colder, the temperature falling into the teens. The wind picked up and it began to snow. By nightfall, Baltimore was in the midst of a blizzard, part of a huge storm that struck the entire Northeast. In New York, winds reached 82 miles an hour, and in Baltimore, where 12 inches of snow fell, the gale blew tin roofs off sheds, shutters off houses, and even the steeple off a Methodist church. Windows were shattered, fences were blown down, and streets were garnished with bricks and plaster. Earth tremors, an eerie coincidence, were felt in Druid Hill Park, in the northern part of the city. The storm, the worst in 25 years, raged through the night and did not slacken and stop until Monday morning. Baltimore looked like a war-devastated city, with train and telephone and telegraph service disrupted, and snow-filled streets choked with debris. Through this mess, George Ruth made his way to the Hotel Kernan to become a professional ball player. Not all the players had been able to reach Baltimore because of the storm, and Dunn had to alter his plans slightly. Ben Egan, for instance, was snowbound at his home in upstate New York, and Dunn put the squad under the command of Scout Steinman, an ex-ball player who was scout, coach, and general handyman around the club. Doc Fuster, the trainer, was in the party too, and so were a couple of young Baltimore newspapermen who had been assigned to cover the Orioles' camp. Of the 12 players in the group, 2 were catchers and the rest pitchers. Along with Ruth, there were 3 other young Baltimore boys, Morissette, Alan Russell, and a left-handed pitcher the reporters took delight in calling Smoke Klingelhofer. Dunn bustled his men over to Union Station, worrying that the effects of the storm might delay the scheduled departure from Baltimore or the anticipated connection with an Atlantic Coast Line train leaving Washington at 9. Things seemed very uncertain, and no one really expected to be in Fayetteville the next morning on schedule. But railroads did miraculous things in those days, like leaving on time and arriving on time, even in the aftermath of a blizzard. The Orioles left Union Station on schedule and arrived at Fayetteville without incident at 7:30 in the morning. For George Ruth, the uneventful train ride was far more exciting than the snowstorm. It was the first time he had ever been on a train. Some of the experienced travelers in the group explained the mysteries of an upper berth to the greenhorn, including the proper use of the odd little undersized hammock that hung over the berth. With profound baseball humor, they neglected to tell him it was for his clothes, to keep them from falling out of the berth during the night. "That's for pitchers, George," he was told. "It's to rest your pitching arm in while you sleep." When Ruth went to bed, he tried his best to sleep with his left arm suspended in the hammock. In Fayetteville, the players were disappointed to find that it was damp and cold, the temperatures barely above freezing. As they creaked their way to the Lafayette Hotel, Ruth's pitching arm stiff from its night in the hammock, they assumed with regret that there would be no baseball that day. But as the morning wore on, the sun came out and the temperature climbed, and after they settled in at the Lafayette and unpacked, Steinman took them over to the fairgrounds and had them work out for an hour or so, just lobbing baseballs back and forth. The stiffness soon left Ruth's arm. Fresh from the Spartan life of the school, he was in marvelous shape. 20 years old, 180 lean, hard pounds, beautifully distributed over his 6 feet 2 inches. He had exceptionally broad shoulders and long arms, and when he wheeled and threw, the ball whipped across the diamond. He began to show off a little, throwing the ball faster than he should have the first day of practice, and Steinman told him to let up, to take it easy. In the afternoon, the temperature soared to 75, and the outfield, soggy in the morning, dried out sufficiently to let the team shag fly balls. There were still puddles. Klingelhofer splashed through a big one as he raced after a ball, but the players reveled in the sun. Steinman had planned to follow Dunn's practice of having the players run around the horse track at the fairgrounds at the end of the workout, but the track was still thick with mud. So Scout had them jog the mile back to the hotel instead of walking or riding back in carriages. It was sunny and hot again the next day. Mayor John Underwood of Fayetteville, resplendent in a straw hat, in March, the players marveled, came by to say hello. 2 more players reported to camp, and a young fellow named John Messina introduced himself to Steinman and asked for a tryout. Messina had come south on the same train with the Orioles, but it had taken him a full day to work up enough courage to approach anyone on the ball team. He was a pitcher, he said. When he warmed up and threw a few, he was not impressive, but Steinman told him he could work out with the club for a few days. The players took batting practice and hit fungos to the outfield. The track dried out, and everyone ran a lap before heading back to the hotel. Everything was going beautifully. It had been a good 2 days of work. But Thursday it rained all day. Steinman went over to the city hall and arranged with the mayor for the use of the armory, the biggest building in Fayetteville, and the players worked out there as best they could. They were tossing baseballs back and forth when a loud, jovial yell filled the place. "It's Egan," one of the veterans said. Ben Egan, tall, cheerful, fiery, had just arrived from Baltimore, and he lifted them all with his presence. Ruth liked him at once. Egan talked to Steinman and the newspapermen, and watched the players as they worked out. He was impressed with the way Ruth threw the ball, he said. There wasn't room enough in the armory to do much more than throw. Egan and Steinman had a few words about that, the catcher telling the coach that somebody was going to get hurt, and the coach resenting the diminution of his role, however brief, as team leader. To keep peace and give everyone some exercise, Steinman announced they would play handball in the afternoon. He explained the game to those who had not played it before and organized a tournament. Egan and Ensign Cottrell, one of the veteran pitchers, won. It had not been much of a day, and they were restless to play baseball, but Egan was there, and despite the dispute at command level, morale was good. Ruth was enjoying himself. On Friday it was still wet. Egan took 3 of the pitchers out back of the hotel to have a catch, but the rain started again, and everyone ended up back in the armory. That afternoon some local boys appeared and introduced themselves as the Fayetteville High School varsity basketball team. Would the Orioles care to play them a game of basketball? Girls from the high school had come along too, and it was obvious that the Fayetteville boys, who were apparently adept at the relatively new game, expected to win easily over the inexperienced professionals. Egan grinned at them. "All right," he said, "we accept the challenge." He had a conference with his team and found that Cottrell, a pitcher named Frank Jarman, and a catcher named Gene Lydgate had all played the sport in college. Egan added Big Ruth and Alan Russell to the lineup and sent them out on the armory floor. The game was barely a minute old when the Fayetteville boys, to their chagrin, found that the baseball players were pretty good at basketball, too. Cottrell, Ruth, and Lydgate were outstanding, and Fayetteville had trouble scoring until the second half, when Dave Danforth, another veteran pitcher, persuaded Egan to send him into the game. Danforth's grasp of basketball was rudimentary. He couldn't resist grabbing the high schoolers whenever one got the ball, and most of their points came as the result of his fouls. The Orioles won by the somewhat startling score of 8-6, and the Baltimore American solemnly reported that the winning basket came less than a minute before the final whistle. The basketball game was a lot of fun, but when it was over it was still raining, and the Orioles were beginning to wonder if they were ever going to get around to playing baseball. It was obvious that even if the sun came out on Saturday, the field would be too soggy to use, and Sunday was an inviolable off day. But on Saturday, along with the warm sun, there was a brisk wind that dried the field like blotting paper, and the stage was set for George Ruth's first big day in professional baseball. Egan and Steinman decided to divide the squad into 2 teams and play a 7-inning scrub game. Word got around, and a couple of hundred townspeople came over to the fairgrounds to watch. Steinman called his team the Sparrows. A pitcher named Cranston pitched and a catcher named Potts caught, which seems normal enough, but otherwise the lineup was chaotic. Old Steinman played first base. Danforth, who was left-handed, was at second. Lydgate, the catcher, was at shortstop, and Lamott, a pitcher, was at third base. Caparel, McKinley, and Morissette, all pitchers, were in the outfield. Egan's team, called the Buzzards, had Jarman pitching and Herney catching, their natural positions, but Egan had himself at first base and Lefty Cottrell was at second. Ruth played shortstop, which gave the Buzzards a left-handed double-play combination, and Russell played third base. Klingelhofer was in left field. Pippin, the newspaper man, was in center, and Messina, the aspiring unknown, was in right. These were the dramatis personae of Ruth's first game as a professional. The Buzzards scored a run in the first inning, and the Sparrows tied it in their half of the first. Egan hit a double with the bases loaded in the second inning that scored 3 runs, and Cottrell followed with a single, scoring Egan. Then, as Pippin wrote in the story of the game he wired to Baltimore that night, the next batter made a hit that will live in the memory of all who saw it. That clouter was George Ruth, the southpaw from St. Mary's School. The ball carried so far to right field that he walked around the bases. He crossed home plate before Morissette, of all people, picked up the ball in the cornfield that grew beyond the ball field in deepest right. The Fayetteville fans, those at the game and those who were told about it later, were astounded by Ruth's tremendous drive. For years they'd been talking about a home run that Jim Thorpe, the Carlisle Indian, had hit when he played with the Fayetteville team in the Carolina League. Thorpe's home run, they had enjoyed telling the Baltimore players, was by far the longest ever seen at the fairgrounds. Now, with some awe, they agreed that Ruth's homer had gone 60 feet farther than Thorpe's. The Baltimore Sun next day had a headline in its Sunday sports section that anticipated the future. Homer by Ruth, feature of game. And the American, more picturesque, said, Ruth makes mighty clout. The date was Saturday, March 7th, 1914. It was Ruth's 5th day as a professional, his first game, his second time at bat. After 5 innings at shortstop, Ruth pitched the last 2 innings, throwing hopping fastballs with an easy, sweeping delivery. The Buzzards won 15-9, and the sports pages commented, "This boy is the prize beauty of the rookies in camp." The man Ruth succeeded on the mound was Messina, who had come in from right field to pitch the 4th and 5th innings. Messina gave up 6 runs and looked woefully inept. After the game, Steinman told him no, and that night Messina left for the North, his little adventure over, but his name forever linked with that of the most flamboyantly successful figure in the history of baseball. Dunn came to Fayetteville the following Tuesday with the rest of the 30-man squad, including his son, Jack Jr. Dunn was eager to see young Ruth in action, and as he walked over to the fairgrounds that morning with George Twombly, one of his regular outfielders, he said, "Wait until you see this kid." The players were having batting practice, and as Dunn and Twombly came around the grandstand into sight of the diamond, there was the crack of bat against ball, and a long fly sailed over the outfielders' heads and fell safely. It was Ruth. Dunn chuckled happily. "What did I tell you?" he said. He formed a team of regulars and another of second-stringers for intra-squad games, and the next day Ruth pitched several innings for the Yannigans against the regulars. George's fastball, which tailed away from right-handed batters, was again impressive, and he struck out 4 men. 2 days later, Dunn had him pitch 3 innings for the regulars against the Yannigans. He struck out 4 men again and gave up only 2 infield hits. He batted safely in both games, too, although more modestly than in his debut. After Ruth finished his pitching turn in the second game, a rookie named Alvin Dove, the Yannigans' shortstop, was injured when he smashed the little finger of his left hand trying to catch a line drive and had to leave the lineup. Dunn called Ruth back into the game, this time on the Yannigan side, and had him take Dove's place at short. The next day, George started at shortstop for the Yannigans, played the entire game, and had 3 hits. The newspaper man wrote, "This youth swings at a ball in much the same manner as Joe Jackson." Jackson, later banned from baseball after the Black Sox scandal, was a free-swinging power hitter whose batting averages the 4 previous seasons had been .387, .408, .395, and .373. He was universally acclaimed as a great natural hitter, and in later years it was accepted in baseball that Ruth had patterned his full free swing after Jackson's. But at this point, March 1914, the young Ruth had never seen Jackson play. Dove, the injured shortstop, was one of the brightest prospects in camp, and Dunn expected to keep him with the team. But his injury, a badly broken finger, was misdiagnosed as a dislocation by a doctor who came down from the grandstand to help. Dove went to his hotel room and suffered in silence for 2 days. Klingelhofer happened to stop by his room on Sunday morning and found the shortstop in agony. He had a fever, and his arm and hand were red and swollen. Klingelhofer called Billy Wicks, the Orioles' secretary, and Wicks got Dove to a local hospital. Several days later he was sent home to Baltimore, where he was hospitalized for nearly a month with blood poisoning. He played no more ball that season, and in midsummer instituted a claim against the Orioles because of his injury. The fact that Dove had to file a claim makes the genial Dunn seem cold and indifferent, But in another personal disaster that struck one of his ball players in Fayetteville that weekend, he appears just the opposite. On Sunday morning, the day before the extent of Dove's condition became known, the 20-year-old Russell received word that his mother had died in Baltimore. He had to wait 10 unhappy days before the next train north came through Fayetteville, but when he left, Dunn, who had been in camp only 5 days, traveled back to Baltimore with him. Before leaving, Dunn announced the list of players he intended to keep for the regular season. Ball clubs made up their minds early then, and Ruth was one of them. Dunn was effusive in his praise for the youngster. "He has all the earmarks of a great ball player," he said. "He hits like a fiend, and he seems to be at home in any position, even though he's left-handed. He's the most promising young ball player I've ever had." If Ruth was rapidly coming to maturity as a player, he was still a gauche, overgrown boy off the field. He was continually being amazed by the marvels of the world. He awoke each morning at 6, a habit left over from St. Mary's, got up, dressed, left the room, went out through the deserted hotel lobby and walked down to the railroad station to watch the trains go by. He was fascinated by their power. He would hang around the tracks until it was time for the dining room to open for breakfast, then he would hurry back in order to be the first one to sit down. He was astonished to learn that a player could sign the check for his meals and let the ball club pay for it. He ate enormously, and his appetite became a continuing joke with the club. Pippin watched him eat and said, "If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it." Pippin and Ruth were roommates, but Ruth could never remember the writer's name. This inability to remember names became another running joke in camp and, indeed, throughout Ruth's career. The hotel elevator entranced him. He would ride up and down it like a small boy. Dunn advanced him $5 for pocket money, and Ruth spent most of it bribing the elevator operator to let him run the thing. He would take it to the top of the hotel and back to the bottom, stopping at each floor to open the doors and poke his head out. Once the elevator began to rise with the doors open and Ruth's head sticking out. A player in the hall shouted at him, and George pulled his head back just in time to avoid leaving it in Fayetteville. The veteran older players were amused by him, as they would have been by any colorful rookie, but they had little to do with him. They were a fairly close-knit group, and by and large were a far cry from the crude, unlettered roughnecks who supposedly made up the bulk of professional ball players in that era. Several had been to college. Danforth later became a dentist and for years ran a successful dental supply house in Baltimore. Claude Derrick became mayor of his hometown. Twombly's father was a New England paper goods manufacturer who raised pigeons as a hobby and founded and edited a magazine called the Pigeon News. Enterprises, the son, later took over. Except for occasional sophomoric pranks, Twombly once rode a horse into a Fayetteville ice cream parlor where it fell down. The Orioles were surprisingly sedate citizens. Few of them drank, even beer, and their off-field activities were mild. In Fayetteville, the big thing to do at night was to see a silent movie and have an ice cream soda, although one evening several players were drawn like moths to the room of someone's friend, a stranger passing through who happened to have a roulette wheel. They got burned a little before Dunn discovered and ended the mini Las Vegas. Ruth, young, raw, crude, without sophistication or social graces, had almost nothing in common with the older players. Even conversation was difficult, except for badinage that passed for humor. Egan, as Dunn's alter ego, was closer to the youngster than the others, but he was 10 years older, and there was no real friendship between them. Nor did he give the youngster much advice. As an old man, Egan said, "It would be pleasant to say that I developed Ruth as a pitcher, but that would be hogwash. He knew how to pitch the first day I saw him. I didn't have to tell him anything. He knew how to hold runners on base, and he knew how to work on the hitters. He was a pretty good pitcher on his own." Generally, the veteran players looked on Ruth as something apart, a guileless child. Thus his nickname, Babe, which he had acquired by the end of the second week in camp, soon after the veterans arrived. Dunny's Babe, they called him, meaning simply Dunn's baby. The nickname was a common one in those days for the young and innocent. Twombly's kid brother was called Babe. The Pittsburgh Pirates' baby-faced right-hander, Babe Adams, was then in his 6th season in the major leagues. Babe fit Dunn's prize. George seemed too formal for him. By the middle of the 3rd week of training, the Baltimore papers were calling him Babe Ruth, and then the fans were, and soon everybody was. He was really an overgrown child. If he had no close relationship with any of the Orioles, he made friends easily with the Fayetteville kids who hung around the ballpark. Some of the boys had bicycles that Ruth borrowed and rode around town. One day, barreling around a corner, he missed running head-on into Dunn and Egan only by braking violently and twisting the bike to one side. He smacked into the back of a wagon and ended up on the ground, the bike draped around him, grinning at Dunn with cheerful embarrassment. Dunn looked at him sourly and said, "If you want to go back to the home, kid, just keep riding those bicycles." The exhibition game season began before Dunn and Russell returned from their sad journey to Baltimore. The regulars traveled to Wilmington, North Carolina, to play the Philadelphia Phillies, who had finished second in the National League the previous season, and they upset the Phils 7-2. The Yannigans, Ruth included, stayed home and met the Donaldson Military Academy. Ruth played shortstop, had a double and a triple, and scored 4 runs in a 24-6 rout of the cadets. The Phils came to Fayetteville, and the Orioles beat them again. Egan, who was running the club in Dunn's absence, let Babe pitch the 3 middle innings. It was the boy's first full-fledged game as a professional. Practice sessions and military academies don't count, and it was against a major league team. Dunn's Babe was shaky. He gave up a single to the first batter to face him, another to the next, and then walked the third to load the bases with no one out. He settled down then and got one man to pop up and the next to hit what looked like a fast double play ball to the shortstop. But Derek fumbled the grounder for an instant and was able to get only the force out at second base. A run scored, and a moment later a second one came in on a single. After that, there were no more hits off Ruth in the 3 innings he worked, although he walked 2 more of the Phils. Dunn came back from Baltimore the next morning, and that afternoon managed the club against the Phillies, who had stayed overnight in Fayetteville. This time, batting against Morissette and Klingelhofer, Philadelphia ran up a 6-0 lead. 4 of the runs came in the 6th inning before Dunn removed Klingelhofer and brought Ruth in. There was a man on first and 1 out. On his first pitch, Ruth balked, and the umpire sent the base runner to second. Egan came out to the mound, and a red-faced Ruth admitted he had forgotten there was a runner on first base. Seething, he struck out the next 2 batters to retire the side. The Orioles rallied in the last half of the inning and scored 6 runs to tie the score. During the rally, the 3 men ahead of Ruth in the batting order hit successive triples, and when Babe came to bat, the Fayetteville crowd yelled for him to do the same thing. But this was Major League pitching he was facing, with Major League curveballs, and he struck out. On the mound, he held the Phillies to 2 singles and no runs in the last 3 innings, and when the Orioles scored in the 8th to take the game 7-6, he was the winning pitcher. Pat Moran, then a coach with the Phils, but later to win 2 National League pennants as a manager, said, "That Ruth is a comer. For a kid just breaking in, he's a marvel. He's a $12,000 beauty." The rains came again, and 2 more games with the Phils were canceled. The rain turned to snow and sleet, and it was like midwinter all over again. It had been a miserable spring up and down the coast. The squad was due to break camp to begin a brief barnstorming tour north to Baltimore, and Dunn planned to send the Yannigans directly home from Fayetteville. But Teddy Trulieb, the groundskeeper in Baltimore, wired Dunn that the field there was unusable, so Jack kept the second stringers with the regulars. They managed to get in 2 more intra-squad games before leaving camp, and Ruth almost duplicated the enormous home run he hit the first day. But Bert Daniels, playing very deep in right field, ran full tilt into the cornfield and made a diving over-the-shoulder catch of the long drive. The Fayetteville people gave the players a party that night, and Mayor Underwood made a speech, and the next day the squad made its farewell appearance at the fairgrounds. Dunn kept Ruth out of the game, which was marked by a charming bucolic scene. Jack Dunn, Jr., playing left field, turned to shoo away an intruding cow and her calf from the playing field, just as Daniels hit a long fly in that direction. By the time young Dunn got back to the ball, Daniels had a home run, assisted. The Orioles went to Wilmington to play Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics, who were much the best club in baseball. They had won 3 pennants and 3 World Series in 4 years, and they were to win the American League pennant again that year. Dunn picked Ruth to pitch against this formidable team, partly as a test and partly because he wanted to show him off to Connie Mack. After all, Dunn was a salesman, Mack was an important buyer, and Ruth was valuable merchandise. Dunn put him on display. To his immense satisfaction, the prize rookie pitched a complete game and beat the Athletics 6-2. He gave up the remarkable total of 13 hits, but except for the 3rd inning when the A's scored both their runs, he was totally effective with men on base. In the 5th inning, With the score tied, the bases loaded, and 2 men out, he induced Wally Shang, the powerful catcher, to tap back to the pitcher's box. In the 6th, with 2 men on and 2 out, he struck out Eddie Collins, who made more than 3,000 hits in his career. Only Frank Home Run Baker hit the rookie hard. He had 4 hits in 5 at-bats, and his 1 out was a line drive to right field. Dunn, elated by the youngsters' showing, left for Baltimore after the game to ballyhoo a return match between the two clubs the following Saturday at Orioles Park, announcing that Ruth would pitch against the Athletics again that day. The Orioles slowly followed Dunn home, moving on to Virginia, where they played a couple of minor league teams, and then boarded an overnight boat Friday for the trip up Chesapeake Bay to Baltimore. On Saturday morning, March 28th, 3 weeks and 5 days after George Ruth left town almost totally unknown, Babe Ruth came home to find the newspapers calling him by his nickname, running his picture in the sports pages, and urging Baltimoreans to come out and watch him play baseball. A good-sized crowd did come to the park, although they came to see Home Run Baker as much as they did Ruth. The field was slick, and Ruth was not good. He gave up 3 straight doubles in the first inning and 4 runs in the 4 innings he pitched, and the Athletics won 12-5. Home Run Baker again had 4 hits, including a double off Ruth. In 2 games against Ruth, the left-handed hitting Baker had 5 hits in 7 at-bats. The Baltimore newspapermen with the club, trying to help Dunn support his claim that the Orioles were as good as a minor league team could be, solicited and received generally glowing compliments for the Orioles from the Philadelphia players. Only Baker was candid. Asked about Baltimore's pitching, he said, "I haven't seen much of their pitching except Ruth." The abrupt letdown, the one-sided loss to the Athletics was only their second defeat of the spring, was aggravated by the Baltimore weather, which continued to be wet, cold, and miserable. Games with the Athletics, the Phillies, and the Yankees were rained out. When the weather cleared, the Orioles played exhibitions against local teams, including Mount St. Joseph's and Ford Meadows, the schoolboy left-hander. Ruth played in none of these games. Dunn was saving him to pitch against the Brooklyn Dodgers at Back River Park, a racetrack east of downtown Baltimore beyond the city limits, which Dunn used on Sundays because of a city ordinance that prohibited professional ball games in Baltimore on Sunday. Ruth pitched strongly at Back River, holding the Dodgers hitless for several innings as the Orioles opened up a big lead and then coasting to a 10-6 victory. On his first time at bat, he hit a fly ball deep to right field that was caught after a long run by Casey Stengel, the Dodgers' 23-year-old right fielder. When Ruth came up again, Stengel played deeper, but Ruth hit the ball over his head anyway for a triple. Casey never forgot that. "We'd never heard of him," Casey said more than half a century later. But that was nothing in those days. He was a good-looking kid, big, rugged, had a good arm. He wore his hair parted in the middle, and it came down with a couple of little spit curls on each side of his forehead. He had good stuff, a good fastball, a fine curve, a dipsy-do that made you think a little. When he hit that long fly, I was embarrassed. Me, a big leaguer, underplaying him. But no one had ever heard of him, especially as a batter. Wilbert Robinson was managing us, and he was all upset. You know what he told me when I got back to the bench? He said, "If I was you, Stengel, and I saw a man hit a couple of those baseballs in batting practice, I wouldn't play him with such a short field." I was burned. The next time the kid came up, I went back 25 feet. Maybe it was 30 feet or 35 feet, but I was back there. I put my glove up to my mouth and yelled over to our center fielder, "Hey, do you think Grapefruit," that's what we called Robbie, "you think Grapefruit thinks I'm back far enough now? My God, if he doesn't hit one a mile." I was young and I could run. I could fly, believe me, I could fly. I could go and catch a ball pretty good. But this one was over my head. We lost the game. The kid beats us pitching and he beats us batting. That's when I first saw Ruth. I would say I was impressed. Chapter 6. The Young Professional, Winning with the Orioles. There were still 2 weeks to go before the International League season began, and Dunn kept bringing in major league teams for exhibition games in a vain effort to swing local attention back to his ball club. On the weekend before the Federal League season was to have its grand opening in Baltimore, Dunn scheduled a 3-game series with John McGraw's Giants, who had won 3 straight National League pennants and were a big drawing card everywhere. In the first game of the 3, the Orioles attracted a good-sized crowd and beat the New Yorkers 2-1. Ruth's lifelong love affair with the fans really began that afternoon. He was not in the starting lineup, did not come into pitch, did not bat, but he appeared in the game just long enough to display the crowd-pleasing exuberance that marked so much of what he did. In the last half of the ninth inning, Baltimore's first baseman took a hard-hit ground ball in the mouth that split his lip and knocked out a tooth. He had to leave the lineup, and Dunn sent Ruth in to take his place in the field. The tense game ended a few minutes later on a ground ball that was thrown to Ruth at first base for the final out. The boyish Babe, overjoyed by the realization that his team had beaten McGraw's renowned Giants, shouted with pleasure and threw the ball into the bleachers that ran along the left field foul line. The crowd loved it. It was a wonderful day all around for the Orioles, but the exalted mood did not last long. The Giants won the next day. Ruth struck out pinch-hitting, and beat Ruth the day after that. Losing was not as galling to Dunn as the size of the crowds, particularly at the last game. That was opening day for the Terrapins, whose new ballpark was directly across the street from Dunn's field. It was lonesome that day being an Oriole. The papers were saturated with stories about the Terrapins and the Federal League and the return of big league baseball to Baltimore. The Maryland State House of Delegates voted to make the day an official half-holiday, and Baltimore's mayor was on hand to throw out the first ball, accompanied by the usual claque of politicians and local celebrities. Dunn knew the Terrapins would draw well, but he hoped those who could not get seats would come across the street to watch young Ruth go against the Giants. He was grievously disappointed. The Terrapins drew nearly 30,000, the Orioles barely 1,500. Dunn sent his team on a quick trip through eastern Pennsylvania to play a string of exhibition games, half were rained out, and then brought it home for a last fling with major league opposition. Ruth pitched 3 innings against the Braves as a tune-up, and Dunn told everyone that Babe would be the pitcher when the Orioles began their season a couple of days later. On opening day he changed his mind. It was cold and windy, and the manager chose to use the more experienced Danforth. It turned out to be a wise move. Danforth pitched a shutout. The next day, April 22nd, was Ruth's day, and the weather finally changed. It was almost too good to believe. The night had been chilly and windy, the temperature still in the 40s at breakfast. But then, suddenly, beautifully, spring rolled into Baltimore. The temperature climbed into the 60s by 10 o'clock, to the 70s by noon, and to a blissful 83 by 3 in the afternoon, when the game started. Despite the benevolent weather, Ruth was nervous and uncertain in his formal debut as a professional when he took the mound against the Buffalo Bisons. The first man to face him grounded out, but the second, Joe McCarthy, who 17 years later was Ruth's manager with the New York Yankees, walked. Ruth let loose a wild pitch, and McCarthy trotted to second. Babe then retired the third batter, but the fourth was safe on a scratch hit, and McCarthy moved to third. The man on first stole second, and when Ruth hit the next batter, the bases were loaded. The sixth man up in the inning, a right-handed batter with the mellifluous name of Roxy Roach, hit a hard ground ball toward right field that seemed certain to go through for a base hit. But Neil Ball, the Orioles' second baseman, who 5 years earlier with Cleveland had made the first unassisted triple play in Major League history, made a superb one-hand stop and threw to first for the third out. Ruth had escaped. He was out of the inning without a run being scored, and after that he was in control all the way. He pitched a 6-hitter. The Orioles won 6-0 for their second successive shutout victory, and Babe had 2 singles in 4 at-bats. It was a splendid performance, with only one dismal fly in the ointment. On this beautiful day, with their colorful, well-publicized local boy rookie pitching in his professional debut, the Orioles drew the smallest crowd that had ever attended an International League game in Baltimore. Fewer than 200 people were in the stands. 10 times that number were across the street watching the Terrapins play. Attendance was almost non-existent throughout the opening homestand, but Ruth continued to be impressive, both pitching and batting. On the 1st of May, he was absolutely heroic. He went in to pitch in the 10th inning of a tie game with Montreal, held the Canadians hitless for 2 innings, and in the last of the 11th, hit a ball over the left fielder's head to score Egan from first base with the winning run. The next day, he beat Toronto and again was overpowering at bat. The Toronto pitcher was an ex-major leaguer named Ellis Johnson. Leading 2-0 in the second inning, Johnson ran into trouble when the first 2 Orioles reached base. He struck out the next 2 men, and Ruth, batting 9th, came to bat. To Johnson, as to Stengel a few weeks earlier, he was only a pitcher, and pitchers are not supposed to be batters you worry about. But Ruth hit the second pitch on a flat, stinging line over the shortstop's head and between the left and center fielders for a triple that drove in both runners and tied the score. The Babe was beginning to feel like a man. He was no longer merely a promising rookie, but a key member of a powerful team. The other young pitchers, including Morissette and Klingelhofer, had been dropped, but Ruth belonged. He and Danforth were the big men, the ones Dunn most depended on, and he was being paid now. During spring training he'd been housed and fed, but like the other players he received no salary until the regular season began. Ruth's salary of $600 for the season was payable in $50 units twice a month during the 6-month season. When Babe received his first pay envelope late in April, the $50 in it was the most money he had ever seen. He went out and bought himself a bicycle. Tooling around Baltimore on it, he felt richer than God. Early in May, when it was obvious Ruth was a success, Dunn upped his salary to $1,200, and in June raised it again to $1,800, partly to bring it more in line with the salaries he was paying his veterans, but mostly to keep Ruth from being tempted by the inevitable Federal League feelers. Ruth was becoming sophisticated now, after a fashion. He had traveled. He had been south and knew what it was like to find warm weather in winter. He had taken the overnight boat ride on the Chesapeake and the trip through Pennsylvania. He had slept on trains and lived in hotels, and he was getting to be an old hand at ordering meals from a menu. He was still a kid, of course. There was the bicycle, for instance, and there was the day he asked Dunn for 6 passes to the game that afternoon. "Who are they for?" Dunn, mildly suspicious, wanted to know. "Some friends of mine," Ruth said airily. Concerned about the friends. Who were they, spongers, gamblers, Federal League agents? Dunn kept an eye out before the game. When Ruth arrived at the ballpark, he had 6 boys from St. Mary's with him, little fellows who looked like children next to the tall, broad-shouldered pitcher. "These your friends?" asked Dunn. Ruth nodded proudly and led them to their seats. On May 5th, the Orioles left on their first road trip, and Ruth's world broadened. The trip was a watershed in his young life. It was a marathon journey that kept the Orioles on the road for 29 days and took them into every one of the 7 other cities in the league. It was the longest Ruth had ever been away from Baltimore, even longer than the time spent in spring training. Except for Baltimore and a glimpse of Washington, the only towns he had been in were places like Fayetteville and Scranton, but now he went from big city to big city, from Baltimore to Buffalo to Toronto to Montreal to Rochester to Newark to Providence to Jersey City. Some of these are tired and run-down communities now, but in 1914 they were vigorous metropolises, major stops on the vaudeville circuits, railroad centers back when railroads mattered, big cities with fine hotels and good restaurants. And there were side trips to New York and Boston. For Babe, things like riding overnight on sleepers, checking in and out of hotels, tipping waiters, became routine. He was a traveler. Never mind the movie theater in Fayetteville and the boat ride on the Chesapeake. Now he saw Niagara Falls, went into Canada, savored the exotic delights of French-speaking Montreal, saw the bright lights of Manhattan. The Orioles stayed in New York when they played in Newark and Jersey City, usually at the Forest Hotel on West 49th Street near Broadway. One night George Twombly, the outfielder, came back to the hotel and found Ruth sitting on the curb next to a lamppost. "What are you doing?" Twombly asked. The boy, if 20 can be called a boy, is father to the man. "I'm waiting for a girl." "What girl?" "I don't know," Ruth said, looking toward Broadway. "I'm just waiting. The boys at the reform school said if you're in New York and you want a woman, all you have to do is wait for a streetwalker to come along." Twombly stared, undone by this lecherous innocence. "You better get in the hotel," he said. "You better not let Dunny catch you out here waiting for a streetwalker." Ruth pitched and won in Buffalo, lost 2-1 in Toronto, lost again in Montreal, where the streetcar taking the Orioles to the ballpark caught fire. He pitched badly in Rochester and was relieved in the 3rd inning, but made up for that the next afternoon by pinch hitting and driving in the winning run. In Rochester one day he played right field and led off, the first time Ruth, R.F., ever appeared in an official box score. He had only 1 hit, a single in the 6th, but it was the first Oriole hit of the game and the only one they were able to get before the 9th inning. In Newark, he won both games of a doubleheader. He had an 8-1 lead in the 4th inning of the first game when he weakened and gave up 3 runs. Dunn took him out, but the Orioles held on to win, and he received credit for the victory. Then he came back to pitch an 11-inning, 1-0 shutout in the second game. After the Newark series, They had a day off there, and Ruth and some others used it to go see the Yankees play. The team went to Providence, where Ruth gave up only 1 run in 6 2/3 innings of relief and hit a triple. He took another postman's holiday in Providence and went up to Boston to see the Red Sox play. On Memorial Day, he played right field in the second game of a doubleheader and had 2 hits, one a triple that drove in the winning run. His hitting, while spectacular, was inconsistent. He started off well enough with 6 hits in his first 18 at-bats, but after that his batting average fell off to .200. It was the long hit when it happened, or the threat of a long hit even if it did not happen, that excited those who saw him. He ignored the fashion of the times, which was to protect the plate and punch out singles. He swung from the heels. Good pitchers did not have too much trouble with him except when they were careless. Then the big swing hurt them and sent their outfielders, who played much closer to the infield than they do today, scurrying to the fences after his seeming plethora of triples. His pitching tailed off, too. He had only 1 complete game victory in the 8 he started between May 11th and June 7th. He was knocked out of the box in the second inning in Providence, and the next day in Jersey City blew a 6-1 lead in the 8th. Like the Baltimore club, he was talented, but he had not yet put it all together. Even so, it was a good road trip for the Orioles. They won 15 and lost 8, an admirable record, and came home a close second. But nobody in Baltimore seemed to care. Only a handful came to watch Ruth pitch the first home game after the trip. The Federal League was the center of attraction, so much so that the city showed interest in the Orioles only when rumors spread that Ruth was going to jump to the Terrapins. A Terrapin official denied the rumor, declaring that no one was trying to sign Ruth, and indeed that we have agreed not to touch any players under contract to Jack Dunn. But Ruth said in his autobiography that he was approached by the Federals and offered a $10,000 bonus and a contract at $10,000 a year. These were startling figures, but Ruth said he did not sign because he had been warned that those who jumped to the Federals would be banned from organized baseball for life. When the Federal League disbanded after the 1915 season, its players were quickly reinstated by the older major leagues. Ruth claimed that sticking with Dunn and the Orioles thus cost him about $30,000. Ernie Shore, who joined the Orioles in June after he graduated from Guilford College, said he never heard of the offer to Ruth, although he conceded it could have happened. He was approached himself, but the money offered was not enough to tempt him, not anything like $10,000. 2, Ruth was still the legal responsibility of Brother Paul at St. Mary's, and any contract with the Federals would have required his approval. And the Terrapins, true to their word, never did sign anyone directly from Dunn's team. After Shore joined the pitching staff, the Orioles began to move. They won 3 doubleheaders in 4 days and took over first place. Ruth, who was pitching superbly again, beat Newark 3-2 in 11 innings in the first game of a doubleheader, and Cottrell won the second game to extend the winning streak to 13 straight. The Orioles were beginning to tear the league apart. And drawing no one. Dunn, too smart to stay too long with a losing hand, began to look around. A group of men from Richmond, Virginia, discussed a deal in which they would pay $62,500 for a 49% interest in the club if he would transfer it from Baltimore to Richmond. Dunn let this offer get some ink in the papers, and then decided he had not yet decided whether or not to accept it. "It's up to the fans," he said. "If they want my team to stay here, they'll have to start coming to the games." Dunn began to talk to his major league friends about some of his ball players with an eye to future sales. It was increasingly clear he would have to do something. If he kept losing money, he would have to move or begin selling his stars to the highest bidder. In an effort to forestall the inevitable, he went to New York and talked to Edward G. Barrow, president of the International League. The two then went for help to the National Commission, the 3-man group that ran baseball before the days of a single commissioner. The 3 who composed the commission were Byron Bancroft, or Ban, Johnson, the autocratic president of the American League, John K. Tenner, the much milder president of the National League, and Gary Herman, the genial owner of the Cincinnati Reds. Dunn and Barrow asked the commission to stop the draft of International League players by the majors. "I dug deep this season," Dunn told the commission, "and I gave Baltimore a team that I believe is as strong as a second-division major league team, if not stronger. I paid men like Cree, Midkiff, Derrick, Daniels, Egan, and others major league salaries so that they would be satisfied to play in the International League. To keep them in line, I signed most of them for 3 years. That makes me personally responsible to them for their salaries for that length of time. I allowed for Federal League sentiment at the beginning of the season, but the novelty has worn off now, and Baltimore is still not patronizing the Orioles. Why? Not because the Federals are better, but because the Orioles are in a so-called minor league, and a star player developed there can be taken away by draft and never be seen in Baltimore again. That's what I've been up against. I gave Baltimore a team that won 13 straight games, and on the 13th day I played to 150 people. And we were in first place, too. Dunn thought the commission would eliminate the draft, and he felt it was possible that it would go even further and designate the International a third major league. He stayed in New York, waiting around the hotel where the commission was meeting. There was no decision, no announcement, and Dunn grew pessimistic. Herman came bustling down a corridor at one point, and a man with Dunn said, "Here comes your chance." "Yeah," said Dunn bitterly, "my chance for more watchful waiting." On Sunday, June 25th, Barrow told the press, "There will be a third major league. Its formation will be underway in 2 weeks." The Baltimore papers greeted the news with headlines, and Dunn, outwardly elated, returned to his ball club. But the National Commission said nothing. In Cleveland, Charles W. Summers, president of the Indians, said querulously to inquiring reporters, "I've heard nothing about a third league, and I think I would have if it was to be done. Don't take any stock in that story. It's only talk." But, the reporters insisted, they said it would be announced in 10 days. "Who said?" asked Summers. The reporters were not sure, but they guessed Johnson had said as much to Barrow. Summers laughed. "If he had," he said, "don't you think those of us who have our money invested in baseball would have been consulted on such an important move?" 2 days later, Johnson, back home in Chicago, said there would be no third major league in organized baseball that season, and, he admitted, probably never. So the third league died a-borning. The situation remained the same as far as the draft was concerned, and now Dunn was suddenly blocked on his first alternative, the move to Richmond. He met with the other International League owners at the end of June to discuss the proposed transfer, and learned that because Richmond had a team in the Virginia League, that league wanted a $45,000 indemnification fee for giving up the franchise. That did it. Barrow put Dunn's request to move to a vote. The money-conscious owners turned him down. Dunn returned to Baltimore on Friday, July 3rd, with only one option left, selling his stars. The Orioles were at top market value. They had had 10 victories in 12 games and had opened a 5-game lead. Ruth's 4-1 victory in the morning game of the July 4th doubleheader gave them a record of 47 victories and 22 defeats, a .681 percentage. It proved their high water mark of the season. Danforth lost that afternoon, Shore the next day. Ruth won a game in relief when he retired the side after coming in with the bases full and nobody out. But that was the last gasp. It was also Ruth's last appearance as a Baltimore pitcher. He had won 8 games against 1 loss since the start of the Orioles' winning drive a month earlier, and his record for the season was 14 victories and 6 defeats. Everyone was talking about what Dunn might do, of what he had to do. There were reports that the Cincinnati Reds wanted to buy some players, although a Cincinnati official who attended a game at Orioles Park claimed it was just coincidence that he was in town. It was rumored that Bertie Cree, the little center fielder Dunn had acquired from the Yankees, would be sold back to that club. Several major league clubs had expressed interest in Ruth and Shore. Dunn ducked out of town and went to Washington, where the Boston Red Sox were playing. Joseph J. Lannon, the black-mustached owner of the Boston club, was in Washington, too. Ostensibly, he had come down to see his team play the Senators, but he conferred for some time with Dunn in his hotel room. Then the Orioles owner went back to Baltimore and talked with the Cincinnati man. He sent a wire to New York and got a wire back. Things began to break. On Tuesday, Cree was sold to the Yankees. On Wednesday, Twombly, the left fielder, and Derrick, the shortstop, were sold to Cincinnati. On Thursday, Ruth, Shore, and Egan were sold to the Red Sox. In 3 days, Dunn sold the heart of his superb ball club: catcher, shortstop, center fielder, left fielder, 2 of his 3 best pitchers. A week or so later, he sold the third baseman and the right fielder. The Orioles slid downhill and finished the season far behind. Although no one criticized Dunn's radical action, he was moved to defend himself anyway. "Against overwhelming odds," he said, "I have tried to do the best I could. Organized baseball has failed to protect me, and I cannot be expected alone to support the expensive team I brought to Baltimore in the hope of winning the International League flag. It would be nice to hear someone say, "There's a game fellow, but what am I going to do when the supply of long green is exhausted?" It was a hard blow to me to be forced to wreck the splendid team I had, but nobody is willing to come across if I go broke. It was unlikely Dunn would go broke now. The 6 players he sold in the first 48 hours brought in almost as much as he would have received if he had sold half his interest in the club to the Richmond Group. Cree went for $8,000, Twombly and Derrick for $15,000. Boston sources said the Red Sox paid between $25,000 and $30,000 for Ruth, Shore, and Egan. One paper called Ruth the $25,000 Baltimore beauty. Baltimoreans close to Dunn said it was more like $20,000 for the 3, while insisting it could have been twice that if 1914 had not been such a financially precarious year for baseball. Most big league owners were afraid to invest much money in players who might very well jump to the Federal League at the close of the season. Dunn offered Ruth to Connie Mack before he met with Lannon, but Mack was not in a buying mood and was already making plans to get rid of the stars of his team after the season, which he eventually did with such thoroughness that the Athletics, who had won 4 pennants in 5 years, finished dead last for 7 straight seasons. But Dunn failed to contact McGraw, who was definitely interested in Ruth. McGraw was furious with Dunn when he learned that his old friend had sold the colorful youngster to an American League team, which meant McGraw's National League Giants could not even gain a box office advantage from Ruth. McGraw never forgave Dunn for that, which hurt him more than it did the Baltimore owner. A decade later, Jack tried to sell the marvelous lefty Grove to the Giants, but since McGraw would have nothing to do with Dunn, Jack sent Grove to Mack and the Athletics instead. McGraw won no more pennants. Mack, with Grove, won 3 in a row. As for the Red Sox owner, Lannon was new to Major League Baseball. He had bought the Boston club late in 1913, and he had both the optimism of the newcomer and the freshly earned money of the successful man. Lannon had done very well in the hotel business. An active owner who stayed close to his ball club, he worked in harmony with his manager, Bill Kerrigan, who had taken over in mid-season the year before. Kerrigan, a playing manager, was a catcher. He understood the value of pitching and was developing a powerful staff. Ruth and Shore were the players Kerrigan wanted from Baltimore. Egan was a throw-in. Dunn had asked his veteran right-hand man if he wanted another crack at the major leagues and arranged with Lannon to include Egan in the transaction. Boston had 3 strong catchers already, including Kerrigan, and Egan never appeared in a game with the Red Sox. He was traded to Cleveland almost at once. Shore said Dunn put Egan into the deal so that the catcher could keep an eye on the 2 young pitchers during the trip to Boston and keep them from jumping to the Federal League. Actually, Dunn assigned club secretary Billy Wicks to that task and promised Wicks a $100 bonus if the players were safely delivered to the Red Sox, but it made it easier all around to have Big Egan in the party, too. Although the deal was announced on Thursday, July 10th, Ruth and the other 2 did not report to Boston until Saturday. Babe played left field for the Orioles Thursday afternoon. Dunn kept him off the mound so that he would be rested and ready to pitch when he reached Boston, and he played left field again Friday afternoon after news of the sale was in all the papers. It was an anticlimax. Ruth had only 1 single in the 2 games, and the Orioles lost both of them. Friday night, Babe said goodbye to Dunn, boarded a sleeper with Shore, Egan, and Wicks, and left for Boston and the major leagues. Before Jack Dunn leaves this story, it should be noted that the following season he did transfer his team from Baltimore to Richmond, but after the Federal League dissolved at the end of 1915, he returned to Baltimore and ran an International League team there until his death in 1927, and did it with a vengeance. Led by fine pitchers such as Grove and Jack Bentley, his clubs won 7 consecutive International League pennants between 1918 and 1924, and Dunn died a wealthy man. As for the Federal League, which was so directly responsible for the precipitous rise of Ruth to the majors, when it made peace with the established leagues and agreed to fold its tents, satisfactory financial arrangements were made with every owner in the Outlaw League except Hanlon, whose Baltimore club was ignored in the settlement. Hanlon and his partners therefore sued organized baseball for triple damages under the Sherman Antitrust Act. They lost the case in federal district court but won on appeal to circuit court. Organized baseball appealed in its turn and carried the case, known as Federal Baseball Club of Baltimore Incorporated versus National League of Professional Baseball Clubs et al., all the way to the United States Supreme Court. There, in 1922, the court found for organized baseball by a vote of 9-0, and Associate Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote the court's opinion that baseball is not interstate business in the sense of the Sherman Act. This was the famous Supreme Court decision that served as baseball's bulwark against antitrust suits and attacks on the Reserve Clause for the next 5 decades. Chapter 7. Arrival in Boston. Meeting Helen. Ruth was now in the major leagues, the world he was made for. He and the others left the train at Back Bay Station in Boston that Saturday morning, walked over to a hotel to check in, and then went to Lander's coffee shop for breakfast. The Babe by now was much more his naturally garrulous and gregarious self than he had been through the early months with the Orioles, and with his deep, rich voice ringing out, he flirted cheerfully with the pretty waitress who served them that first morning. Her name, it turned out, was Helen Woodford. She was from South Boston, and was not only pretty but a nice girl, too. The old-timers who knew her stressed that, recalling perhaps some of the other ladies Ruth met from time to time. She was only 16, not much more than a child herself, and the youthful Ruth fell in love with her, courting her each morning thereafter over cups of coffee and platters of bacon and eggs. Later that first day, Ruth, Shore, and Egan went to Fenway Park and reported to Kerrigan, the Red Sox manager. The 3 6-footers, Short was 6'4", towered over the 5' 9" manager, but there was no question of which of the 4 was in control. Kerrigan, a powerfully built catcher in his early 30s, had a pleasantly tough face, and with it an indisputable aura of command. He was a decently well-mannered man from a quiet middle-class background, but on the ball field he was hard and aggressive, and in the dugout and clubhouse tremendously sure of himself. Among ball players he was known as Rough Kerrigan, for the way he played. As a manager he was demanding, but he treated his players with affection and respect. He was profane, as most ball players are, but unlike John McGraw, the prototype of the harsh bullying leader, Kerrigan never cursed a player or publicly humiliated one. Apparently he did not have to. Shore, who had played briefly for McGraw and despised him, made a particular point of this. Even the undisciplined Ruth was impressed by his quiet authority. In Babe's later years in the major leagues he played under Ed Barrow, Miller Huggins, Joe McCarthy, and Bill McKechnie, all of whom were eventually elected to baseball's Hall of Fame, but he always maintained that Kerrigan was the best manager he ever played for. Shore went further. He said Kerrigan was the best manager who ever lived. Kerrigan's record in baseball is unique. He became playing manager of the Red Sox in the middle of the 1913 season, when they were in 5th place. He finished second with them in 1914, won the pennant and the World Series in 5 games in 1915, did the same thing in 1916, and then at the age of 33 retired from baseball to go into banking and other businesses back home in Lewiston, Maine. A decade later he was persuaded to return to the Red Sox, who had become a miserable team that finished last 9 times in 11 seasons. Kerrigan managed them for 3 of those awful seasons, from 1927 through 1929, finished last 3 straight times, and again retired to Maine, this time for keeps. He died there in 1969 at the age of 85. When Ruth joined Kerrigan's Red Sox on July 11, 1914, the team was in 6th place, but it was 2 games above 500, 41, 38 lost, and only 5.5 games behind the first-place Philadelphia Athletics. From that day until the end of the season, the Red Sox won 51 games and lost only 24, and outclassed every other team in the league, except the Athletics, who did even better. 55 wins, 22 losses. When the season ended, the Athletics were 8.5 games ahead of the Red Sox, who in turn were 10.5 games ahead of the third-place team. In sum, Philadelphia and Boston were much the best teams in the league, and when Connie Mack began to get rid of his star players after that season, the Red Sox more or less automatically took over as the best team in baseball. It would be pleasant to report that Ruth's presence was the catalyst that transformed Kerrigan's 6th-place team into a winner, but the Babe was only a bit player with the Red Sox in 1914. Kerrigan wasted no time in trying him out, but after using Babe twice, let him sit idly on the bench. Ruth's first test came the very day he arrived in Boston. Kerrigan started him that afternoon against the Cleveland Indians. The Indians were mild enough. They were in last place and destined to stay there all season, but their lineup did include Joe Jackson and Nap LaJoy. Ruth's first major league inning was notable. Jack Graney, the leadoff hitter, opened with a single and went to second on a groundout. Jackson came to bat, the first time Ruth had ever seen him play, and singled sharply to Tris Speaker in center field. As Graney rounded third, Speaker threw toward home plate, and Jackson turned first and headed for second. Graney, respecting the center fielder's famous arm, Speaker still holds the Major League record for assists by an outfielder, ducked back into third. Ruth deftly cut off Speaker's peg and threw to second base to head off Jackson. Jackson stopped and retreated toward first, and when the ball was thrown there, Graney raced for home again. The first baseman hurriedly threw to Kerrigan at the plate, and Graney was out, with Jackson holding first. It was a remarkable play. On a solid base hit with a man in scoring position at second base, the Red Sox picked up an out and traded the runner at second for a runner at first. To top it off, Ruth picked Jackson off first base for the third out. The Red Sox scored in the first inning, but the Indians tied the game 1-1 in the fourth, when Jackson again singled with Graney on second. This time, Graney scored without incident. Aside from being the first man ever to bat against Ruth in the major leagues, the first man to get a hit off him, and the first to score a run, Graney's career in baseball was otherwise notable for three widely disparate accomplishments. He was once fined $25 by his manager for letting 3 runs score after he dropped a fly ball with the bases loaded and 2 out. He was the first major leaguer ever to come to bat wearing an identifying number. In 1916, the Indians experimented briefly with such numbers on their uniform sleeves. And later, with Cleveland, he became one of baseball's pioneer play-by-play radio broadcasters. The Red Sox scored 2 more runs to give Ruth a 3-1 lead, which the Babe nursed into the 7th inning. Meanwhile, he had gone to bat twice against Willie Mitchell, a wild left-handed fastball pitcher who won 13 games for the Indians that year and was their best pitcher. He struck out more men than anyone in the league except Walter Johnson. Mitchell struck out Ruth in the 2nd inning, Babe's first major league at-bat, and got him again on a fly ball to Jackson in right field in the 4th. In the 7th, leading 3-1, Ruth ran into difficulty. Jay Kirk led off with a single. Ray Chapman, the ill-fated Cleveland shortstop who was killed by a pitched ball 6 years later, followed with another single, and both runners advanced on a sacrifice. Steve O'Neill, the catcher, who batted in only 20 runs all year, hit a single off Ruth to drive in 2 runs and tie the score, and Mitchell, the pitcher, whose batting average was all of 86, followed with a hard-line drive, luckily right to the shortstop, whose throw to first base doubled O'Neill to end the inning. Kerrigan decided that was enough for Ruth, and in Boston's half of the 7th he had Duffy Lewis pinch hit for him. In retrospect, it seems quaint that someone should have batted for the Babe, but Lewis was an established star who was on the bench with a minor injury. The left-handed Mitchell was still pitching, and Ruth was both a left-handed batter and a rookie. Lewis was right-handed, a veteran, and a proven hitter. Ergo, Duffy. He beat out an infield hit, went to second on a wild throw, and scored on Speaker's single to put the Red Sox ahead 4-3. To protect the lead, Kerrigan brought in his best pitcher, a left-hander named Hubert Leonard, variously known as Hub and Dutch. Leonard's record was 11-3 at the time, and in contrast to Ruth, he smothered the Indians in the 2 innings he pitched. 4 strikeouts, a pop-up, and a ground-out. 6 up, 6 down, the game was over. The Red Sox had won, and 4.5 months after leaving St. Mary's Industrial School, Babe Ruth was credited with his first major league victory. It should be noted that Ruth's 6'2", 190-pound physique was far bigger in the context of the times than it would be today. The other 8 men in Boston's starting lineup that day were typical major leaguers in 1914. They averaged 5 feet 9.5 inches and 168 pounds. Only one of them was 6 feet tall. Kerrigan tested Shore, his other $10,000 beauty. The price tag tended to vary from day to day and from source to source, and Shore responded beautifully, beating Cleveland 2-1 and allowing only 2 hits. Ruth was given his second chance against the Detroit Tigers, who were playing without Ty Cobb. Cobb had been in and out of the lineup all season because of an injury he received in a fight with a Detroit butcher with whom Mrs. Cobb had a disagreement. Ty always did enjoy a calm, reasonable discussion of the issues when he found himself at odds with someone. But even without Cobb, the Detroit batting order was formidable. Harry Heilman, the 19-year-old rookie who later won the American League batting championship 4 times, played center field and batted third in Cobb's place. Sam Crawford, another Hall of Famer, hit fourth, and Bobby Veach, surely one of the least remembered of the really fine hitters, batted fifth. Ruth gave up only 1 hit and no runs in the first 3 innings, but Kerrigan was not impressed with his work. In the 4th, Heilman walked, Crawford doubled, Veach tripled, and Kerrigan abruptly took Ruth out. The Tigers went on to win the game, and Ruth was charged with the defeat. After that, he stayed on the bench. Shore started again and again pitched well, far more impressively than Ruth had, and as a right-hander he fit nicely into Kerrigan's plans. The team's 2 best pitchers, Hub Leonard and Ray Collins, were both left-handers, like Ruth, whereas the right-handers were suspect. Rube Foster had been hurt, Hugh Bedient was erratic, and Joe Wood, who had won 34 games only 2 seasons earlier, was still hampered by, and never would fully recover from, a sore arm. Shore moved into the starting rotation and stayed there. Ruth was enjoying life, courting Helen, spending money as fast as he got it, but after that second start on July 16th, he did not play at all for several weeks. On July 24th, the Red Sox left on a road trip through what baseball then called the West, Cleveland, Chicago, St. Louis, and Detroit, and Ruth did not pitch an inning. When Kerrigan's starting pitchers faltered, he dug down and used non-entities like Guy Cooper and Fritz Kuhm in relief, but never Ruth. The manager made considerable use of pinch hitters, but he did not call on Babe's bat at all. Not until August 12th, after the Red Sox returned from the West, did Ruth get into the game, and that was an exhibition against the Lawrence Club of the New England League. Babe pitched and won 6-4. 3 days later, an umpire chased him off the Red Sox bench for excessive bench jockeying. 2 days after that, he pitched and won another exhibition, this time against Manchester, New Hampshire. At least he felt like part of the club again. Before those exhibition games, he had not played an inning in nearly 4 weeks. Shore's instant success was obviously one of the reasons for Ruth's inactivity, since he filled Kerrigan's immediate need for another starting pitcher. But Ruth's efforts against Cleveland and Detroit were weak only in comparison with Shore's, and Babe's minor league record and reputation were such that it is difficult to understand why Kerrigan would not use him. Of course, other factors may have had a bearing, too. In his autobiography, Ruth said he developed a habit of curling his tongue into the corner of his mouth when he threw a curveball. Kerrigan spotted this, another story says it was Harry Hooper, the sagacious right fielder, and warned him to correct the habit. Hitters like Crawford and Veach, for example, could destroy a pitcher if they could tell when a curveball was coming and when it was not. The story was inflated into nonsense in the grotesque film of Ruth's life. He supposedly became totally ineffective on the mound until he finally managed to stop poking out his tongue. It is probably true that Ruth did display the telltale mannerism and that Kerrigan, or Hooper, or someone told him about it. Many young pitchers telegraph pitches because of habits they are unaware of. One of the most fascinating things in spring training is watching a veteran pitching coach stun a young prospect by calling his pitches one by one after just a few minutes of observation. But it is hard to believe that Kerrigan would have stopped using Ruth completely because of this, and neither Ruth nor Kerrigan was ever quoted to that effect. Moreover, the time-tested veterans in the International League, scrambling to hang on in baseball, would certainly have noticed and taken advantage of the weakness if it had been that serious an aberration. The problem may have been one of behavior. Ruth was not enormously popular with the Boston players that summer. His loud, breezy, carefree ways irritated the regulars, many of whom were veterans of Boston's World Championship team of 1912. When he left Baltimore, a writer said, his coolness under fire and his casual, almost indifferent manner are bound to win the fans. Fans maybe, but teammates maybe not. Decades later, ball players called that casual, almost indifferent approach to the game, making plays look terribly easy, maybe even slightly boring, nonchalanting it. Kids used to call it showing off, and maybe they still do. To major leaguers, a show-off is a hot dog. Ruth was the 1914 equivalent of a hot dog, and the veteran players resented him. He wanted to take batting practice every day, which appalled the regulars. Not only was Ruth a rookie, he was a pitcher. Who did he think he was trying to take batting practice? They told him to stay away. He persisted and now and then got into the cage for a few swings. They retaliated by sawing off the handles of his bats. He angered Joe Wood, the hero of 1912. One day during practice, a ball got away from Wood and rolled toward Ruth. Wood called out, asking Ruth to stop the ball and toss it back. Like the big kid he was, Ruth bowed his legs comically and let the ball roll through them and on. Wood reacted angrily, Ruth flared up, and Kerrigan had to quiet things down. Wood was a close friend of Tris Speaker, the outstanding player on the team, and Tris, too, was cool to the babe. Speaker and Ruth were in the American League together for 15 seasons, but never really forgot their early differences. There was a long-range plan to send Ruth down to Providence in the International League, which may have led Kerrigan to leave Ruth out of his day-by-day operation. Lannon, the Red Sox owner, bought Providence as a farm team, although his purchase was brought about in part by the Federal League presence. The International League, with a moribund franchise in Baltimore, had another clinker in Buffalo, which, like Baltimore, was being directly challenged by a local Federal League team. A complex deal was arranged in which Lannon agreed to buy Providence from a 5-man group headed by Frank Navin, owner of the Detroit Tigers. The syndicate also included Hugh Jennings, the Tiger manager, and Ty Cobb. In turn, the Detroit group was supposed to take over Buffalo and keep it afloat. The deal was on the fire the last 2 weeks of July, and the sale to Lannon was announced on the last day of the month. The Providence team, officially the Grays and unofficially the Clam Diggers, had played well and was in the fight for the International League pennant. But as part of the July 31st deal with Navin, a star Providence left-hander named Red Oldham, who had been threatening to jump to the Federal League, was to be promoted to the Detroit Tigers as of August 15th. At the same time, another Providence pitcher named Bill Bailey did jump to the Federals. To placate the Providence fans, Lannon announced on August 1st that he would send a left-handed pitcher down from the Red Sox to take Oldham's place. Ruth was the pitcher chosen, but before he could be returned to the minor leagues, every club in the majors had the right to claim his contract. Lannon routinely asked for waivers on the claims. Cincinnati refused. The Reds, who had bought 2 players from Jack Dunn earlier, knew all about Ruth and wanted him. Lannon, stymied, tried to get Cincinnati to rally round. On August 13th, Ban Johnson, the American League president, wrote to Gary Herman, the Reds owner, "Under no circumstances will Boston release pitcher Ruth to a major league club. Mr. Lannon paid an extravagant price for this young man and hopes to develop him. He is unable to give him the work at Boston, and by sending him to Providence, he will have an opportunity to improve the team and possibly make some money." On August 14th, Lannon, too, wrote to Herman, "I've been advised by Mr. Johnson's office that you held up pitcher Ruth. I tried to get waivers on this man in order to send him to the Providence International League Club for the balance of the season, thus giving him a little experience and incidentally helping out the Providence Club. I've no idea of letting Ruth go, as he is a very good prospect, and the only reason I asked waivers on him is above explained. I have withdrawn Ruth for the present. May ask waivers on him again in a few days, as we are short of pitchers at Providence. Oldham returns to the Detroit club, and Bill Bailey jumped to the Federals." Herman finally gave in, and Boston was free to dispatch the young pitcher to Providence. Lannon wrote to Herman again, "I appreciate your waiving on pitcher Ruth. I would not consider letting go of Ruth, as he is a good prospect. Just wanted to use him for balance of season at Providence in International League, in order that he might get some experience and incidentally help out the Providence team, which club I also own. Thanking you for your consideration in this matter, I am yours sincerely, J.J. Lannon." However, Kerrigan said years later, "I've read many times that Ruth was sent down for more seasoning, but that's not true. He was already a finished pitcher, good enough for us or anybody else. But we were out of our pennant race, and Lannon sent Ruth down to help Providence win theirs." This seems to refute the importance of the tongue and curve story. On the other hand, if Kerrigan felt Ruth was that good, why did he let him pitch only 10 innings in 6 weeks, aside from 2 exhibition games? Chapter 8. Retreat to the Minors. Pennant in Providence. Babe was not pleased with the idea of returning to the minor leagues. For one thing, there was Helen and Boston. For another, he considered himself a major leaguer now, and he hated to go back down for even a little while. However, he still got his major league salary in Providence, and it was only 40 miles from Boston. He came back frequently to see Helen, usually by train, although sometimes he hired a cab to take him the 40 miles. What the hell, it was only money. He got a chance to pitch regularly again down there, too, which was important. And Providence was the hottest team in the International League. Baltimore, subsiding steadily since its disemboweling in July, had managed to keep a fingerhold on first place until August 15th. But on that day, Oldham, pitching his last game for Providence before going up to Detroit, beat the Orioles to drop them out of the lead for good. When Ruth joined the club on August 18th, The Grays were second, a half game behind Rochester, setting the stage for a head-to-head confrontation between the two clubs that week in Providence and all the way down the stretch. The Providence manager was Wild Bill Donovan, another who impressed Ruth deeply in this impressionable first year. Donovan had been an outstanding pitcher. He won 26 games and lost only 4 for Detroit in 1907, and Ruth used to say he learned much about the art of throwing a baseball from him. Donovan was more than pleased to have Ruth take Oldham's place, because it gave him an even better left-hander to pair with his right-handed pitching ace, the redoubtable Carl Mays. Mays, a 22-year-old from the Pacific Northwest, used an underarm pitching motion rarely seen in baseball. His style was so extreme that he often scraped the knuckles of his pitching hand on the ground as he threw. Like Ruth, Mays was a strong personality, abrasively tough where Ruth was cheerfully noisy and flamboyant, and the two did not hit it off. They were teammates for 10 years on 3 different teams, but never became friends. When Rochester came into Providence on Thursday, August 20th, to begin a 4-game showdown for the league lead, Mays was Donovan's starting pitcher. Joe Lannon came from Boston and Ed Barrow from New York to watch Mays beat Rochester 8-1 and move the Grays into first place. It rained the next day, but a doubleheader was set for Saturday, and Ruth pitched the first game. It was an extraordinary setting for his debut with the club, and the combination of Ruth and pennant race attracted a great crowd, more than 12,000 people overflowing the tiny park. It was by far the largest crowd ever to see a ball game in Rhode Island. They came by trolley, in automobiles by the dozens, in horse-drawn buggies, on bicycles. The hill that rose beyond center field was packed, and trees and electric poles overlooking the diamond dripped with fans. Gate crashers kept drifting over the fences. The game was as spectacular as the attendance. Ruth pitched well through 6 innings and hit a triple, but in the 7th he gave up 3 runs, and the Grays were behind 4-2 when they came to bat in the last of the 9th. With 1 out, Ruth's catcher, Jack Onslow, who 35 years later managed the Chicago White Sox, hit a triple. Ruth came to bat, lumbered to bat, the papers said, and the crowd, remembering his earlier 3-base hit, roared in anticipation. He responded with a mammoth fly ball that soared over the center fielder's head and came down among the spectators clustered around the flagpole on the hill in deep center field. Because of special ground rules in effect that day, it too was called a triple. Topsy Platt, the Providence right fielder, drove in Ruth with another triple and scored the winning run a moment later when a hard-hit ground ball glanced off the Rochester shortstop's glove. The ecstatic fans poured onto the field, crowded into the dugouts, and milled around the entrance to the clubhouse. When Mays, pitching with 1 day's rest, won the second game to put the Grays 2.5 games into the lead, their joy was complete. Rochester won the last game of the series on Sunday, and that night the Grays left on their last big road trip of the season. In Rochester, they lost their first 2 games to fall into second place, but in another showdown doubleheader, Donovan again turned to Mays and Ruth. Mays pitched a 2-0 shutout, Ruth a 2-1 5-hitter, and Providence was in first place again. The Grays left Rochester on an overnight steamer that took them across Lake Ontario and down the St. Lawrence River to Montreal. For the players, the big news on the boat was the incident of Jimmy Dugan's cap. Dugan, a little Irishman, was the Grays' trainer, and in Rochester he had treated himself to a brand-new silk cap that had cost him, he told everyone, an entire $1. On his way into the dining room of the steamer, he hung the cap on a rack near the door. When he came out, it was gone, and a cheap woolen one was in its place. Dugan took the woolen one and went around the ship looking for whoever had taken his. A big man, presumably an Englishman, stopped him and said, fellow, may I ask where you got that cap?" Dugan bristled at the tone of the Englishman's voice. "Sure you can ask," he said truculently. "Someone took my silk cap that cost me a bone and left this cheap imitation of a cap in its place." The Englishman eyed him coldly and said, "That is my cap. You stole it from the rack in the dining hall. I should chastise you, but it being the Sabbath, I shall desist." Dugan said, "I didn't steal it. Somebody took mine, and I thought he left this in its place." The Englishman said he didn't believe him. Dugan exploded. "I don't care if it is the Sabbath," he said. "I'll hand you something if you call me a thief." A deckhand called the first mate, who tried to settle things. Dugan gave the mate the cap, and the mate offered it to the Englishman. The Englishman refused to take it. The mate tried to give it back to Dugan, but Dugan refused it too. The two men glared at each other, turned on their heels, and left. When the ball players walked down the gangplank at Montreal, they noticed with glee that the deckhand was wearing the woolen cap. Jimmy's $1 silk one never did turn up. In Montreal, as the team waited in front of the hotel for the carriage to take them to the ballpark, Paddy Bauman, the third baseman, climbed into an empty horse-drawn cab. The French-Canadian cabbie was a few feet away, talking to another driver. Bauman picked up the reins and pretended he was driving the rig. One of the other players slapped the horse on the rump and shouted, "Gya!" The startled horse bolted and began racing down the street, with Bauman straining at the reins and the cabbie, shouting in French, chasing after them. Bauman finally stopped the horse and tried to run it back toward the hotel, but by that time the cabbie and an excited crowd of Canadians had surrounded the hack. Bauman spoke no French and the cabbie little English. A policeman appeared, and one of the Providence players ran inside the hotel to get Donovan. The manager, an astute and courteous man, knew the cop from previous visits to the city and was able to explain things. Then he soothed the cabbie's feelings with a 50-cent tip and led Bauman safely away from the mob. The third baseman was contrite, but Donovan said he was going to fine him anyway. "It'll cost you the $50 and a cigar," he said. In Montreal, the players were very much aware of the outbreak of war in Europe. The guns of August were barely a month old, and while newspapers in the States were heavy with pictures and reports of the fighting, for Americans it was almost like a game that people followed each day. In Montreal, it was a reality. Canada was at war, and the people were totally immersed in it. There were men in uniform all over the city, guarding bridges and railroad stations and other vulnerable points. To the carefree ball players, the hardship of war was most evident in the newspapers. In that day, before the advent of radio and television, newspapers were the source of late news, and baseball fans religiously bought the late afternoon and evening editions to get results of games played that afternoon. Nightball was still 20 years into the future. But in Montreal, to the players' dismay, the press of war news kept baseball bulletins out of the evening papers, and they had to wait until the morning to get the ball scores. War was indeed hell. The Grays had a pitcher named Wallace Schultz, known as Toots. He was a Pennsylvanian, but with a name like Schultz, he inevitably became a rooter for the German side in the game being played on the other side of the Atlantic, claiming finally that the Germans could beat the whole of Europe single-handed. The other players began to call him Kaiser. One evening, an infielder named Matty McIntyre, who had been reading the paper while Schultz and the others argued, lifted his head and said, "Hey, listen to this. It says here that Kaiser Wilhelm sent a message to the German ambassador in Washington, asking him to raise a force of volunteers. He says he wants either 30,000 Germans or 6 Irishmen, he doesn't care which." Schultz stared at McIntyre incredulously. "Is that really in the paper?" he said. "Sure," McIntyre said. "And he told the ambassador if he can't get 6 Irishmen, 3 will do." The other players laughed. Schultz got mad and said he'd fight any 3 Irishmen on the club right now. "Wait until the Germans show a little class," McIntyre said, "and we'll consider your offer." A day or so later, a paper appeared with a big headline that said 75,000 Germans had been killed in France. To the players, such morbid figures had no more significance than ball scores. They bought every copy they could find and began sending them to Schultz's room one by one. They tipped maids, bellhops, porters, anyone they could find, to deliver them. They stuffed copies into Schultz's box at the front desk, and one was under his plate when he sat down to dinner. At the ballpark, he found copies in his shoes and in each of his red and white baseball stockings. One was even wrapped around his bat. Schultz saved every copy, tied them around a heavy brick, wrapped the whole thing in brown paper, and sent it express collect to McIntyre, who had been expecting a package from home. McIntyre paid a 48-cent charge for the bundle, in a day when an ordinary letter required only a 1-cent stamp. And after he opened it, cursed out Schultz, the express company, and the world in general. "That's one win for the Germans anyway," said the rejuvenated Schultz. Thus the world Babe Ruth was part of in the summer of 1914. The Grays, meanwhile, went into a slump, and when they left, Montreal was in second place again. Ruth almost single-handedly kept the club in contention. In Toronto, he pitched his best game of the season, a 9-0 shutout in which he gave up only 1 hit. In the 6th inning of that game, it was played Saturday, September 5th, he hit a home run off Toronto pitcher Ellis Johnson, his first since that primeval blow into the cornfield in Fayetteville 6 months earlier. It was his first official home run as a professional, and it was the only one he ever hit in the minor leagues. When the Grays returned to Providence, Babe pitched and won 4 games in 8 days, leading the Providence Journal to comment, "Babe Ruth seems to have gotten in on the ground floor with the fans as a result of his baffling southpaw pitching and his ability to give the horsehide vigorous punishment with the wagon tongue." Mays wasn't too bad with the wagon tongue either. He batted nearly .300, and as pitchers he and Ruth began to whipsaw the opposition. Babe pitched on a Saturday, Mays pitched both games of a doubleheader on Sunday, Ruth pitched the first game of a doubleheader on Monday, and came back with 2 innings of relief in the second. Mays won again on Thursday, and then Ruth went against his old Baltimore club for the first time and beat them easily. He won twice more in 4 days during the last week of the season, and Mays clinched the pennant with a 2-0 shutout for his 25th victory. The season ended with a carefree game against Baltimore, which the Grays, leading 22-3 after 6 innings, won 23-19. Ruth played right field, batted second, walked twice, had 3 hits, stole 2 bases, scored 3 runs, and made a superb catch in the outfield. The next day was Sunday, and the Chicago Cubs came to Providence for an exhibition game. There was no Sunday baseball in Boston, New York, or Philadelphia, and major league teams used their idle Sunday time to play money-making exhibitions. Babe pitched all the way against the Cubs and won. In the 3rd inning, he hit a ball over the fence in right field and into the upper reaches of Narragansett Bay. A boy who wanted the ball for a souvenir fell into the water trying to retrieve it. A second bizarre note. In the 5th inning, when a left-hander went in to pitch for the Cubs, the left-handed Ruth batted right-handed and grounded out. The American League season still had a week or so to go, and the Red Sox, well out of the pennant race, recalled Ruth. In Boston, he pitched against the Yankees and won 11-5, and had his first major league hit, a double off Leonard King Cole. He moved to third base on a sacrifice bunt and came in on a long fly ball to score his first major league run. A few days later against the Washington Senators, he pinch hit against Walter Johnson and struck out. On the last day of the season, in what was described as a fun game, he pitched the middle 3 innings. He was not involved with the decision, came to bat once, and singled. Thus ended the extraordinary rookie year of George Ruth. Fresh from a boys' school, he won 14 games by July 6th with the Baltimore Orioles, and was a key factor in helping them establish a commanding lead in the International League pennant race. At Providence, he won 9 games and helped his new team capture the pennant he thought his earlier team, Baltimore, had in its pocket back in July. Most record books say he won 22 and lost 9 with Baltimore and Providence, but a close check indicates that his International League record was 23-8, even though he did not pitch in the league for a 7-week stretch in mid-season. He won 1 game and lost 1 with Boston in July and won another in October. He pitched and won 2 exhibition games with Boston in August and won another for Providence late in September. Therefore, even though he did not pitch at all for 26 days between July 17th and August 11th, not in the majors or the minors or in exhibitions, he won a grand total of 28 games in 1914 and lost only 9. His batting, while weaker statistically than his pitching, showed obvious signs of its future brilliance. In 33 games with Baltimore, he batted .200 but had 4 triples and 3 doubles among his 16 hits. In 12 games with Providence, he batted .300 with 5 triples and a home run among his 12 hits. His batting average for 45 games in the International League, 34 as a pitcher, 5 as an outfielder, and 6 as a pinch hitter, was .233, but of his 28 hits, 13 were for extra bases, 3 doubles, 9 triples, 1 home run. In the American League with the Red Sox, he appeared in 5 games, 4 as a pitcher and 1 as a pinch hitter, and had 2 hits, 1 a double, in 10 at-bats. With the season over, Babe prepared to go home to Baltimore for the winter, but the thought of leaving Helen, of not seeing her again until the following April, gnawed at him. Helen, too, was unhappy. In the coffee shop one morning, Babe suddenly said, "Hon, how about you and me getting married?" They had known each other less than 3 months, and much of that time Babe had been away from Boston. But Helen said yes, and a day or so later they left for Baltimore together. For Helen, it must have been an elopement. Her close-knit Catholic South Boston family simply could not have approved of their teenage daughter casually going off to Maryland with a baseball player to get married. and if she had sought and received their approval, she would almost certainly have been married in Boston. In Baltimore, they stayed with Babe's father, and on Tuesday, October 13th, went out to Ellicott City, a small town just west of the city, to get a marriage license. Because he was not yet 21, Ruth got his father to write a note granting his permission. Helen gave her age as 18, but she was a year younger. She was 17 in October. Ruth put down Boston as his address, and Helen, for some reason, gave Galveston, Texas, as hers. The following Saturday, October 17th, they were married in St. Paul's Catholic Church in Ellicott City by Father Thomas F. Dolan. It was not clear why they chose to marry in Ellicott City instead of a more conveniently located Catholic church in Baltimore. Perhaps Babe was afraid that the brothers at St. Mary's would hear of the proposed wedding and disapprove of it. This would also explain why he asked his father for permission to get married instead of Brother Paul, his legal guardian. It was a small and private ceremony. The witnesses were two St. Paul parish ladies, Maria Dolan and Margarita Powers. Miss Dolan was probably Father Dolan's sister and perhaps his housekeeper at the rectory. The Ruth family's Protestantism could have had something to do with the selection of an out-of-city site, but the family approved of the wedding. After it, they gave the bride and groom a reception at the elder Ruth's flat above the saloon on Conway Street, and the young couple lived there blissfully all winter. A final note about the 1914 season. That was the year of the Miracle Braves, Boston's other team, the Poor Relatives. The Braves lost 18 of their first 22 games and were still in last place on July 4th. Then they began to win, and win, and win. By September 1st, they were in a tie for the lead with the New York Giants, and they went on to win the pennant by 10.5 games. Then, in one of the more famous upsets in sports history, they routed the Philadelphia Athletics in 4 straight games in the World Series, the first time a team had ever swept the series. It was not an upset to everybody. Before the series, Ed Barrow, hearing that a Philadelphia player had disparaged the Braves for lack of class, said, "As near as I can understand class, it means ability to do things best when under pressure. The foundation of class is consistency, and since the Braves got underway in July, the team played better every time it was engaged in a so-called crucial series." The Braves' triumph, added to past and subsequent victories by the Red Sox, emphasized Boston's paramount position in baseball. New York was the biggest city, the Giants were the most famous team, and McGraw had the reputation, but Boston was the home of champions. From 1876 through 1919, Ruth's last year with the Red Sox, Boston teams won 15 Major League pennants to New York's 8. Brooklyn doesn't count. And Boston teams won the World Series in 1903, the first time it was played, 1912, 1914, 1915, 1916, and 1918. In the same period, New York won the series only once, in 1905. I stress this to show that Babe Ruth's Boston was an important baseball town, a city that was used to the best. Even the Boston politicians knew how important baseball was to the citizenry. They did more than make perfunctory appearances to throw out the first ball on opening day. When Fred Snodgrass of the Giants made a derisive gesture at a Braves pitcher, probably nothing more serious than thumbing his nose, during a tense game in September 1914, James Michael Curley, the colorful mayor of Boston, wrote a well-publicized letter to the president of the National League, asking that Snodgrass be punished and that umpires Clem and Emsley be censured for not complying with the mayor's demand, made during the game, that Snodgrass be ordered off the field. At the World Series a month later, ex-mayor John F. Honey Fitzgerald, John F. Kennedy's grandfather and Curley's great rival, wore a green fedora and marched to the ballpark at the head of the Royal Rooters. After the final victory, when the crowd surged around the dugout shouting for their heroes to appear, Mayor Curley regained stature by making a speech from the roof of the dugout and introducing each of the Braves players as they came out to greet the crowd. After the players had gone back into the clubhouse, Curley stayed on the dugout roof for half an hour, leading the crowd in song. That night he was host at a formal dinner honoring the team. The guest list included the governor of Massachusetts, Cardinal O'Connell of Boston, and a diplomat from Peru. Giants walked the earth in those days. Of course, it was an election year. Chapter 9. The Major Leaguer, Pennant in Boston. In February 1915, Ruth reached his 21st birthday. Now the years of apprenticeship were really over. He was legally a man, legally free of the last remnants of parental restraint, free from the tenuous parole that St. Mary's had held on him. What a difference a year had made in his life. 12 months before he had celebrated, if that's the right word, his 20th birthday behind the walls of the home, a raw kid in overalls, dirt poor, untraveled, totally unsophisticated. Now, at 21, he was a successful professional athlete, a teammate and friend of national heroes like Tris Speaker and Joe Wood, never mind his differences with them. A Baltimore celebrity whose picture had been in the newspapers as far away as Boston. He had been to 15 states and most of the biggest cities in the United States and Canada. He was rich. His baseball salary for 6 months' work was more than his father had ever cleared in a year. He was married, the pleasures of the flesh no longer a boy's furtive longings, but a sanctioned activity, actually approved of by the state and the church. Talk about making it. At 21, before he had played a half-dozen major league games, Babe Ruth must have felt that the world was his. In March, he left for spring training with the Red Sox. Kerrigan liked a late camp. Most of the other teams had been working out for a week or two before the manager and owner, Lannon, and a group of pitchers and catchers entrained from Boston on Thursday, March 5th, for Hot Springs, Arkansas. In Baltimore that afternoon, Babe said goodbye to Helen, his father and stepmother, the elder Ruth had married again, and his sister Mamie, and boarded a sleeper for St. Louis. There, late Friday afternoon, he joined Kerrigan and the main Red Sox party and went on down to Arkansas. It was the farthest he had ever been from home, although it is unlikely the thought entered his mind, and his first major league training camp. In later years, spring training became a rich backdrop for Ruthian exploits, but in 1915 the Hot Springs camp was wet, cold, isolated, and uneventful. The team played only intra-squad games throughout March, as Kerrigan concentrated on his pitchers. Ruth was one of a lush crop of skilled throwers, and while he pitched well in the camp games, he was distinctly a secondary member of the cast. Shore and Foster and Leonard and Collins were the pitchers Kerrigan was relying on, although the manager was hoping that Wood, whose arm still bothered him, would come around to something resembling his 1912 form. Of the rookies, Kerrigan paid more attention to Carl Mays that spring than he did to Ruth. Mays was right-handed, which was in his favor, as it had been for Shore the summer before. The Red Sox had two superb lefties in Leonard, whose 1.01 earned run average in 1914 was the lowest ever for a starting pitcher, and Collins, who had won 20 games in each of the previous 2 seasons. Kerrigan did not need another left-handed starter, and Ruth was thus somewhat superfluous. Too, the wildness Babe was subject to, on the mound as well as socially, tempered Kerrigan's enthusiasm for the youngster's obvious talents. In the first days of April, after 3 weeks at Hot Springs, the Red Sox broke camp and went to Memphis, Tennessee, where they played their first exhibition games of the spring against the local minor league club. They played minor leaguers again in Louisville, Kentucky, and it was not until Friday, April 9th, when they played the Reds in Cincinnati, that they faced major league opposition. After Cincinnati, the Red Sox traveled east through the mountains to Richmond, Virginia, where they played Babe's old team, Jack Dunn's transplanted Orioles. The next day they were in Philadelphia for the opening day of the American League season. Kerrigan brought his players into the pennant race after playing only one big league team in spring training, and the lack of competition backfired. Except for Foster, the talented pitching staff was fitful and erratic through the first month or so of the season. Shore did well on opening day, although he lost, but he was hit hard in his next 3 starts. Leonard was generally ailing and unable to pitch. Collins was sadly ineffective. Wood was still on the sidelines. Mays pitched beautifully in relief in the second game of the season, and again for 5 innings as a starter a few days later, but then he twisted his ankle, had to leave the game, and was unable to pitch for almost 3 weeks. One man's poison is another man's meat, and Mays's injury proved to be Ruth's opportunity. Kerrigan had started Babe against Philadelphia in the 3rd game of the season, and he had looked terrible, knocked out of the box in the 4th inning. But with Mays hurt and the staff generally in a bad way, Kerrigan turned to Ruth for help as a relief pitcher. Babe pitched impeccably, and Kerrigan let him start a second time. This time Ruth won 9-2 in a rain-shortened 7-inning game. 10 days later, it was a rainy spring, and 5 postponements in 6 days had upset the pitching rotation. He was given another chance to start in New York against the Yankees. It turned out to be a landmark in his career. He pitched 13 innings, and although he lost 4-3, his performance impressed Kerrigan so much that after that the manager began to use him regularly. Even so, the defeat was a bitter one. Babe held a 3-2 lead into the 9th and then let the tying run score on a hit batsman, a stolen base, and a base hit. In the 13th, he gave up the winning run the same frustrating way. A single, another stolen base, and the game-ending hit. Ruth's victorious opponent was a short, chunky right-hander named Jack Warhop, a veteran who had been in the majors since 1908, and who, 3 months later, in August, was to come to the end of a career that, without the presence of Babe Ruth, would have been totally unmemorable. As it was, Babe came to bat against Warhop for the first time, leading off the 3rd inning, and lifted a home run into the upper right field stands. The game was played at the old Polo Grounds, which the Yankees shared with their landlords, the New York Giants. It was his first Major League homer, and it made quite an impression on the 5,000 or so who were there that day, not so much because it was a home run, but because of the way Ruth hit it. Home runs were not common. Home Run Baker and Sam Crawford shared the American League leadership the season before with 8 apiece. But even so, a home run in itself was not considered a significant event, any more than a triple is today. It was a long hit, that was all. No special daily count was kept of them. The weekly batting statistics in the Sunday sports sections listed sacrifices and stolen bases along with the batting averages, but not home runs. Baker did not earn his indelible nickname because he led the league in homers 4 years in a row, which he did, nor even because he hit home runs in successive games in the 1911 World Series. It was the circumstances of the 2 World Series home runs that made Baker a public hero. The first, off Rube Marquard, broke a 1-1 tie and won the game for Philadelphia. The second, off Christy Mathewson, came in the 9th inning, ruined Matty's 1-0 shutout, and eventually cost him the game. Those home runs off John McGraw's 2 best pitchers were electrifying, and they made Home Run Baker famous in a way his consistently superb play in the World Series never did. It was the setting and the timing that mattered, not the home run mystique that came to baseball later on. As a matter of historical fact, baseball purists in that era were forever frowning on home runs and deploring their increasing prevalence as a sign that the game was degenerating. Henry Chadwick, the English-born sports writer who invented the box score, and thus is the man responsible for baseball's preoccupation with statistics, looked upon baseball as he would on a slightly froward child he had reared and educated. He wrote a strong attack on the insidious home run as early as 1890. After the 1916 season, still years before Ruth became a full-time hitter, the National League declared it would attempt to decrease the number of home runs by insisting that outfield fences be a minimum of 270 feet from home plate. This was aimed at 2 ballparks, the Polo Grounds with its very short foul lines, and the Philadelphia Phillies Park, later called Baker Bowl, in which the right field wall seemingly rose about 10 feet behind the second baseman. Even with the dead ball, 270 feet certainly should have been a minimum distance for a home run, but what was the National League worried about? Its 1916 home run championship was won with 12. In sum, when Babe Ruth hit his first one, a home run was not an occasion for exploding scoreboards or even handshakes. After all, do you ever see players shake hands with a teammate who's hit a bases-empty triple in the 6th inning of a one-sided game? But there were signs that sunny May afternoon in the Polo Grounds that the Ruthian home run was going to change things. The upper right field stands were a long way from home plate, the way baseball measured distances then, and the ease with which Ruth hit the ball way up there, with no apparent effort, one newspaper said, was unforgettable. A couple of days after that homer, the Red Sox went west on their first extended road trip. Ruth started in Detroit and was knocked out of the box, came back with a nice bit of relief pitching in Cleveland, but in Chicago was routed in the 2nd inning of an 11-3 loss. Wood was finally in shape again and pitching strongly, and Mays too was back in action. But despite Ruth's so-so record on the Western trip, Kerrigan continued to use him, partly on the strength of the 13-inning game against the Yankees, but mostly because the Boston manager suddenly found himself short of left-handed starters. Leonard, after a couple of appearances, was on the injured list again, and the 28-year-old Collins inexplicably continued to be an almost total bust, and the Red Sox, who'd been preseason favorites to win the pennant, were still bumbling along. The low point came in Philadelphia on May 29th, when Ruth lost the morning game of a morning-afternoon doubleheader. He pitched splendidly and had a 1-0 one-hit shutout going into the ninth inning. Then he gave up 2 runs and lost, 2-1. His record was 1 victory against 4 defeats, and the club was now below .500, far behind the White Sox and Tigers, who were in a day-by-day fight for first place. But Shore won the second game of the doubleheader that afternoon, and the Red Sox took off on a 5-game winning streak. Ruth won the 5th game of the streak early in June in New York. Jack Warhop was the pitcher again, and Ruth hit a home run again, this one even longer than the first. He pitched a 5-hitter and won 7-1 and looked very impressive, so much so that an anonymous New York sports writer was moved to soaring prose. His name is Babe Ruth. He is built like a bale of cotton and pitches left-handed for the Boston Red Sox. All left-handers are peculiar, and Babe is no exception, because he can also bat. New York was beginning to be aware of Babe Ruth. The Red Sox were on a sustained winning surge. For the rest of the season they won 87 and lost only 35, a .713 percentage that was almost exactly equal to that of the 1927 Yankees, who won their pennant by 19 games. Ruth, after his shaky start, won 17 of his last 21 decisions. The Red Sox moved up in the race, and by mid-July they were in a fight for the pennant with Chicago and Detroit. Ruth was winning steadily, though he had a tendency to tire suddenly in late innings. In one game he blew a 9-1 lead in the 8th inning, and the Red Sox had to struggle to win out 11-10. In another, he had a 2-0 shutout with 2 outs in the 9th. His opponents rallied to tie the score, and in the 10th, Ruth still pitching, they scored another run to go ahead and would have had more except for an extraordinary diving catch by Speaker in center field. In the last half of the 10th, Speaker reclaimed Babe's victory by driving in the winning run. It was hard for Babe to dislike Trist that afternoon. His batting continued to attract attention, although his propensity for striking out kept Kerrigan from looking upon him as a complete hitter. He was taken out for pinch hitters several times, usually when the opposing pitcher was a left-hander. In turn, Kerrigan occasionally used him as a pinch hitter. The first time he did, early in the season, Babe doubled and was then picked off second, a rare instance of poor base running on his part. Despite the double, and occasional bright spots later on, Ruth was not a good pinch hitter. In his career, he had 13 pinch hits in 67 at-bats for a puny .193 average. Ty Cobb was as bad. His career totals are almost identical with Ruth's. 69 pinch at-bats, 15 hits, a .217 average. Nevertheless, Ruth obviously was something special as a hitter. His big flowing swing was exciting to watch. And he hit the ball so hard and so far. Late in June in Boston, he hit his 3rd home run into the distant right field bleachers at Fenway Park. Only one ball had ever been hit there before. In July in St. Louis, he hit his 4th and final home run of the year completely over the right field bleachers, out of the ballpark and across the street that paralleled the right field fence. It was the longest ever in St. Louis. Sid Keener, a St. Louis sports writer who later became curator of the Baseball Museum at Cooperstown, said the ball broke a plate glass window on the far side of the street. Ruth also hit 2 doubles and a single, batted in 3 of his team's 4 runs, pitched a complete game and won it 4-3. He was becoming a phenomenon. Much later in Ruth's career, Ty Cobb argued with considerable logic that Babe's status as a pitcher in these early seasons was a significant help to his development as a home run hitter. He could experiment at the plate, Cobb said. He didn't have to get a piece of the ball. He didn't have to protect the plate the way a regular batter was expected to. No one cares much if a pitcher strikes out or looks bad at bat, so Ruth could take that big swing. If he missed, it didn't matter. And when he didn't miss, the ball went a long way. As time went on, he learned more and more about how to control that big swing and put the wood on the ball. By the time he became a full-time outfielder, he was ready. Ruth was having a marvelous time. At the very beginning of the season, when the club made its way from Richmond to Philadelphia, he stopped in Baltimore for Helen, and in Boston they set up housekeeping in an apartment hotel, living by themselves as a married couple for the first time. When he was on the road and Helen was back in Boston, he found friends. Washington was a particularly favorite town of his. There was no Sunday baseball in Washington then, and one Saturday after the game he asked Kerrigan for permission to go to Baltimore to spend Sunday with his father. Kerrigan said he could as long as he was back with the team on Monday, and Ruth took off. On Monday he reported in plenty of time, and everything would have been fine, except that his father came over from Baltimore to see the game that afternoon. Mr. Ruth had a seat just behind the Boston bench, and when he saw Babe warming up with the other Red Sox players before the game, he shouted, "You're a fine son, George, down in this neighborhood and don't even come to see your father." Kerrigan, standing there, heard this, but all he did was look at his errant ball player. Babe didn't say anything. "There wasn't much for me to say," he admitted later. Ruth's off-field behavior was a problem for Kerrigan. In part it was a result of Babe's natural ebullience, but it was aggravated by his newfound affluence. When Babe signed his first Red Sox contract in July 1914, his salary, which had already been tripled during his half-year in Baltimore, was doubled again by Lannon to $3,500, not bad for a rookie in that day. In return, Ruth agreed to a 3-year contract, actually 2.5 years, since it would carry from July 1914 through the end of 1916. This pleased Lannon because it meant his prize rookie was less likely to be seduced by the Federals, who were growing wary of lawsuits. They preferred to go after players who had completed a contract and were held to a club only by the infamous reserve clause, the proviso that gave a team an eternal option on a player's future services. But Babe was happy with the contract, too, because now he was rolling in money, and there was no paternalistic Dunn to make him put it in the bank. Kerrigan finally had to step in and bring Ruth back to earth. He had no idea whatsoever of money, the manager said. You've got to remember his background, that orphan asylum and all, and that this was his first big job. He was getting $3,500, and that was all the money in the world. He didn't seem to think it would ever run out. He'd buy anything and everything. So I would draw Babe's pay and give him a little every day to spend. That generally lasted about 5 minutes. At the end of the season, I had to give him the rest of it. I calculated it wouldn't last too long, but that was the best I could do. Kerrigan had to rein in Ruth on his recreational activities, too. When Babe first joined Boston, Kerrigan took him aside and said, "I hear you like to step out, Babe." Ruth shrugged an embarrassed shoulder. "All right," Kerrigan said. "I just want to tell you this. You play fair with me, and I'll play fair with you." Ruth promised, but continued to roam. Finally, to keep a closer eye on him, Kerrigan arranged for adjoining hotel rooms when they were traveling. Ruth and Heine Wagner, a veteran infielder who functioned primarily as a coach, shared one of the rooms. Kerrigan and Leonard, who was something of a wanderer too, took the other. "There was no trouble, if that's what you mean," Kerrigan protested years later. "He behaved himself." More or less, anyway. Certainly he had a respect for Kerrigan that he did not have for future bosses, but he was still constantly on the move, trying to see and experience everything, eating, drinking, spending all his money, exploring the demi-monde that exists on the fringes of Major League Baseball. Along with his more carefree companions, Ruth made other new friendships in 1915, one in particular that he treasured the rest of his life. On opening day in Philadelphia, the Red Sox were beaten 2-0 by a slender young left-handed pitcher named Herb Pennock, who just missed pitching the first opening day no-hit, no-run game in Major League history. Bob Feller did it in 1940, when he gave up a single with 2 out in the 9th inning. Ruth was greatly impressed by the performance, and when Connie Mack sold the 21-year-old Pennock, he was 3 days younger than Ruth, to the Red Sox in mid-season, the two became close friends. Pennock was quiet, gracious, and gentlemanly, but he and the boisterous, often boorish Ruth for some reason got along together. Pennock was sent down to Providence in August, as Ruth had been a year earlier, but in time he became a key member of the Boston pitching staff. Later, he and Ruth were teammates on the Yankees. The Babe was a consistent admirer of his friend's pitching ability. Pennock won 240 games in his career, won 5 without a defeat in the World Series, and was eventually elected to the Hall of Fame. And whenever he picked an all-star team, he would usually name Pennock as the left-handed pitcher. Ultimately, he conceded that Lefty Grove was the best left-handed pitcher he had ever seen, but Pennock, he said, was the smartest. All in all, it was a rich year for him, a fruitful year. He was always a gleeful competitor, and the hectic pennant race he found the team in was the most fun he had ever had. By the end of July, the Red Sox were in first place. Chicago fell behind, but the Tigers, led by the ferocious Cobb, matched Boston win for win. When the Red Sox arrived in Detroit late in August for a 3-game series, they had won 15 of their last 18 games, and the Tigers had won 16 of their last 19. The Tigers, still a game and a half behind, despite their sustained good play, hoped to win at least 2 of the 3 games, but Shore stopped them in the first one, 1-0. Ruth started the next day and had a 1-0 shutout going into the 9th. The Tigers rallied and tied the score. Leonard replaced Ruth, and the game went into the 13th inning before the Red Sox finally won 2-1. In the last game of the 3, the Tigers led 5-2 after 8 innings. In the top of the 9th inning, the Red Sox scored 4 runs to take a 6-5 lead. The Tigers, facing virtual elimination from the pennant race if they lost this one too, tied the game 6-6 in the last half of the 9th and won 7-6 in the 12th inning. The two clubs continued to play almost identical winning baseball. When they met again for the last time in a 4-game series in Boston in September, Detroit had won 15 of 21 and had gained only half a game. In Boston, a huge weekday crowd was disappointed when the Tigers won the first game 6-1 and cut the Red Sox lead to 1 game. The crowd reviled Cobb all afternoon, hissing him, badgering him, throwing hard wads of paper at him. In the 8th inning, with Boston losing 5-1, Mays, pitching in relief, threw 2 fastballs close to Cobb's head. After the second one, Cobb flung his bat at Mays. The 2 players went for each other, but the umpires and several policemen, thoughtfully provided for the occasion by the city, prevented a fight. When the shouts and threats subsided, Mays pitched again and hit Ty on the wrist, and the vituperation began all over again. When the game ended, some improper Bostonians came out of the stands and tried to get at Cobb, and the police had to escort him from the field. Perversely, the crowd the next day cheered Cobb, possibly because Boston had a reputation for having the fairest fans in baseball, possibly because the Red Sox won so easily 7-2. The defeat put Detroit 2 games behind again, with the season growing short. Shore pitched against the Tigers' Harry Kovaleski in the 3rd game. It was quite a contest. The score was 0-0 through 9, 10, 11 innings. In the 12th, the Tigers loaded the bases with no one out, but Shore stopped them and got out of the inning. In their half of the 12th, the Red Sox filled the bases too, with 1 out, and Kerrigan put himself into pinch hit against Kovaleski. He hit what should have been a double play ball to the shortstop, but Hick Cady of the Red Sox slid hard into second base and broke up the double play. The winning run scored, and the Tigers were 3 games behind and dying fast. Ruth finished them off in the final game 3-2, although Foster had to relieve him with the bases loaded in the 8th. The Red Sox did not clinch the pennant officially for another 10 days, but after his victory that afternoon, the 21-year-old Ruth knew that in his first full season in the major leagues, he was on a pennant winner. In many ways, the 1915 Red Sox remained Ruth's favorite among all his teams. One reason was the manager. Kerrigan was the only one of his 7 big-league managers that Ruth always liked and respected. For another, it was his first big-league club, and he had been an integral part of it as it shook off its springtime distress, caught the leaders in the pennant race, fought all summer with Detroit, and eventually won the championship. He was no longer a newcomer, an outsider. This was his team. It was an odd team, not very powerful at bat, but exceptionally capable in pitching and fielding. The outfield was notable. Duffy Lewis in left, Speaker in center, and Harry Hooper in right were astonishing fielders. Lewis used to delight Boston crowds by running up a steep embankment in left field to cut down long fly balls with bare-handed catches. The embankment became known as Duffy's Cliff. Neither Lewis nor Hooper was a high-average hitter, but they were effective run producers. Hooper scored a lot, and Lewis, a legendary clutch hitter, drove them in. Speaker was the star of the club, the best fielder, the best hitter, the best base runner, the best throwing arm. He batted .322 in 1915 and was the only .300 hitter, except for Ruth, whose average was .315 for 92 at-bats. Nobody on the club was a slugger, except Ruth. Of Babe's 29 hits, 15 were for extra bases. 4 were home runs, and no one else on the team had more than 2. Indeed, the rest of the team had a combined total of only 9. The American League leader that season had 7, The highest team total was 31. The Red Sox depended on singles, sacrifices, steals, and the timely run batted in. The infield was like the outfield. Fine fielders, clutch hitters. Dick Hoblitzell, the first baseman, who had come from Cincinnati a year earlier at the same time Ruth and Shore had come up from Baltimore, was a good hitter with men on bases. So was Larry Gardner, unremembered today but a major leaguer for 17 years, and one of the best third basemen in the game's history. Everett Scott, a diminutive 48-pounder, was the shortstop. He had a marvelous arm, and although he was a weak hitter, he always seemed to be on base in the late innings of close games. Jack Barry, the shortstop of Connie Mack's old $100,000 infield, came to the Red Sox in mid-season. Mack was continuing to sell off his stars, and solidified the defense. He had been the best shortstop in the league for years, but Kerrigan asked him to play second base for Boston, and Barry proved to be superb there too. Hal Janvrin, a local Boston boy who was an adroit fielder, filled in at both second and short. Chet Thomas and Hick Cady did most of the catching, with Kerrigan filling in on occasion. But pitching was the team's strength. That season, there were 10 20-game winners in the majors, and the Red Sox had none of them. But Foster was 19-8, Shore 18-8, Ruth 18-8, Wood 15-5, Leonard 15-7, and Mays was the best relief pitcher in the league. Baseball students say that a man who wins 10 games more than he loses in a season is an exceptional pitcher. The Red Sox had 4 +10 pitchers in 1915, and a fifth was +8. Wood, Foster, Shore, and Ruth had the 4 best won-lost percentages in the league. Wood had the best earned run average. Shore was third. Leonard allowed the fewest hits per 9 innings, with Ruth and Wood tied for second. Leonard had the most strikeouts per 9 innings. Mays had the best record as a relief pitcher. It was a beautifully balanced staff, one of the best ever seen in the major leagues, and despite the too short spring training and the early injuries and failures, it was masterfully handled by Kerrigan. Early in June, the Red Sox had to play 5 doubleheaders in 8 days, at a time when the team was still 5.5 games behind. Kerrigan used 8 different starting pitchers in a string of doubleheaders. Mays, who pitched 7 scoreless innings in relief in one of the games, could be called a ninth, and won 9 out of the 10 games to move to within a game of first place. No wonder Ruth, who never had to boast about his hitting, liked to let people know what a good pitcher he had been in his youth. The team the Red Sox played in the 1915 World Series was an odd one, too. The Philadelphia Phillies, the National League champions, won their first pennant that season, and in the next half-century were to win only once again. They were not a particularly hard-hitting club, but they had Gavy Cravath, a muscular right-handed batter who led the National League in home runs for the 3rd year in a row with 24, the most anyone had hit since Buck Freeman set the Major League record of 25 in 1899. No one in that neo-Rutherian era had yet dredged up Ed Williamson's fluke home run figures of 1884, which we will touch on later. Despite the help his home run totals received from the tiny Philadelphia ballpark, Cravath was a legitimate slugger, a dangerous man at the plate. Along with home runs, he led the league in runs scored, runs batted in, total bases, bases on balls, and slugging percentage. He was the key to the Phillies' attack. The pitching staff consisted of the incomparable Grover Cleveland Alexander, who won 31 games that season, and several spear carriers. Kerrigan's strategy was to stop the Phils hitting, meaning Cravath, and hope that his club could squeeze out 1 win over Alexander, who would start 3 games and maybe 4 if the series went long enough. He decided to throw right-handed pitchers at Cravath. The Phils liked to boast that they could beat any lefty that walked, with the exception of Leonard, who, when he was in top form, could stop anybody. The still somewhat erratic Ruth, despite his impressive one-lost record, did not figure in Kerrigan's plans, which became evident at the tail end of the regular season in a doubleheader the Red Sox played only 2 days before the first game of the series. Kerrigan gave Shore, Leonard, Wood, and Mays a tune-up by having them share the pitching in the first game of the doubleheader. The quartet produced a 2-0 shutout. But he let Ruth labor the full 9 innings of the second game, which indicated that Babe was going to be a supernumerary in the series. Of course, Babe wanted to pitch against the Phils, and he kept asking Kerrigan when he was going to be used. But the manager stuck to his plans. He had Shore go against Alexander in the first game and lost 3-1. Kravitz did not get a hit, but he did drive in the winning run in the 8th inning. In the 9th, a Philadelphia error put a man on base against Alexander, and Kerrigan sent Ruth in to pinch hit for Shore. Babe sent a high bounder to first base for the second out of the inning, and a moment later the game ended. When he got back to the bench, Ruth said, "Damn it, I wish I'd have got a hold of that one." Shore, the losing pitcher, said mildly, "So do I." That was the only action Ruth saw in the 1915 series. Foster stopped the Phils 2-1 the next day, and in the third game, Leonard got Kerrigan his win over Alexander, who was pitching with only 2 days' rest. The score again was 2-1. Shore came back to win the fourth game by the same 2-1 score, and Foster hung on in the fifth and final game to win 5-4. Kerrigan's strategy worked. Kravitz made only 2 hits in the series, one a double, the other a triple, although along with batting in the winning run in the first game, he scored the only Philadelphia runs in 2 of their 2-1 defeats, and Alex had been beaten once. The Red Sox were the world champions. If the youthful Ruth was disappointed because Kerrigan had not let him pitch, he was cheered by the $3,780.25 check he received as a member of the winning team. It was more than his annual salary. He took it and Helen back to Baltimore for the off-season and used part of the money to set up his father in a brand-new bar at the corner of Lombard and Utah Streets, the last place of business his wandering parent would ever have. Babe worked behind the bar that winter, too. Chapter 10. The Left-Handed Genius, Best Pitcher in Baseball. The Federal League died at the end of 1915, and with its death, the Major League owners reverted to type and began to slash player salaries. During the 2-year war, salaries had soared, particularly for star players. Now, with no place to jump to or threaten to jump to, the players lost their only effective weapon and were more or less helpless. The demise of the Federal League meant there was a horde of ball players scrambling for places on the rosters of the legitimate big league teams. It was a buyer's market, and the owners wasted no time in letting the players understand that. The hitherto generous Lannon was no exception. Ruth was not affected because he still had a year to go on the 3-season contract he signed in the summer of 1914. But Joe Wood, whose 34 victories in 1912 moved him well up in the salary scale even before the Federal League came into being, was cut so drastically that he refused to report to the Hot Springs training camp in 1916. His friend Speaker agreed to report and work out, but he too refused to sign the contract Lannon offered him. In 1914, when the Federals were throwing money like rose petals at the feet of Major League stars, Lannon paid Speaker a $5,000 bonus to stick with the Red Sox and gave him a 2-year contract at $15,000 a year, which was very close to being the highest salary in the majors. Now, in 1916, Speaker accepted the reality that he would have to take a salary cut, which was remarkably understanding when you consider that he was the star of the world champions, the only 300 hitter in the Boston lineup in both 1914 and 1915, and by all standards the best fielding outfielder in baseball. When he found out what the Red Sox were planning to pay him, Speaker stopped being so understanding. Lannon was offering $9,000, a 60% cut. Speaker said he might accept $12,000, but that was the lowest figure he could even consider. All through spring training, he and the Red Sox owner sparred. Lannon, adamant, said $9,000 was his top price. If Speaker wanted to play with the Red Sox, that is what he would have to sign for. Speaker continued to train, but would not sign. Despite the salary disputes, the Red Sox looked very strong that spring. Even though Wood was not there and Ray Collins had gone the way of all failing ball players, Kerrigan had a wealth of superior starting pitchers. Ruth, the erstwhile erratic rookie, was still clowning around off the field, and his gargantuan appetite had ballooned his weight to 212 pounds, but on the mound he showed every sign of maturity. Mays, too, looked impressive, and in Shore, Foster, and Leonard he had 3 of the best pitchers in baseball. The rest of the lineup was solid and set. The Lewis, Speaker, Hooper outfield had been playing as a unit since 1910, and all 3 were in their prime. Hoblitzel at first base and Gardner at third were fixtures. Scott, a rookie at shortstop in 1914, was good enough in 1915 to make the nonpareil Barry shift to second, and behind that pair was the graceful Janvrin. Thomas and Katie were fine catchers. It was a very solid team, A little weak at bat, of course, but nonetheless the class of the league. It was a big favorite to retain the pennant. The speaker thing was still unsettled as the Red Sox made their way toward Boston for the opening of the season, but the players, notably Ruth, were bubbling with enthusiasm and optimism. A week before the season began, they played Jack Dunn's Orioles in Baltimore, and Ruth appeared before the home folks for the first time as a major leaguer. The next day, Lannon announced, almost incidentally, that he had bought an outfielder named Clarence "Tilly" Walker from the Philadelphia Athletics. That was not startling news, since hardly a day went by without someone buying a player from Connie Mack. Walker, who hit the ball hard, had been around the league for 5 years with Washington and St. Louis, and had ended up with Mack that winter as an offshoot of the Federal League settlement. A couple of Federal League owners had been allowed to buy legitimate big league franchises. One of these was Phil Ball of St. Louis, who bought the Browns. Among his Federal League stars was Eddie Plank, who jumped from the Athletics after the 1914 season. It was agreed that Ball could keep Plank with him in St. Louis, but in return he had to give Walker to Philadelphia. Mack, who needed money, decided to sell him. Lannon's decision to buy Walker made sense, everyone agreed, because Duffy Lewis had been slightly injured that spring, and it never hurt to have a little insurance. No one thought about the new outfielder as a possible replacement for Speaker, except Lannon, who had been doing some maneuvering behind the scenes. The day after Walker's purchase, the Red Sox lost to Brooklyn 3-2 in an exhibition game. Speaker, still unsigned but in top form, got Boston its 2 runs with a pair of homers. Opening day was only 5 days away, but Bostonians were sure the disagreement between Lannon and his star outfielder would be settled by then. They were right. On the Saturday before the season opened, Lannon stunned players, fans, sports writers, and half the country by announcing he had sold Speaker to the Second Division Cleveland Indians. The price was $50,000, the largest amount ever paid for one player up to that time. 2 unimportant young Cleveland players also came to Boston in the deal. One of them, Sam Jones, eventually became one of the best pitchers in the American League, but no one knew anything about that in April 1916. It was Speaker for cash, and it was almost unbelievable. It was impossible for Boston to accept the news at first. The Red Sox sell Speaker? He was the big man, the hero of the team. More practically, he was the only really good hitter on a weak offensive club. The Red Sox players walked around shaking their heads. Ruth said he felt as though a rug had been pulled out from under him. What did this do to their pennant chances? Speaker was gone, Wood was gone. Joe, who had held out all season, ultimately was sent to Cleveland, where he rejoined Speaker, gave up pitching, and became an outfielder. He hit .366 one season as a part-time player. Downcast, the players muttered and grumbled. Kerrigan, as hurt as any of them by the deal, which was completely Lannon's idea, reacted the way a leader should. He gathered his team together and chewed them out in his tough, no-nonsense way. "All right," he said, "we've lost Speaker. That means we're not going to score as many runs, but we're still a good team. We have the pitching, we have the fielding, and we'll hit well enough. We'll win the pennant again if you guys will just stop your goddamn moaning and get down to business." Fired up, the Red Sox opened the season by winning their first 4 games and 6 of their first 8. Ruth, now a major factor in Kerrigan's strategy, pitched the opening game and won it 2-1. In his second start, he was sent against Walter Johnson, the best pitcher in American League history. Babe had pitched against Johnson once in 1915 and beat him 4-3. Now he defeated the great Walter again 5-1. Babe won his first 4 starts. The club was in first place and everything seemed to be going swimmingly. But it was not so, not really. The team was not hitting at all. It was shut out in New York and shut out again in Washington. In its first 15 games, it was able to score as many as 3 runs, only 6 times. Inevitably, the defeats began to come. The team slid out of the league lead as April ended. Ruth lost his first game on the 1st of May, and the club began to stumble badly. Kerrigan was most disturbed by his unsettled outfield, hitherto the team's pride. Walker was late in reporting, and Kerrigan put Lewis, who had recovered from his injury, in center, and Chick Shorten, a rookie, in left. When Walker was ready, Kerrigan put him in left. But Lewis was uncomfortable in center, so Kerrigan shifted him back to left and put Shorten, a weak hitter but a capable fielder, in center. Finally, he stuck Walker in center and left him there, even though the newcomer was a hitter more than he was a fielder. For almost 2 months, through May and most of June, the Red Sox played sluggish .500 ball in a league that had turned upside down because of the infusion of Federal League players. The big teams, the Red Sox, Tigers, and White Sox, were far behind, while the perennially weak Yankees, Indians, and Senators were taking turns in first place. Speaker, playing like a man possessed, was leading the league in hitting and had lifted drab Cleveland into contention. In May, when the Indians played in Boston for the first time, a delegation of Boston fans gave Speaker a silver loving cup, partly as a gesture to their departed hero, partly as a slap at owner Lannon. The next afternoon, with tryst starring, the Indians walloped Ruth, and the Red Sox fans didn't know whether to cheer or cry. It was an unhappy spring for Boston. The hitting picked up a little with Walker in the lineup, but then the pitching began to go bad. Something was wrong with Shore. Foster was not right. Mays pitched very little. There were fits and starts of brightness. Leonard's first 3 starts were shutouts, and Ruth was generally superb. Late in May, he pitched a shutout against Detroit. On June 1st, he beat Walter Johnson again, this time 1-0. 4 days later, he pitched another shutout, stopping Cleveland after the Indians had beaten Boston 2 days running by big scores. Speaker went 0 for 4 against him this time, which made the victory that much more satisfying, and Babe, who was beginning to hit after a slow start, had 2 singles and scored a run. He lost to Detroit a few days later after holding a 4-1 lead in the 8th inning, but he had a perfect day at bat and even hit a home run, his first since the previous July. 3 days later in St. Louis, Kerrigan had him pinch hit with 2 men on base and the Red Sox behind 3-0. Ruth hit a 3-run homer over the bleachers in right field to tie the score. He pitched against the Browns the next afternoon, won 5-3, had another perfect day at bat, and hit another home run, his third in 3 games, which created a sensation. Oddly, these 3 were the only home runs he hit all season. His batting average jumped to .300, and people were remembering all over again what a powerful batter he was. The Red Sox scored fewer runs than any team in the league except the last-place Athletics, and Kerrigan, talking about Ruth's home runs, wondered out loud if he ought not put the Babe in the outfield to fill some of the hitting void that Speaker had left. Kerrigan was only speculating. He was essentially conservative when it came to baseball. He always put Ruth in the 9th spot in the batting order, the traditional place for a pitcher, despite Babe's obvious hitting ability, and he was not going to gamble with the man who was now his best pitcher. Indeed, Ruth was not only Boston's best, he was the best pitcher in the league that year, including Walter Johnson. He was beginning to be something of a character, too. Everyone was aware of his amazing appetite and his love of nightlife, though he was really not much of a drinker yet, except for beer. Now his trait of not remembering names was becoming part of the growing legend. One evening in Philadelphia, he was in the hotel lobby after defeating the Athletics that afternoon when Stuffy McInnes, the Philadelphia first baseman, came in. McInnes was from Massachusetts and had stopped by to visit some of his old Boston friends. When he saw Ruth, he walked over and said, "Babe, that was a hell of a fine game you pitched this afternoon." It was a significant compliment. McInnes had been in the league since 1909, had played on 4 pennant-winning teams, was, like Barry, a widely publicized member of the famous $100,000 infield, and had played against Ruth frequently since Babe's debut against the Athletics in North Carolina in the spring of 1914. Ruth looked at him blandly and said, "Thanks, Kid, that's very nice of you. Glad you were able to come out and watch us play." McInnes nodded dumbly and more or less staggered away. "He didn't know me," he would say in awe to people to whom he would tell the story. "He didn't even know I was a ball player." Late in June, things began to swing Boston's way. Foster pitched a no-hitter, Ruth and Shore followed with shutouts, and Mays and Leonard won a doubleheader to make it 5 straight. The beautiful pitching staff was in top form again, and with improved hitting, the Red Sox began to move steadily upward. The last 3 months of the season were much more fun than the first 3. There was a lovely fight in Washington one day after a Mays pitch hit George McBride, the Senators' veteran shortstop. McBride threw his bat a la Cobb, and Sam Agnew, a third-string catcher Boston recently acquired, raged at McBride. Kerrigan came off his bench, Clark Griffith, the Washington manager, came off his, Agnew punched Griffith, the police arrested Agnew, he had to pay $50 bail at a police station, and Ban Johnson suspended Kerrigan for 5 days. Cleveland and the Yankees were still wrestling for first place, but the Red Sox were coming on, winning 2 games for every one they lost, getting closer and closer to the top. By late July, Boston was only half a game off the lead, and after they won 3 straight in Detroit, including a 6-0 shutout by Ruth, they moved into first place. They fell back again when they lost 3 games in St. Louis, but in Chicago they took 3 of 4 and regained the lead. They were a strong road club, and after this trip they had a commanding lead. Ruth's pitching sloughed off briefly, but by mid-August he was riding high again. He beat Washington 2-1, came back 3 days later to beat Johnson 1-0 in 13 innings, beat Cleveland 2-1 4 days after that, and shut out Detroit 3-0 in his next start. The Red Sox lead widened to 6.5 games, and it seemed as though they would win the pennant easily. But as September began, they slumped, and Detroit and Chicago closed in for the long-anticipated pennant battle among the 3 best teams in the league. On September 9th, Ruth beat Johnson 2-1 for his 5th in a row over the Washington Star, but Detroit was only 1 game behind and Chicago 2. On September 12th, Kerrigan sent Ruth against Johnson again, and Walter finally won one 4-3 in 10 innings, although Ruth, who was taken out in the 9th after losing a 2-0 lead, was not charged with the defeat. That same day, just as the club was about to leave on its last Western trip of the season, Lannon revealed that Kerrigan was planning to retire at the end of the season. Whether this news upset the players is conjectural, but they lost 2 of their first 3 games in the West and fell from 1st to 3rd place. Then, in that curious way baseball has, the next 2 days abruptly settled the pennant race. On Sunday, September 17th, the Red Sox met the White Sox before more than 40,000 people, the largest crowd in the history of Chicago baseball to that time. Ruth won the game 6-2 for his 20th victory of the season and lifted the Red Sox past Chicago into 2nd place behind Detroit. The next day, Shore defeated the White Sox again, and Boston found itself back in the lead, because that afternoon the Tigers suffered an astonishing 2-0 defeat at the hands of the Athletics. To appreciate the impact of Detroit's defeat, you must know that the Tigers had won 35 of their previous 50 games, a vigorous 700 pace, and had charged up from the 2nd division into 1st place. The Athletics, on the other hand, were at the absolute nadir of the worst season any team has had in the modern history of Major League Baseball. The Mets, in their abysmal 1962 season, won 40 games and lost 120 for a .250 winning percentage. The 1916 Athletics won 38 games and lost 117 for a .238 percentage, which was bad enough. But on that Monday in September, when they beat the Tigers, their record was 31 and 108 lost, a percentage of .217. When the Mets finished last in 1962, they were 18 games behind the next worst team, a staggering margin when you consider that a team is said to have run away with a pennant when it wins by 12 games. But the Athletics, stand back now, finished 40.5 games behind the team next above them in the standings. They had one pitcher who lost 23 games, another who lost 22, a third with a record of 1-19, and a fourth who was 1-16. And yet in the midst of a pennant race, this majestically inept team beat Ty Cobb and the Tigers, the hardest-hitting team in baseball, shut them out and knocked them out of 1st place. The next day, the Red Sox arrived in Detroit for a 3-game series, swept all 3, Ruth won the final game 10-2, and that was the end of the season, practically speaking. Boston finished its triumphant road trip by beating Speaker and the Indians 3 out of 4. Ruth shut out Cleveland in the last game there, and 4 days later in Boston blanked the Yankees for his 9th shutout of the season, which a half-century later was still the American League record for a left-handed pitcher. It was also his 23rd and final victory of the season. It was a year of singular achievement for Ruth. 23 wins, 9 shutouts, league-leading earned run average, the 3 home runs in 3 games, the 20th victory before the huge crowd in Chicago that started Boston on its final drive to the pennant, the 13-inning 1-0 defeat of Walter Johnson. But his biggest moment of the season was still to come. The 1916 World Series matched the Red Sox with the Brooklyn Dodgers, and Ruth pitched the 2nd game. Kerrigan had passed him over for the opener, had used Ernie Shore instead, and had won. That first game was played on a Saturday in Boston, and Ruth's game was to be the following Monday, since Sunday was always an off day in staid Boston. Hugh Fullerton, the old sports writer, wrote that the players spent a Boston Sabbath, which is considerable Sabbath, And things were indeed quiet everywhere in the city except at the Brunswick Hotel, which was the World Series headquarters. There, Joe Lannon saw Charlie Ebbets, the Dodgers' owner, and asked him casually if he had arranged for tickets at Ebbets Field for Boston's Royal Rooters, a considerable segment of whom were planning to travel to Brooklyn for the third and fourth games. Ebbets looked at Lannon angrily and said, "No, but I'll do it right now." He picked up a telephone and put in a long-distance call to Brooklyn. When he was connected with his Ebbets Field ticket office, he said loudly, "I want you to hold out some of the best reserved seats for Tuesday's game. And while you're at it, save 250 of the worst seats in the grandstand for the Boston Rooters." He hung up the phone and glared at Lannon, who stared back in stunned silence for a moment before turning and walking out of the hotel. Ebbets, who was ill, he was suffering from dizzy spells and had disobeyed doctor's orders in order to come to Boston for the series, was obviously upset. Asked for an explanation of his behavior, he said, "We received very bad treatment in the first game here. The seats the Brooklyn boosters got were the worst in the ballpark. I am only retaliating." Ah, the good old days. Boston's Royal Rooters were much in evidence the next afternoon, sitting in a group complete with red-coated band near the Red Sox dugout. Over and over the band played, and the Rooters sang a tune called Tessie, which for some inane reason had become their fight song. "Tessie," they sang, "you make me feel so behadly. Why don't you turn around? Tessie, you know I love you sadly, babe. My heart weighs about a pound." Tessie might have been popular with the Royal Rooters, but followers of rival teams found her an agonizing bore. "That measly, monotonous melody," one newspaper man called it, but the Rooters, from politicians like James Michael Curley and Honey Fitzgerald down, sang it gleefully, soulfully, and repeatedly. When Ruth took the mound to start what was to become one of the most memorable of all World Series games, dark clouds were hanging low over Boston and rain was threatening. Ruth got rid of the first two Brooklyn batters with dispatch, but the third man, Hy Myers, a stocky right-handed hitting outfielder, hit Babe's second pitch on a line to right center field. Speaker might have caught the ball if he'd still been playing center for the Red Sox, but Walker tripped as he started after it and fell. Hooper, coming over from right field, also stumbled, and the ball bounded through for extra bases. Hooper retrieved the ball near the fence and threw it in. The relay was bobbled, and Myers, who never stopped running, beat the throw easily with a colorful but totally unnecessary head-first slide into home plate. It was an inside-the-park home run, and it put Brooklyn ahead 1-0. It was also the only run the Dodgers were to score in the game, which lasted 14 innings, although they came very close a couple of times. In the third inning, Ruth's rival pitcher, the left-handed Sherry Smith, hit a clean double down the right field line but was out at third when he tried to stretch it into a triple. If he had stopped at second, he most likely would have scored a moment later, because the next batter singled. The Dodgers went out without scoring, but the Red Sox picked up a run in their half of the inning when Ruth grounded out with a man on third. The base runner scored, and Babe was credited with batting in a run. The score was now tied, and it remained tied for 11 more innings through a succession of melodramatic events. In the fifth, Thomas of the Red Sox hit a double and was tripped by Ivy Olson, the Dodger shortstop, as he tried for third. He was awarded the extra base by the umpires, who then had to break up a fight that erupted between Olson and Heine Wagner, the Boston third base coach. After all that, Ruth struck out to end the inning. Red Sox might have scored in the sixth, except for a diving, rolling catch of a line drive by Myers in center field. In the seventh, a Dodger rally was aborted and a furious argument begun when Myers, who seemed to be in the middle of everything, was called out at first base on an obviously bad decision by the umpire. In the eighth, the Dodgers should have scored. Mike Mowry, the third baseman, singled and was sacrificed to second. Otto Miller, the catcher, followed with a clean single to left, but the cautious Mowry stopped at third. The throw from the outfield to the plate was wide, and Mowry would have scored easily had he tried. The next batter hit a grounder to Scott at shortstop, and on this one, Mowry started for the plate. Scott threw home. Mowry stopped halfway, backtracked, and was immediately caught in a rundown. Catcher to the third baseman to Ruth, who made the tag on the baseline. When the Red Sox came to bat in the last of the ninth, it was becoming dark, the gloom of the heavy overcast aggravated by the early October dusk. Janvrin opened the inning with a line drive double off Zach Wheat's glove in left field. Walker tried to sacrifice but hit a little foul ball off to one side of the plate. Kerrigan, who wanted the runner moved over to third base, immediately took Walker out of the game and sent a substitute outfielder named Jimmy Walsh to bat in his place. Walsh bunted directly to the pitcher, and Smith pounced on it and threw to Mowry at third in time to catch Janvrin. The umpire had lifted his arm to call Janvrin out when the ball trickled from Mowry's glove. The decision was reversed, and there were the Red Sox with men on first and third and no one out in the last half of the ninth inning of a tie ball game. Hoblitzel, the dependable, was up, and sure enough he lifted a fly ball into center field. Janvrin tagged up at third, and the crowd began moving toward the exits. But Myers, who else, took the fly ball on the run, threw perfectly to the plate, and Janvrin was out by a foot. The game went into extra innings. Boston almost scored in the 11th when Scott singled and went to second on a sacrifice. After Ruth struck out, Hooper hit a ground ball off Mowry's glove, and Scott, moving as the ball was hit, went safely into third. The third baseman chased the ball to his left, picked it up, and started to throw to first in an apparently hopeless attempt to get Hooper. It was a fake, but Scott fell for it. He took a couple of strides toward home plate and was tagged out when Mowry turned and threw to Olson, the shortstop, who had come up behind the base. Smith was in trouble each inning now, but Ruth, who had difficulty earlier, looked stronger than ever. He had given up 6 hits and 3 walks in the first 7 innings, but from the 8th inning on he allowed no hits at all and only 1 walk. Boston was oozing confidence. When the popular Lewis came to bat in the 11th with a man on first and 2 out, the Royal Rooters came to life. "Tessie," they sang, and the band blared its accompaniment. Wilbert Robinson, the rotund Brooklyn manager, came red-faced and fuming off the Dodger bench and complained bitterly to the umpires, who dutifully ordered the Royal Rooters to knock it off. Nothing happened in the 12th except that Ruth with 2 outs tried to bunt for a base hit and was thrown out. In the 13th, Mowry reached second for the Dodgers on an error and a sacrifice. Smith, a good-hitting pitcher, poked a blooper into left field for what seemed a certain hit and an almost certain run. But Lewis came sprinting in and caught the ball off his shoe tops for the 3rd out. You should have heard the Rooters sing Tessie then. In the last of the 14th, Smith, very tired, opened the inning by walking Hoblitzel for the 4th time. Lewis sacrificed him to second. It was so dark now that it was hard to see the ball. Kerrigan therefore put Del Gaynor, a right-hander, into bat for the usually dependable Gardner, who hit left-handed, against the left-handed Smith. Kerrigan felt a right-handed batter would be better able to follow Smith's pitches in the murky light, and using all his weapons, he sent slim young Mike McNally in to run for the heavy-footed Hoblitzel. The wheels of baseball strategy turned even then, but Kerrigan's maneuvers paid off. Gaynor took a ball and a strike, and then hit a liner over the third baseman's head. Most of the spectators could not tell where the ball went, but they could see Wheat, the left fielder, running desperately toward the foul line. McNally was around third and on his way to the plate before Wheat picked up the ball, and he scored easily with the winning run. Pandemonium. More Tessie, and Babe Ruth in his World Series debut, unless you count that pinch-hitting effort against Alexander the year before, had a 2-1 14-inning victory in the longest and one of the most exciting World Series games ever played. Ruth was roaring and shouting and jumping around the clubhouse afterwards like a high school kid. He grabbed Kerrigan and yelled at him, "I told you a year ago I could take care of those National League bums, and you never gave me a chance." Kerrigan, easing out of the Ruthian bear hug, laughed and said, "Forget it, Babe. You made monkeys out of them today." It was Ruth's only appearance in the series, which the Red Sox won 4-1. Mays was the only Boston pitcher to lose, dropping the 3rd game to the veteran Jack Coombs, who had previously been a star with the Philadelphia Athletics during their pennant-winning years. Ruth, in his ingenuously boorish way, tried to comfort the bad-tempered Mays by saying, "Well, if we had to lose one, I'm glad it was to an old American leaguer." Mays's reply was not recorded. Chapter 11. Emergence of Temperament. How to Punch an Umpire. Kerrigan retired, going out onto the field after the final game of the series to wave farewell to the fans, and the bulk of the Red Sox players went to New Haven, Connecticut, the Sunday after the series ended, to play an exhibition game against a semi-pro team fortified by the presence of Ty Cobb. Ruth pitched the entire game, which ended in a 3-3 tie, and then went off with Helen and several other players and their wives on a hunting and vacation trip to New Hampshire. While they were there, the National Commission, baseball's 3-man ruling body, raised Cain about the New Haven exhibition, saying it was a violation of a baseball rule that barred World Series players from barnstorming tours and exhibition games during the off-season. The Red Sox players claimed they had received permission from Lannon, and perhaps they had. Lannon may well have waved his hand and said, "Go ahead," but since permission was a league matter, Lannon did not have the authority to grant it, and the players were therefore technically guilty. At first the commission implied it would withhold distribution of the World Series checks, but that caused such a furor they decided to forget that idea. Dave Fultz, president of the Players Association, protested strongly against any punishment at all, but the National Commission finally decided on a $100 fine for each of the Red Sox players. Then, as though to make sure the fines would be paid, the commission announced it was withholding distribution of World Series emblems to members of the Boston team. These emblems, worth about $100 each, were elaborate jeweled souvenirs, like the massive rings and such that are given today. Ruth wasn't too worried either about the fine or the emblem. He and Helen were thoroughly enjoying New Hampshire. Ruth hunted, probably for the first time in his life, and he and Helen relished the fresh country air, watched the logs burn to embers in big fireplaces, and marveled at the colors of autumn. When the vacation was over, once again they went south to Baltimore to visit Babe's father. This time the World Series check he took with him came to nearly $4,000, again more than his salary for the entire season. It brought his income for 1916 to almost $7,500, a lot of money for a 22-year-old kid in a day when a skilled telegrapher, for example, secure in a job that was then vital to the communications system in the country, made less than $25 a week, less than $1,300 a year. In short, Ruth was rolling in money, and he began to develop an abiding affection for it. About this time, Joe Lannon found himself fed up with baseball. The vituperation he had been subject to because of the speaker sale had hurt him, particularly when he recalled the money he had spent on player purchases to strengthen the Boston club. Late in the season, he let himself become irrationally angry over an umpire's decision against the Red Sox and accused the American League umpiring staff of being against his club. He had to apologize publicly for that rash remark, and the league talked about issuing a formal censure. Kerrigan's retirement disturbed him too. He had hired Bill and, except in the speaker case, had relied heavily on his judgment. He did not at all like the idea of working with a new man. Then, too, the incident with Ebbets at the World Series left a bad taste, as had the contretemps over the exhibition game in New Haven. On top of all this, he had a bad heart. It was too much. He decided to get out, even though he had owned the Red Sox for only a few months more than 3 years. On November 1st, 1916, he announced he had sold the club to a 3-man group headed by Harry Frazee, a well-known New York theatrical figure. The other two, never prominent in the Red Sox operation, were Hugh Ward and G.M. Anderson. The price was $675,000. "I had intended to sell out," Lannon explained, "and these gentlemen had the cash." How much cash Lannon did not specify, but it was less than half the total cost of the club. The rest of the payment was in the form of notes from Frazee to Lannon. Frazee was 36, a plump, dark-haired, smooth-faced man. He was from Peoria, Illinois, where he worked as a bellhop before going on to Chicago, where in time he became the owner of the Court Theater. He later went to New York and there added the Longacre Theater to his empire. As most theater owners did in that day, Frazee produced his own shows. When he bought the Red Sox, the Longacre was housing a smash hit of his called Nothing But the Truth, a comedy starring William Collier. A year or two later, Frazee put on the successful musical Leave It to Jane, with words and music by Guy Bolton and P.G. Woodhouse, and in 1925 he produced his biggest hit, No, No, Nanette, which had a triumphant revival on Broadway 45 years later. Frazee was charming, convivial, shrewd. He liked to maneuver, to be in the midst of things. He was in on the promotion of the Jack Johnson-Jess Willard fight in Havana in 1915. He was an operator. Irving Caesar, the songwriter who wrote the words to Tea for Two, the hit song in No, No, Nanette, said, "Frazee never drew a sober breath in his life, but he was a hell of a producer. He made more sense drunk than most people do sober." Frazee is forever indicted in baseball history as the man who destroyed the Boston Red Sox, but during his first years with the club he worked hard to improve it. In 1918 he was even accused of trying to buy a pennant. In his first month as president and principal owner, he heard a rumor that the Washington Senators were thinking of selling Walter Johnson, and had already received an offer of $50,000 for him. Frazee promptly made a public bid of $60,000. He tried to get Kerrigan to come back from retirement and went all the way to Lewiston, Maine, no easy trip from New York then or now, to persuade him. Frazee offered Kerrigan a contract that would guarantee him almost $20,000 if he came back to manage, but it turned out that Kerrigan had made a total of more than $23,000 in 1916. He had been paid $10,000 to manage, had been given a percentage of the gate receipts that came to about $7,000, had picked up a $2,500 bonus from Lannon for winning the pennant, and had earned another $3,900 from his winning World Series share. Frazee talked and wheedled, but Kerrigan decided to stay with his new investments in Maine. Frazee conceded defeat and named Jack Barry the new manager. Frazee had missed with Johnson and Kerrigan, but he kept popping up with ideas. Unlike Lannon, who tended to antagonize people, Frazee got along with everybody. He got in touch with Charlie Ebbets, smoothed his feathers, which were still ruffled from his run-in with Lannon in Boston, and suggested that Ebbets shift his spring training base from Florida to Hot Springs, where the World Series rivals could train side by side, more or less, and meet in a series of exhibition games. Ebbets agreed. Frazee was also busy signing his ball players. Salaries were still being cut that winter as long-term contracts expired, and economy was the war cry of the owners. Van Johnson said at the American League meeting in Chicago in December that extravagances, particularly salaries, must be reduced. The National League said it was going to raise ticket prices and cut salaries. Payrolls were to be reduced as much as 25%. Frazee was not as harsh in his outlook, but neither was he throwing his money away. He cut some salaries and gave very few raises. One of these was to Ruth, a modest rise of $1,500 to $5,000 a year, but in the face of the economy drive, Babe was content. After all, it was an increase of more than 33% in a year when most players were taking cuts. Dick Hoblitzel, a 10-year man in the majors, signed for $5,000 too, but he was taking a $600 cut. So Ruth signed early and amicably and reported to Hot Springs in time for 1917 spring training, accompanied by Helen. Frazee was at Hot Springs too that spring. He was not much for Spartan atmosphere, and he liked the presence of the wives in camp. He tried to keep things cheerful and relaxed, and loved to take part in the heavy repartee that is so much a part of baseball practice sessions. When Ruth hit 2 baseballs over the fence one day, Frazee chuckled happily and said, "That gent is going to cost me a lot of money." He shouted to Barry, the manager, "Hey, Jack, charge those balls to Ruth." When Babe broke a bat a few minutes later, Frazee yelled, "More expense! The next thing you know, he'll be tearing his uniform." Everybody had fun poking fun at Ruth, who loved it, as he always loved being the center of attention. He was throwing on the sidelines one day to Joe Devine, a new catcher the Red Sox had taken on that spring. Devine became a New York Yankee scout in later years and was the man who told the Yankees to buy Joe DiMaggio. Helen, Ruth, and Chet Thomas's wife were on horseback just outside the park, and Ruth kept watching them even as he threw the ball. He threw several times to Devine without even glancing at him, and some of the onlookers in the nearby bleachers began to kid him about it. "I'm getting to be a bear on control," Ruth explained, still watching Helen. Devine laughed and said to the fans, "He's getting to be a big boy. He'll be carrying matches in his pockets soon unless we watch him." There was a standing joke that the livery stable operators were taking out insurance policies on their horses in case the massive Ruth decided he wanted to go riding too. Yet in truth, the Babe had trimmed down considerably and was fit and hard at 194. He was continually active in Hot Springs, on the field and off. He bowled, both left-handed and right-handed, and was just about the best in camp with either hand. Barbershop quartets were big things with ball players in that era, and Ruth tried to worm his bass voice into a singing group that had got together. The others hooted at him and said he would have to audition first. They made him sing his favorite song, "Molly, My Dear." When he finished, the judges said he was disqualified on the grounds that his voice was still changing. He sat in on the poker games with a notable lack of success. The caustic Devine said, "He might as well give his money away. Why doesn't he just leave a deposit and go see a movie?" Heine Wagner, the coach, was fond of Ruth and loved to ride him. "There was only one left-hander I ever remember meeting who wasn't crazy," he told Babe Ruth one day, "and that was Ray Collins." "He was crazy too," said Ruth, "like a fox." Despite the carefree atmosphere in the Red Sox camp, there were signs of ominous days ahead. War hysteria had been building for months, and a substantial percentage of the country was strongly in favor of the United States entering the war. Preparedness became a byword, and Ban Johnson announced that the teams would do close-order drill during spring training. He said he would put up a $500 prize for the best drilled team, the competition to take place during the season. The players went along with the idea for a while, but by the middle of March they were fed up with drilling. On March 20th, the Dodgers voted overwhelmingly to terminate it on the grounds that they had no time for it. They issued a vote of thanks to the Army sergeant who'd been working with them, but that was that. The Tigers did the same thing, and so did the Indians, but war fever kept rising. The Red Sox and Dodgers played a couple of exhibitions in Hot Springs, then broke camp at the end of March and traveled across Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, playing games every day. Ruth pitched very well, but his hitting generally was subdued. On April 3rd, they played in Peoria, Frazier's hometown. On April 4th, when they were in Lafayette, Indiana, the U.S. House of Representatives voted in favor of entering the war. The Senate followed suit the next day, and on April 6th, 5 days before the opening day of the season, President Wilson formally declared war on Germany. The drill teams were hurriedly reinstated, and when the Red Sox opened their season in New York against the Yankees, the players marched before the game. Baseball was extremely nervous about the status of its players, realizing that a virulent patriotism could turn the country against men playing a children's game while guns were being fired overseas. The proper sentiments were expressed. "It has been indicated," said a baseball official, "that it will be the policy of the War Department to leave undisturbed in their occupations all men who may be subject to service if they are receiving military instruction." The drill teams were considered military instruction. Colleges were closing down sports programs right and left. No one ever explained quite why, but baseball edged warily into the new season. Ruth won on opening day, 10-0, and the only notable thing about the game, aside from the military drill, was the increasing disaffection Babe was showing toward umpires. The plate umpire was Tom Connolly, the American League's diminutive senior man. Ruth had a run-in with Connolly in 1916, and now in the first game of 1917, complained continually about the umpire's calls. He showed anger when a Yankee walked in the fourth inning and argued loudly when Connolly ruled that the next batter had been hit by a Ruth pitch. In the seventh inning, when Ruth was called out on strikes, he made a great histrionic show of glaring at the little umpire before returning to the bench. The Babe was becoming a prima donna. As they had in 1916, both Ruth and the Red Sox started well. Ruth won his first 8 games, and the club, with 15 victories in its first 20 games, was solidly in first place. Babe beat Walter Johnson again in another 1-0 game. He wasn't hitting much to speak of, but surprisingly the club was. It led the league in batting and in runs scored. By the end of May, Ruth was a spectacular 10-1 for the season, and the Red Sox were still in first place, though only a game and a half ahead of the White Sox. As June began, most of the talk in the country centered on the military census, otherwise known as the draft. Ruth and the other ball players and the vast majority of adult males in the country registered early in June, only a few days after a college student was arrested in New York for counseling young men to refuse to register. Eligible single men who drew a low number in the draft lottery were apt to be in uniform before the end of the summer, and Ban Johnson wondered aloud if it would be possible to play the World Series. Babe was not concerned. As a married man, he would be exempt from military service. Despite his pleasant situation vis-à-vis the draft, Ruth's disposition grew increasingly cranky. The blissfulness of his marriage was beginning to erode under the pressure of the fun and girls he sought and found in various towns around the league, and in Boston, too. He was well aware of his status as the premier left-hander in the league, and he found it difficult to accept the occasional bad luck that besets all players, and umpires' decisions that went against him. His second loss of the season, in June, was particularly galling. Guy Morton of Cleveland pitched a one-hit shutout to beat him 3-0, but Ruth himself had a one-hitter going into the ninth, and it was his own single in the eighth that broke up Morton's no-hitter. Most aggravating was the way Cleveland scored its runs. In the fourth inning, Ruth walked Ray Chapman, who stole second while Ruth retired the next 2 batters. Then Babe struck out Bobby Roth, which should have ended the inning, but the third strike got away from the catcher, and Roth was safe at first as Chapman moved to third. The two pulled a double steal, and Chapman slid safely home with the first run of the game. A bad throw on the play let Roth go all the way around to third. Then Roth stole home too, for the 4th stolen base of the inning and the second run. In the 6th inning, the lone base hit Ruth allowed drove in a 3rd run. He was pretty sore after losing that game. His bad temper reached a memorable high later in the month, on June 23rd. He was the starting pitcher against Washington in a game played at home in Boston. He completed his warm-up pitches and faced the first batter, Ray Morgan, the Senators' second baseman. The plate umpire was Brick Owens, not a notably even-tempered man himself. Owens called Ruth's first pitch a ball, and Babe complained. He pitched again. Ball 2. Ruth shouted something, and the umpire angrily motioned for him to desist. Babe threw again. Ball 3. "Open your eyes," Ruth yelled. "Open your eyes." "It's too early for you to kick," the umpire yelled back. "Get in there and pitch." Ruth stomped around the mound angrily, wound up, and threw again. "Ball 4, Owens snapped. Ruth ran in toward the plate. "Why don't you open your goddamned eyes?" he screamed. "Get back out there and pitch," Owens shouted, "or I'll run you out of the game." "You run me out of the game, and I'll bust you one on the nose." Owens stepped across the plate and waved his arm. "Get the hell out of here," he cried. "You're through." Ruth rushed him. Chester Thomas, the catcher, got between the angry pitcher and the umpire, but Ruth swung anyway over the catcher's shoulder. He missed with a right, but a left caught Owens on the back of the neck. Ruth was in a frenzy, and Thomas and Jack Barry, who came running to the plate, had to pull him away from the umpire. A policeman came down from the stands and led the still fuming Ruth off the field. When things settled down, Barry turned to the bench and waved Ernie Shore into the game. The new pitcher was allowed exactly 8 warm-up pitches, the legal limit, and then the game resumed. As Shore threw his first pitch, Morgan, the base runner Ruth had walked, broke for second in a surprise attempt to steal, but Thomas, who had a superb arm, cut him down. 1 out. Shore got the next 2 men and went on to retire 26 batters in a row, every man he faced in the game. It was a perfect no-hit, no-run game for Shore, the 4th ever to be pitched in the majors. It was so entered in the record books, although purists still quibble about it. If a Washington runner reached first base, they argue, it was not a perfect game. And if it was not a perfect game, how can the pitcher be credited with one? Never mind. As far as Ernie Shore was concerned, it was perfect. Ruth was in uniform the next day and worked out, but during the game he sat in the stands in civilian clothes because Ban Johnson had suspended him indefinitely. A heavy fine and a long suspension were predicted, but Frazee hurried to smooth-talk Johnson. The league president listened, and after 10 days ended the suspension and let Ruth return to action. Johnson explained that he had lifted the suspension because of the closeness of the pennant race. As for the anticipated heavy fine, it was set at $100, the amount Ruth owed to a man named Charlie Deal, with whom he was having a dispute over the purchase of an automobile. Frazee sent a check for $100 to Gary Herman of the National Commission, but Ruth in the meantime settled the Deal affair himself, and Herman returned Frazee's check. Ruth lost the day he returned, and again in his next start, and the overinflated Boston hitting began to find its normal weak level. The White Sox, meantime, won 16 of 17 games to move ahead of the Red Sox. The clubs had met in a 4-game series in June that was supposed to be a sort of early-season showdown, but the White Sox easily beat Shore 8-0 in the first game of the series, and Ruth 7-2 in the second to take a firm grip on the lead. The Red Sox rallied and stayed on Chicago's heels, but it was a long, hard summer. 3 or 4 times in July, and for one brief moment in mid-August, the Red Sox sneaked into the lead, but never for more than a day or two. The White Sox were too strong. This was the Chicago team that 2 years later achieved indelible fame as the Black Sox, but whatever its moral fiber, it was a unique collection of superb ball players, a team that had everything: superior pitching, powerful hitting, impeccable fielding. Ed Barrow called it the best major league team he ever saw, even better than his own 1927 New York Yankees. The Red Sox did their best, but Shore hurt his arm in August and was out for 3 weeks, and the club fell further and further behind. Ruth was hitting well. He had only 1 home run, the first ever hit into the center field bleachers at Fenway, but late in August he was batting .348, and only Cobb, Speaker, and George Sisler were hitting higher. But the team as a whole was dismal at bat. From August 1st through September 3rd, it was shut out or held to 1 run 13 times. The White Sox pulled away and went on to win the pennant easily. The war, meanwhile, was everywhere. A second draft was scheduled for September, which prompted several of the single men on the team, among them Barry, Shore, and Lewis, to enlist in the Naval Reserve. In St. Louis, a lieutenant colonel supervised a military drill competition between the Browns and the Red Sox. The Browns won and went on to win Ban Johnson's $500 prize as the best drill team in the league. Ruth won his 20th game on August 31st and added 4 more victories in September, the first September of his professional career in which he was not involved in a close pennant race. One game in New York that month turned out to be a rich experience for him. Thousands of newly inducted soldiers were marched into the polo grounds as military bands played, bugles blew, drums rolled, and flags waved. The soldiers, even though most of them were New Yorkers, cheered Ruth, and the babe reveled in their boisterous adulation. In the fourth, leading 2-0, he gave up a double and a walk to the first 2 Yankee batters, and then bore down to get the next 3 on a pop-up, an easy fly, and a tap back to the mound. Great applause from the stands. In the 6th, he brought the soldiers to their feet shouting when he hit a tremendous foul fly over the right field roof before settling for a single. In the 9th, he captured them completely when he hit a legitimate home run, his second and last of the season, into the right field stands. In the last half of the 9th, pitching a 2-hitter and leading 8-0, he gave the soldiers a treat by laying the ball in for the Yankees to hit. The soldiers roared with delight as first one Yankee and then another reached base, moved around, and came in to score. Ruth, enjoying himself immensely, grinned at the stands after each hit and laughed out loud when the soldiers begged for more. Finally, with the score 8-3 and a couple of Yankees on base, he turned it on again, retired the side, ended the game, and walked off the field, waving to the cheering throng. A week before the season ended, the Red Sox played an exhibition game in Boston against an American League All-Star team, which included one National Leaguer, the Boston Braves' Rabbit Moranville. It was a benefit for the family of Tim Murnane, an ancient Boston sports writer and former major leaguer who died earlier in the year. Ruth pitched 5 scoreless innings against a lineup that included Cobb, Speaker, Jackson, Sisler, and the other stars of the American League. He was very proud of that, and it proved an apt climax to a season in which he won 24 games, had 6 shutouts, and pitched the startling total of 35 complete games in 38 starts. And he ended the season with a .325 batting average, better than anyone in the league except Cobb, Sisler, and Speaker. That made up a little for the unfamiliar emptiness of not being on a pennant-winning team. After the season, Ruth and Helen stayed in Boston for a while before going to Baltimore for their annual visit, and Babe got into trouble again, which he was beginning to be good at. He was in love with cars and had bought and sold several. One October night in Boston, driving a girl, not Helen, from somewhere to somewhere, he suddenly found himself finessed by 2 trolley cars. He tried to solve the problem by squeezing between them, but the trolleys wouldn't give. He maneuvered brilliantly to avoid a really serious accident, but the car was banged up and the girl was hurt badly enough to be hospitalized. Ruth escaped without injury, except to his feelings, his automobile, and his domestic tranquility. Chapter 12. The Beginnings of the Hitter, Switching to the Outfield. The war was getting closer. In Baltimore late in the fall, Ruth entertained the troops at Fort George G. Meade. Babe did not do very much beyond doffing his coat and swinging a bat a few times in his shirt sleeves. He was wearing a natty little bow tie. But it gave him, and maybe the public, the feeling that he was doing his bit, a phrase that had become almost sacred in wartime America. In Boston, Jack Barry and the others who had enlisted in the Naval Reserve were ordered to report for active duty, and for the second time in 12 months, Harry Frazee had to scout around for a manager. While he was at it, Frazee decided to look for somebody who might take over some of the executive responsibilities of the club. Harry, the producer, enjoyed the fun of owning the Red Sox, but he was becoming tired of the day-to-day details. On a trip to Chicago in November, he mentioned this to Ban Johnson, who was always quick to help the clubs in his league with personnel matters. Johnson thought he might have just the man Frazee needed in Ed Barrow, the president of the International League. The International was foundering, still licking the wounds it suffered during the Federal League crisis, and beset now by the loss of players to the armed forces and the inevitable decline in attendance that the war was causing. Johnson suggested that Barrow might want to switch jobs. Frazee talked to Barrow and found him favorably inclined toward the idea, particularly when Frazee agreed to an arrangement that would let Barrow obtain an interest in the club. A final decision had to wait until after Barrow attended the International League's annual meeting. When the League met at the Victoria Hotel in New York on the evening of December 12th, it was obvious that several of the owners had become openly antagonistic toward Barrow. Jack Dunn had been angry with him for two reasons, ever since Barrow made him pay $15,000 to the league for the right to return from Richmond to Baltimore in 1916. Joe Lannon, the former Red Sox owner who sold Providence and now owned Buffalo, which he wanted to sell too but could not because he was unable to find a buyer willing to take it off his hands, had heard reports that Barrow had been part of a well-publicized plan to create a third major league that would have absorbed some of the International League's cities. The new league was a trial balloon that never got off the ground, but Lannon felt it was evidence of Barrow's disloyalty. One or two of the other owners resented Barrow's imperious way of running league affairs. All of them were worried about 1918 and the chances the league had of surviving another season of war. The meeting was filled with doubt, uncertainty, and rancor. When the hitherto routine matter of deciding upon the league president's salary for the coming year arose, Barrow was asked to leave the room during the discussion. When he returned, he found that the owners, in a curious halfway step, had voted to reduce his salary from $7,500 to $2,500. Barrow was furious. "Gentlemen," he said, "if this is a challenge for me to resign, I accept the challenge. I quit." "That's fine," Lannon called out. "Good riddance." Barrow, a bull of a man who enjoyed using his fists, lunged at Lannon, but a couple of the others grabbed him and held his arms. "Don't hit him, Ed," one of them said. "He has a bad heart." Barrow thrust Lannon away and left the room. The sports pages the next morning were filled with stories about the meeting, and all reported that Barrow had resigned. But Barrow, for all his anger, had not submitted a formal resignation, and his contract would not run out until February. After he left the meeting, he sent a telegram to Frazee, who was in Chicago, saying, "Wire immediately if you think I should leave for Chicago on Century tomorrow." He thoughtfully charged the telegram to the International League's account. Frazee was not an early riser, and when Barrow did not hear from him in the next few hours, he sat down and wrote a letter as well. He began at Dear Harry, and then crossed out Harry and made it Dear Boss. In it, he wrote, "The International League is almost gone, as you will see by the enclosed clippings. We had a very stormy session yesterday. The newspaper men were all after me last night about the Boston rumor. I denied to everybody that there was any truth to the story. As usual, one or two of these bright young men got the thing balled up, but no very serious damage was done. 4 of my clubs handed me a wallop by voting to cut off 2/3 of my salary. I feel quite sure it was a put-up job to make me resign. I did not resign, but I intend to do so when the league meets in February, or perhaps before that time. It was no doubt a rebuke for my supposed activities in forming that new league. No doubt Mr. Lannon had a finger in the pie. My wife is scared stiff over the league's action yesterday, but I feel more sore than anything else and would like to take a punch at a couple of the ungrateful rats. It was certainly a rotten piece of business. That Boston deal has surely got to go through now. I wired you this morning asking if you thought I should come to Chicago on the Century tomorrow." Frazee got in touch with Barrow, heard all about the meeting, including the set-to with Lannon, told Barrow he thought he was wise not to resign at the moment, since it would look bad all around if he left so abruptly, and suggested that he sit tight and let him know if anything else happened when the International League owners resumed their meetings. Barrow wired him again, "Nothing new, future of league very uncertain, postponed final action until February 12th. Please do not mention Lannon trouble to anyone." It was fairly evident that Barrow was through with the International League, and apparent, too, that he would join Frazee and the Red Sox. Indeed, he may have given Frazee counsel and advice on club matters through these winter months, although Jack Barry was stationed in Boston, and he and Frazee met and discussed things from time to time. A fancy of Barry's that he might be able to work some sort of extended leave from the Navy that would let him manage anyway in 1918 was dashed, and it was obvious that Frazee had to have a new man. There were rumors in January that he was trying again to persuade Bill Kerrigan to come out of retirement, and in Maine Kerrigan announced he would be willing to help out the Red Sox in the emergency. But Frazee said only that the managerial question was still undecided. In the meantime, he was charging ahead in his efforts to improve his team, which, like others in the major leagues, was losing players right and left to the armed services. Barry was gone, of course, and so were Lewis, Shore, Pennick, Shorten, Gaynor, McNally, Janvrin, and Thomas. Hoblitzel was expecting a commission, and Leonard was talking about enlisting. To fill some of the gaps, Frazee gave Connie Mack $60,000 and 3 second-line players in exchange for Joe Bush, Wally Shang, and Amos Strunk. Bush was a pitcher of considerable talent, Shang was a powerfully built catcher and a strong, dangerous hitter, and Strunk a superior outfielder who usually batted in the neighborhood of 300. They had all been with the Athletics in the pennant-winning years and were among the handful of legitimate major leaguers Mac still had. Their sale to the Red Sox aroused criticism. This was when Frazee was accused of trying to buy a pennant, and surprise. Baseball could understand why Mac, fearful of whatever economic crises 1918 would bring, was bailing out, trying to get full value for players who still had high market value. If not admirable, it was at least understandable. But owners who were standing pat until the war was over, making do with second-line players while their regulars were in service, were astonished at the way Frazee was pouring money into an operation that might be moribund in a few months. Frazee paid no attention. He went to Mac again, and this time came away with Stuffy McInnes, whom he felt he would need to take over first base when Hoblitzel received his commission. Frazee again gave Mac a substantial sum of money and 3 players, though this time the trio included 2 Boston regulars, Larry Gardner and Tilly Walker. It was easy to do business with Mac, who was fairly desperate that winter. The saintly old devil had even proposed to his ball players that they accept a profit-sharing system in 1918 instead of taking straight salaries. Since it was odds-on that during a war year the last-place Athletics would not make a profit you could see with a magnifying glass, the players failed to rally round. They wanted salaries, guaranteed by contracts, and some of them wanted a little more salary than Mac was willing to give. One of these was the colorful outfielder Ping Bodie, who had led the Athletics in runs batted in 1917. In the course of his dispute with Mac, Bodie was moved to comment, "I ain't bragging about myself or anything like that, but I got to admit I'm the only real ball player Connie's got. I and the Liberty Bell are the only attractions left in Philadelphia." Soon it was only the Liberty Bell, for Mac sold the unsigned Ping to the Yankees. Frazee, too, was busy with salary matters. He was eager to sign Ruth, who said he wanted a big raise. Frazee was worried because holdouts were popping up all over. In St. Louis, Rogers Hornsby was asking for $10,000. Grover Alexander, recently traded to the Cubs, wanted $12,000. Most of the unsigned players were simply resisting salary reductions because the owners were being even more stringent than in 1917. The owners expressed shock at the regiment of holdouts, having assumed that during these war times the ball players would graciously accept a cut in salary. But again, the players have disappointed the club owners, for many of them have made it plain that they do not intend to accept any cuts. And some, like Bodie and Ruth, were insisting on raises. Ruth wanted his salary doubled to $10,000. Frazee, jollying him, expressed horror at such a salary. "I've never paid an actor that much," he said. He suggested $7,000, with the promise that if the Babe had another good year, the $10,000 would be his in 1919. A $7,000 salary meant a $2,000 raise, a 40% increase, and Ruth finally accepted it. On January 14th, he became the first Red Sox player to sign a 1918 contract. A few days later, the newly purchased McInnes followed suit, and Frazee did not have too much trouble with the rest of the team. He still did not have a manager, at least publicly. Then, in February, the International League met again. There had been indications that the owners were having second thoughts and would restore Barrow's pay cut and ask him to stay on. But Barrow, after meticulously fulfilling his duties as president by conducting the meeting, announced that his resignation would take effect the following morning. That afternoon the news broke that he had joined the Red Sox, not in the front office, as had been surmised on the sports pages, but as field manager, sitting on the bench. It was surprising news. Barrow's major league managing experience had been confined to a season and a half with the Detroit Tigers nearly 15 years earlier. But he had managed in the minor leagues too, and he had been in organized baseball in one role or another, except as a player, since 1894. Born just after the Civil War, he had grown up on the prairies of Nebraska and Iowa and had gone to work at the age of 16. He worked for the business side of newspapers, sold soap, and became a hotel clerk, although he was the antithesis of the Franklin Pangborn fuss budget. He was powerfully built and as pugnacious as he was powerful. When, as a young man, he was put in charge of circulation on a Des Moines newspaper, it was because he could beat up all the newspaper boys. He was tough. He had played baseball as a boy, but as he grew into his 20s, he became a manager and a small-time promoter, putting town teams together and challenging teams from other towns. He traveled about and eventually found himself in Pittsburgh, where he went into the hotel business. As interested in boxing as he was in baseball, he began to meet the leading sports types of the city and in time became a close friend of Harry Stevens, the scorecard and hot dog man. This led him in the 1890s into semi-pro and minor league baseball as a promoter, club owner, and league president. During these days he discovered and signed Honus Wagner, whom in 1897 he sold to Louisville, then in the National League. Wagner later was transferred to Pittsburgh, where he became the finest player in the league's history. In 1903, Barrow became manager of the Tigers, but after a series of disagreements with Frank Navin, then business manager of the team, he quit halfway through the 1904 season. He went back to the minors, managed there for a while, ran a hotel in Toronto for a year or two, and finally was made president of the International League. Now in 1918, only 3 months short of his 50th birthday, he was a major league manager again. His experience in tactical baseball was meager, but Barrow had no doubt whatever of his ability to handle the job. He was always a supremely confident man. Curiously, he said late in his life that his first meeting with Ruth was in regard to Babe's 1918 contract. He said he called Ruth and McInnes together to discuss things and signed them both at the same time. A photograph of Ruth and McInnes in overcoats, Ruth holding a cigar in his left hand but looking very boyish, standing behind Frazee and Barrow, who are seated at a desk, hung in Barrow's home at the time of his death in 1953. Barrow said it had been taken the day Ruth and McInnes signed their contracts, and he liked to add that it was the only time Ruth had ever been photographed signing a contract at the same time as another player. But Ruth and McInnes signed in mid-January. Barrow did not become Boston's manager until mid-February, and a calendar in the photograph shows that the picture was taken in March, probably just before the Red Sox left Boston to go to Arkansas for spring training. The memories of old men are unhappily imprecise, and sadly, as Ronald Blythe wrote in Aikenfield, the old people have gone and have taken a lot of the truth out of the world with them. Barrow told another story of the day the photograph was taken that rings a bit truer. He said he gave $5 to Larry Graver, the club secretary, and told him to take Ruth and McInnes to lunch. The $5 might be considered roughly equivalent to $30 or $40 today. When Graver returned, he told Barrow, "You owe me $2.85. Barrow, who had assumed that Graver would take the players to a simple everyday restaurant, was startled. "Where did you go?" he demanded. Graver said, "It wasn't the restaurant, Ed. Did you ever see that big guy eat? He had a whole custard pie for dessert." Whether or not he had anything to do with signing Ruth, there was no question that Barrow, who functioned as both field manager and general manager, had taken over the operation of the ball club. The day after he assumed office, he signed Joe Bush, who had been holding out since his purchase from Philadelphia in December, and 2 days later he hired the fiery Johnny Evers, the famous old Chicago Cubs second baseman, to act as coach and right-hand man, his baseball brains. Barrow wanted someone with him on the bench who could handle moment-to-moment tactics, and he assumed that Evers, who in the twilight of his career in 1914 had helped the Boston Braves win their miracle pennant, would be a natural. It did not work out. Evers, tense, thin, driving, was so frenetic during spring training that he drove the ballplayers half crazy. He wanted to go all out to win every exhibition game, never mind giving a pitcher the work he needed or showing patience with a questionable rookie. And his methods so upset the morale of the team that before the regular season began, Barrow had to fire him. He relied for a time on Dan Howley, another new coach who a decade later became a manager himself, but ultimately he turned to Harry Hooper. The quiet, intelligent Hooper suggested the strategic moves, player shifts, pitching changes, and Barrow issued the orders. The arrangement worked pretty well. Hooper knew the team and the league, and Barrow respected him. Despite the gadfly presence of Evers during spring training, Ruth had a splendid time. He had become an amateur of the running horse, and Hot Springs had Oak Lawn Park. Hot Springs also had more formal types of gambling, and Ruth's night prowling led him frequently to the casinos. He was eating on a prodigious scale again, and the 1917 dip to 194 proved to be fleeting. He was up around 215 and climbing. The sybaritic existence did not seem to affect his ball-playing at all, and an argument could be advanced that the uninhibited life he led off the field contributed to his exuberant success on it. He hit well that spring. Although he was still a pitcher, Barrow let him play first base and bat fifth when the Red Sox opened their exhibition season against the Dodgers. Ruth had a perfect day at bat with 2 walks and 2 home runs. The clubs met again several days later at Camp Pike, an Army camp near Little Rock. The game was rained out, but the storm held off long enough for the players to take batting practice before a huge crowd of soldiers. Ruth put on a spectacular show by hitting 5 balls over the right field fence. People did not hit like that in those days, and he was uproariously cheered as each succeeding ball disappeared beyond the fence. The soldiers wanted more, but Barrow finally called a halt, protesting that baseballs were too expensive to be used up at such an extravagant rate. In his next game at Hot Springs, Ruth played right field and hit a homer with the bases full. When the clubs played again a few days later and he had only 1 hit, a single, a newspaper reported plaintively, Babe Ruth was not able to make any home runs. The magic was spreading. Just before the Red Sox and Dodgers left Hot Springs to begin their long homeward trek, they played 1 more game at Camp Pike. Ruth was not in the lineup because Barrow had begun to develop his starting rotation, and it was not Ruth's turn to pitch. But the soldiers clamored for him, and in the 5th inning Barrow sent him into the game. In the 8th, he delighted his military audience by hitting a long home run to right field, and in the 9th, with the score tied, he hit a ball over the center fielder's head to drive in the winning run. The soldiers wrote home about that day. On the barnstorming trip, which had led down through Texas and back through Alabama and Tennessee before heading north and east to Boston, Ruth pitched in his regular turn but otherwise did not play. When the Red Sox opened their season, he was the starting pitcher, and for the 3rd straight year he won on opening day. Barrow had the pitching staff in perfect condition, and his 4 starters, Ruth, Mays, Leonard, and Bush, appeared like clockwork. Through the first 5 weeks of the season they pitched in that same order, day after day, none of them missing a turn, no other pitchers squeezing into the rotation. Ruth pinch hit once or twice and was hitting well, but he was strictly a pitcher in these early weeks of 1918 and batted 9th in the order. In his 5th start, he hit a home run over the roof in the Polo Grounds, his first home run of the year. That was on a Saturday. The Red Sox were to play the Yankees again on Monday. There had been considerable agitation for Sunday baseball in New York, but it was not yet legal and would not be for another year. And on Sunday they went out to Princeton, New Jersey, for an exhibition game with a team called the Silk Sox. Ruth played first base. This was partly to draw spectators, since the Babe's reputation was growing enormously, but it was also an experiment. Hooper had been arguing with Barrow about playing Ruth every day. God knows the Red Sox needed his power. No one else on the team batted as high as .290 that year, and only 5 of them were able to hit homers, 1 each for the year. Barrow had brought up a 35-year-old minor leaguer named George Whiteman to take the departed Duffy Lewis's place in left field, but now Whiteman was on the bench with an injury. Hooper suggested that Ruth take Whiteman's place. Barrow decided against it and put Wally Shang, the catcher, in left field. He had the old-line baseball man's respect for pitching. He told Hooper, "I'd be the laughingstock of baseball if I changed the best left-hander in the game into an outfielder." Hooper frequently heard Barrow say he had a $50,000 investment in the club, and he reminded the manager that when Ruth played, there were always bigger crowds, and these extra fans came to see him hit, not pitch. Barrow rubbed his big chin and looked at Hooper from under the soft straw hat he usually wore on the bench. He preferred to manage in civilian clothes and seldom put on a baseball uniform. There were other problems with the team, and Ruth's bat might solve them. Hoblitzel, the first baseman and for 4 years the team's cleanup hitter, had been in a dreadful slump ever since opening day. He was still waiting for the officers' commission he had applied for, and perhaps his mind was not fully on baseball. Whatever the cause, he had only 4 singles in his first 50 at-bats and was batting .80. Barrow dropped him from 4th to 6th in the batting order, a significant move in an era when managers seldom changed a lineup once they had settled on it. You batted 3rd or 7th or 2nd the way you played right field or shortstop. That was your position, and you stayed in it. Hoblitzel's slump continued, but he remained in the lineup. He was playing with a slightly injured hand, and Barrow, listening to Hooper, decided to use the injury as an excuse to have Hoblitzel sit out a few games. Ordinarily, Stuffy McInnes would have taken over at first base, but McInnes had been playing third base all spring and had been doing so well there that Barrow disliked moving him. After watching Ruth show to advantage in the exhibition at Princeton, he gave in and decided to let him play first base and bat 6th in Hoblitzel's place the next day against the Yankees. Thus, on Monday, May 6, 1918, precisely 3 years to the day after he hit his first Major League home run in the same ballpark, Babe Ruth appeared in a Major League game for the first time at a position other than pitcher, and, except for pinch hitting, in a spot other than 9th in the batting order. He came through majestically, hitting his second home run in 2 games and playing well in the field. Frazee was at the game, and so was Jacob Ruppert, president of the Yankees, who, like Frazee, was bucking the tide of owner conservatism by continually trying to strengthen his club despite the uncertainties of wartime baseball. Ruppert was acutely aware of Ruth's ability. 5 of Babe's first 11 Major League home runs had been hit in the Polo Grounds, and his growing appeal to New Yorkers. He offered to buy him, but Frazee laughed and shook his head. He was still on the upgrade or buying phase of his baseball venture, but he remembered the offer. The Red Sox were in Washington the next afternoon, and Ruth played first base again, although Barrow now moved him up to the cleanup position. For the 3rd straight game, he hit a home run, this one an immense poke over the right field wall into a war garden, where it frightened a dog. It was the first home run anybody had hit in Washington that season. The next day, he hit a double. The day after that, it was his turn to pitch, which he did, and he not only worked 10 innings, he lost 4-3, but had a perfect day at bat with a single, 3 doubles, and a triple. His batting average rose to .484, and he was the sensation of baseball. Paradoxically, during his explosive debut as a full-time player, the Red Sox were in a losing streak. When they left Boston a week earlier for this brief 6-game road trip to New York and Washington, they had a 12-3 record for the season and a firm hold on first place. They lost all 6 games on the road. Mays, Leonard, and Bush gave up an astonishingly atypical total of 31 runs in Ruth's first 3 games as a full-time batter, and returned to Boston in second place. Barrow put Hoblitzel at first base when Ruth pitched in Washington, and when the club returned to Boston, he kept Dick there and put Ruth in left field, the first time Ruth played the outfield in the majors. He went hitless, breaking a 10-game batting streak. He didn't hit a thing, not even an umpire, a newspaper said, and complained afterward, "Gee, it's lonesome in the outfield. It's hard to keep awake with nothing to do." Barrow put Ruth back at first base the next afternoon before a big Saturday crowd. Apparently comforted by his more populous surroundings, Ruth made 3 hits and fielded spectacularly, although in one desperate attempt to catch a pop-up bunt he fell flat on his face. The fans loved it. Whenever he came to bat, they applauded vigorously, and when rival outfielders retreated toward the fences, they hooted and cheered. Barrow was pleased with the crowd's favorable reaction to Ruth, but he was uneasy about the effect playing every day might have on his pitching. The big fellow developed a cold and a sore throat, and before he pitched again, Barrow had him sit out a game to rest. When he used him next as a pitcher, he batted him 9th. The next afternoon, he had him batting 4th again and playing left field. Left field became Ruth's regular non-pitching position. Barrow gave up completely on Hoblitzel, who in any case would be leaving for the Army soon, and decided to go full-time at first base with McInnes, who after all had been for years the best in the league at that position. Babe was still bothered by his cold, and his hitting slackened considerably. His throat was sore, and he did not feel well. With no game scheduled on Sunday, May 19th, he should have stayed home and rested, but he and Helen packed a picnic basket, got in the car, and drove out to a beach near Boston. Babe ate a good part of the basket, drank some beer, swam, played ball on the sand, and that night was burning with fever. His temperature rose to 104. In the morning he felt terrible, but insisted on going to Fenway Park. He was supposed to pitch that day, and he did not intend to miss his turn. At the ballpark, it was obvious he was too ill to play, and he was told to go home and go to bed. The team trainer went with him, and on the way they stopped off at a drugstore, where the trainer swabbed his throat with an over-liberal dose of silver nitrate, a torture regularly prescribed in that day for sore throats. Ruth's throat was raw anyway, and the pain of the swabbing was excruciating. He gagged, choked, and collapsed, and was hurriedly taken to Massachusetts General Hospital, where his ailment was described as acute edema, or swelling, of the larynx, and his condition is serious. He could not speak, and he was having trouble breathing, and rumors scurried around Boston that he was dying. But by nightfall the hospital reported he was out of danger. He remained in the hospital all week, Helen sitting with him most of the time. Hoblitzel, as captain of the team, sent him a basket of flowers, and so did Bill Kerrigan from Maine. It was the first time Ruth had ever received flowers from anyone, and he was greatly impressed. He still was not able to talk, but when visitors came in he would proudly point to the flowers. By the end of the week he was greatly improved, and on Sunday afternoon he was discharged from the hospital. On Monday he appeared at the ballpark in civilian clothes, and received an ovation from the crowd. In another day or two he was in uniform, and on Thursday, May 30th, Decoration Day, he pinch hit. The big holiday crowd cheered him, but he made an out. The club left for its first western trip of the season, and Ruth went with it. Barrow kept him on the bench in Detroit on Saturday because In the inexorable clockwork of the Red Sox starting rotation, Ruth was scheduled to pitch on Sunday. It was the first time since his illness that he had appeared in the starting lineup, and while he lost the game, he hit a home run. The next day he played center field in place of Amos Strunk, who had a slight injury, and hit another home run. He played center again the next day and hit another home run. And the next day he hit another, his fourth in 4 games. It was almost unbelievable. Here he was just back from the hospital, and he had hit 4 home runs in 4 straight games. He was supposed to pitch again, but for the first time all season, except when he was ill, he missed his turn. He told Barrow that he did not want to pitch, that pitching and playing the outfield at the same time were too much. Pitching had become a chore. He had not done well in his last 4 starts and had lost 3 of them. It was no fun anymore. Hitting was what he liked to do and what he wanted to do. Barrow said he wanted him to pitch. Ruth grew stubborn about it, and he and Barrow were soon at swords' points. Fortunately, during Ruth's illness, Barrow had discovered another capable pitcher. He was Sam Jones, who came to Boston in 1916 as a throw-in in the Speaker deal, and who pitched only 43 innings in 2 seasons with the Red Sox. Barrow had used him out of desperation, and Jones had pitched well. Now, with Ruth refusing to go to the mound, Barrow turned to Jones again, and Sam pitched his second successive shutout. All right, then, thought Barrow. If Ruth wants to give up pitching, let him, just as long as Jones holds up. Chapter 13. The Impact of War. Baseball in World War I. Jones held up splendidly. He went on to win 230 games in his career, but barely 2 weeks later Barrow was faced with another pitching crisis, and this one led to a major clash between the manager and Ruth. The war, or war hysteria, was closing in on baseball. The game had lost many men to the draft and enlistments, but for the body politic that was no longer sufficient. The moral feeling of the country, war tends to breed extremes of license and puritanism, was that everybody ought to be engaged in the war effort. There was no notable shortage of labor in essential industry, but Secretary of War Newton Baker, reflecting the mood of the times, decided to issue a work-or-fight order. Draft-age men engaged in non-productive work were liable to be drafted, even if they'd been deferred previously. In theory, the order was designed to keep factories, steel mills, shipyards, munitions plants, and the like well supplied with the workers they might need. In practice, it was to prevent able-bodied men of soldierly age from engaging in frivolous pursuits while their contemporaries were fighting and dying in France, or working behind a desk at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The responsibility of executing the work-or-fight rule lay with the Provost Marshal of the Army, General Enoch Crowder, who was in charge of the draft. Anyone born after 1900 would be hard-pressed to identify Crowder today, but the men who played baseball during World War I remembered him beyond Pershing, Foch, Joffre, von Hindenburg, or any of the other history book generals. As the man in charge of the draft, he was the one the ball players were aware of. A decade later, when a fine right-handed pitcher named Alvin Crowder came into the American League, he was instantly nicknamed General. When the work-or-fight order was pronounced in the spring of 1918, local draft boards moved quickly to demonstrate their patriotism, and ball players who had thought themselves immune from service were advised that they were now subject to being called to military duty. A New Jersey board dropped the black spot on Joe Finneran, a pitcher with the Yankees, who had previously been deferred because he was married and a father. Finneran appealed, saying he'd been a professional athlete for almost a decade and that no other occupation for which he was qualified could give him an income comparable to what he could earn in baseball. Since baseball was his chosen field, he asked permission to stay in it. This was to be organized baseball's argument. Its players were not seeking special exemption, but those still active in the game who had been deferred on valid individual grounds should be allowed to continue in their work. Finneran's draft board accepted that reasoning and granted his appeal. Draft boards elsewhere, however, found differently, and one after another players were ordered to leave baseball and find productive jobs. There were plenty of farm boys in the major leagues, and because farming was deemed productive, they began to leave for home and the plow. Others looked for jobs in factories. Some went to work at steel mills and shipyards, particularly mills and shipyards that happened to have fast semi-pro baseball teams. Indeed, some mills and shipyards actively proselytized major league players. Baseball began to panic at the prospect of a mad rush from dugout to farm and industry. If the work-or-fight order was carried out in toto, there would be only a handful of players, those under 21 or over 31, left to carry on. Crowds, already declining, would disappear completely and the owners would go broke. Treading on eggshells in its effort to avoid appearing unpatriotic while at the same time doing all it could to keep the game alive, baseball cautiously approached Secretary of War Baker and General Crowder. Actors had been exempted from the work or fight order on the grounds that public entertainment was necessary. Was not baseball public entertainment? In response, General Crowder late in June announced that while baseball was presently regarded as non-productive, no blanket ruling on the status of individual players would be sent to local draft boards until a case then in the hands of the Secretary of War was decided. This was the matter of Eddie Ainsmith, a 28-year-old catcher who'd been with the Washington Senators for 9 seasons. He had been deferred in the draft earlier, but now he'd been told he was to be called up because of the work or fight order. Ainsmith, backed by the Washington club, had appealed the draft board's decision and had carried his appeal all the way to Secretary Baker. Baseball had to wait nearly a month until the middle of July for Baker's decision. While it waited, the defection of its players continued. One of those who left was Dutch Leonard, the Red Sox left-hander, and his departure hurt. Leonard had been at a peak of accomplishment. He had pitched a no-hit, no-run game on June 3rd, followed that with another shutout on June 9th, and pitched a third straight shutout on June 13th. He lost 2-1 on June 16th, and after starting one more game on June 20th, jumped the club to take a job with the Four River Shipyards in Quincy, Massachusetts, just outside Boston. No one knew for sure what Leonard's everyday job was at the shipyard, but everyone was aware that he was also pitching for the Four River baseball team. With Leonard gone, Barrow again found himself short a starting pitcher, and this time he was unable to find another Sam Jones hidden in the back reaches of the dugout. The Red Sox, who had not been playing well anyway, slipped out of first place, and Barrow turned to Ruth for pitching help. Babe's hitting had been ordinary after that home run binge early in June. He'd hit only one more since, and his extravagant batting average had declined slowly but steadily into the low 300s. And Barrow felt he would be of greater value to the team on the mound than in the outfield. Ruth resisted the suggestion. He did not want to pitch. He'd come to think of himself as an outfielder. He would really have preferred to play first base, but McInnes was obviously his superior at that position, and Babe had become content in the outfield. Pitching was part of his past as far as he was concerned. Hitting was what he lived for now, at least on the baseball field. Barrow pressed him. Ruth said no. He said he couldn't pitch, that his arm bothered him. What was wrong with it? Well, it didn't feel right. The wrist hurt. He began to wear a leather strap around his left wrist as proof. This went on for several days until Barrow lost his patience and told Ruth flatly he would be starting against the Yankees in New York the following Monday. On Saturday, Ruth slid into second base in a game against Philadelphia and got up grimacing and holding his wrist. Barrow ignored the purported injury. He told the press that Babe would be pitching against New York. But in New York on Monday, Ruth insisted his wrist did hurt, and Joe Bush started the game in his place. Ruth sat on the bench. Barrow intended to keep him there, but Strunk twisted his bad ankle again, and on Tuesday Barrow had to use Ruth in Strunk's place in center field. As if in reaction to Barrow's pressure on him to pitch, Ruth's hitting immediately picked up. He hit a home run, his 9th of the year, and was referred to in print for the first time as the Home Run King. And the next afternoon hit a towering double that just missed being a homer when it glanced off the right field fence in the Polo Grounds. But he still would not pitch, and Barrow had to turn to a 30-year-old right-hander named Loren Bader, who had spent most of his career in the minors. In Bader's debut, which he lost, Ruth hit his 10th homer of the year. It was the only hit the Red Sox made in the game. A couple of days later, on June 30th, he hit a game-winning homer off Walter Johnson in the 10th inning to put the Red Sox back in the league lead. Now he had 11 home runs, a fairly staggering total. In 15 previous seasons, only 3 American leaguers had hit as many in a full season, and each had ended the year with 12. And here was Ruth with 11 before the season was half over. His fame was spreading. A naval officer noted that the wireless report that went out from Arlington every night at 11 included a quick rundown of the day's baseball scores. Just the bare results were given, except for Boston's games. Here the operator would interrupt the report to advise whether Ruth had hit a home run or not. Barrow was not that impressed. He still wanted Ruth to pitch. The relationship between manager and star became more and more strained. There was continual bickering. Barrow intimated that Ruth was dogging it in refusing to take his turn on the mound. Ruth told Barrow to stop pestering him and added, "I'm tired." Barrow snapped, "If you'd get to bed on time once in a while, you wouldn't be so damn tired." On July 1st, the Red Sox slid from the lead again, and the next afternoon in Washington, the situation between the two men exploded. In the 6th inning, Barrow bawled Ruth out for swinging at the first pitch when the manager wanted him to wait the pitcher out. "That was a bum play," Barrow said. Ruth flared up. "Don't call me a bum," he yelled, "unless you want to get a punch in the nose." Barrow, furious but still occupied with the game at hand, snapped, "That'll cost you $500. Ruth shouted, "The hell it will. I quit," and stomped off to the clubhouse. He dressed, left the ballpark, checked out of the hotel, and went home to his father's place in Baltimore. When the Red Sox left Washington that evening for Philadelphia, it was glaringly obvious that Ruth was not with the team. That night in Baltimore, this was Tuesday, July 2nd, Ruth sent a wire to Frank Miller, manager of the baseball team that played for the Chester Shipyards in Chester, Pennsylvania, just south of Philadelphia, asking what he would be paid if he left the Red Sox and joined the Shipyards team. Miller immediately sent a representative to Baltimore to talk to Ruth, and they worked out terms for Babe to appear with the Shipyard team when it played on the 4th of July, 2 days later. Barrow knew nothing of this. In Philadelphia Wednesday morning he denied that Ruth had quit the team, telling reporters that Ruth's going off to Baltimore was only a momentary aberration on Babe's part, a sort of boys will be boys willfulness. Later, during batting practice, Barrow was sitting in the back of the grandstand with Frazee, who had come down from New York to watch the Red Sox play, when a reporter came over to them and said, "We've just heard that Ruth has signed to play with the Chester Shipyards." "I don't believe it," Barrow said. But Frazee, instantly alert, asked, "Where is this shipyard? Who's in charge of the team? I've got a contract with Ruth, and they have no right to use him." Frazee said he would go to court if he had to. "Ruth can't get away with this," he added. That afternoon the headlines shouted, "Ruth jumps Red Sox, will play in Delaware River Shipbuilding League." In Baltimore, reporters found Babe in his father's flat and pumped him with questions. He was surprisingly quiet and subdued, even contrite. He talked about the fuss with Barrow and admitted that his temper had gotten away from him. "I guess I said a lot of things I shouldn't have said," he conceded. He added that he thought it would all blow over, although he made it clear he would not pay the $500 fine. He said he would probably rejoin the Red Sox in a few days. "I'm all right," he said. "I'm ready to go back to playing. I just don't want to be fighting and being fought with all the time." One of the reporters told him that some people thought he was jumping to Chester because of the work-or-fight order, that he was trying to avoid the draft. "No," said Ruth, "that's not it at all. I've been deferred because I'm married, but we've all signed up anyway." He and several other players had joined a reserve unit in Boston. "To do our bit after the season is over. Any time they want me, all they have to do is call me and I'll go." "What about the deal with Chester?" "Oh," said Ruth, "well, I'll play with them tomorrow. I thought it would be fun to play somewhere tomorrow." Frazee felt rather differently about it. He said he would seek an injunction to prevent Ruth from playing with Chester on July 4th, and that if Babe did play, he would sue the shipyard for damages. Miller, the Chester manager, was unimpressed by Frazee's threats and declared that he fully expected Babe to play, but Ruth, apparently unnerved by the vigor of Frazee's language, sent the Red Sox owner a wire in which he said he had not jumped the club. He neglected to add anything about when he was coming back, or whether or not he would be playing with Chester. That evening, the amiable Heine Wagner, who'd been Ruth's keeper under Kerrigan and who was still serving as a player-coach under Barrow, took a train from Philadelphia to Baltimore and went to see the runaway. Babe was glad to see him. He had always liked Heine, and it took very little persuasion from Wagner before Babe agreed to return to the ball club with him. They reached Philadelphia at 2 a.m. and went to sleep. The Red Sox and the Athletics had a morning-afternoon doubleheader the next day, the 4th of July. Ruth reported to the clubhouse in the morning and put on his uniform, but Barrow ignored him and did not put him in the lineup. Ruth had returned in an expansive, conciliatory mood, feeling like the prodigal son. Now he was hurt, and when Barrow still refused to speak to him after the morning game, Babe blew up again. He took off his uniform and said that was it. Now he was quitting for good. Wagner and Hooper and several other players gathered around him, soothed him, calmed him down. Hooper or Wagner, or possibly Frazee himself, talked to Barrow and got him to retreat from his stubborn position. This may have been when Frazee nicknamed his manager Simon Legree. In any case, a truce was effected. Amos Strunk was still on the sidelines with his bad ankle, and Barrow put Ruth into center field for the afternoon game. Babe made one hit, but he also struck out twice and popped up, which greatly pleased the Philadelphia fans who, no gentler then than they are now, rode him unmercifully and hooted when he struck out. After the game, Barrow and Ruth worked out the details of their piece. The fine was rescinded, but in return Babe agreed to pitch the next afternoon, the first time he had started a game in nearly 5 weeks. He won it, too, 4-3 in 10 innings, and with the pennant race so tight he apparently agreed to go along with Barrow's wish that he remain solely a pitcher for the time being. At any rate, when the Red Sox returned to Boston on Saturday, July 6th, to open a series with the Cleveland Indians, who were in first place, Ruth was on the bench and a rookie named Walter Barbert was in left field. In the 6th inning, when Barbert came to bat with 2 men on and the Red Sox behind 4-2, Barrow could not resist the temptation. He sent Ruth in to pinch hit. Babe hit a triple that drove in the tying runs, and when the throw to third base went awry, came across himself with the winning run. That victory moved the Red Sox past Cleveland into the lead, and Barrow gave up. The next day Ruth was in left field, batting fourth, and he stayed there. The Red Sox beat Cleveland 4 out of 5, Chicago 3 out of 4, St. Louis 3 out of 4, and Detroit 4 straight. Ruth hit ferociously. He hit no home runs, but he had 5 triples in 7 games, including one with a man on first base in the last half of the 10th inning of a scoreless game that actually went into the right field bleachers on the fly. Under today's scoring rules it would be a home run, but in that day the game ended as soon as the winning run crossed the plate, and Ruth's blow was officially designated a triple. Against the White Sox he was particularly overwhelming. A theory had been advanced that because Ruth was such a pronounced pull hitter, he could be stopped if he were given nothing but low outside pitches. Chicago's Eddie Cq2cq tested the theory, and Ruth pushed 3 successive doubles to the opposite field. The next day he hit another double and 2 triples. End of theory. His hitting simply amazed baseball people. Everyone marveled at the force with which he swung, and how when he missed the ball his body would be twisted around in a complete circle by the violence of his effort. Newspapers ran detailed charts analyzing his accomplishments. One article noted that 40 of his 65 hits, to that date, had been for extra bases, and it compared his extra bases, that is, the number of bases beyond first to which his hits had carried him, with those of other outstanding American League hitters. Ruth had 75 such bases from his 65 hits, whereas home run Baker had only 38 from 108 hits, and Ty Cobb 35 from 105. Ruth was, the papers wrote, the mightiest slugger of them all, and a Boston sports writer named Bert Whitman said, "The more I see of Babe, the more he seems a figure out of mythology." During Boston's winning surge, Babe played left field in every game but one. On July 17th, the Red Sox had a doubleheader with St. Louis. Mays, Bush, and Jones had been doing nearly all the pitching, and Barrow asked Ruth if he would help out by starting one of the games in the doubleheader. Ruth said sure, came in from the outfield after the first game, and turned in a rain-shortened 4-0 shutout. The game ended after the 5th inning. The manager was pleased, and for the moment, as far as Babe was concerned, everything was sweetness and light. It was not sweetness and light for baseball, however. On July 19th, Secretary of War Baker finally announced his decision on Eddie Ainsmith. Baseball, he declared ominously, was not an essential occupation under the work or fight order. Therefore, Ainsmith faced induction into the Army unless he left baseball and got a productive job. The ruling was not unexpected, but it nonetheless shocked baseball. It meant that the game would very soon lose almost all its players. In Chicago, Ban Johnson impulsively declared that the American League season would end 2 days later, after the games of Sunday, July 21st. James Dunn, owner of the Cleveland Indians, and a faithful follower of Johnson, dutifully said he would close and lock his park on Sunday night. The other owners were not so ready to comply. Johnson's dictatorial authority — he had single-handedly founded the American League and always assumed the right to rule it without question — was on the wane, and on Saturday, after the League president's Götterdämmerung statement had been printed in newspapers all across the country, Jacob Ruppert, an unflappable individual, said quietly that he saw no reason for ending the season so abruptly. The Yankees had only one non-draft age player, the venerable home run Baker, but Ruppert said that even so he was in favor of continuing with the schedule for the time being. Frazee, who got along well with Ruppert, agreed, pointing out that baseball had at least a little time before the draft boards would act. He suggested cutting the season from its regular 154-game schedule to 100 games. His Red Sox up to that day had played 86, and holding the World Series in August. As for Johnson's declaration that the season would end the next day, Frazee said, "My answer to that is, I will not give my consent, and it requires the unanimous consent of the owners to end the season." Rupert Frazee and one or two others managed to stem Johnson's initial panic, and the next day Ban reversed his field and said the league was going ahead. The National League had already decided to continue. After a hasty conference, the National Commission wired General Crowder and asked if it might discuss the situation with him. The general agreed to the request and said he would meet with them in Washington on Wednesday, July 24th. He would delay application of the work or fight order to baseball, he said, until after the meeting. Frazee was a member of a 12-man group that went to see Crowder. They stressed the seasonal aspect of baseball and asked if the order could be held off until October 15th after the World Series. If that was impossible, they asked at the very least for enough time to let baseball make orderly preparations for a suspension of activity. Crowder said he would take up the matter with Secretary Baker. On Friday, July 26th, Baker announced that baseball could have until the weekend of September 1st. This cut a month and about 30 games from the original schedule, but baseball was happy to be getting that much time. Gary Herman, president of the National Commission, immediately declared that the season would end on Labor Day, September 2nd, and suggested that a brief World Series would probably follow, although John Tenner, the National League president, said gloomy, "I don't think a series will be played this year." Johnson, who did not like to be upstaged by Herman, a National Leaguer, announced a day or so later that he had asked the American League owners for permission, he had learned a lesson there, to end the season on August 20th, but again his wishes were ignored. The American Leaguers went along with their National League counterparts and set Labor Day as the terminal date. Then, not content with one cookie, baseball went back to the War Department and asked if it would be all right for two teams, the two pennant winners, to continue on into September long enough to put on the World Series. And the War Department eventually okayed this proposal too, although not until August 22nd, just 2 weeks before the series began. This, then, was the green light baseball received in World War I. The Red Sox were in Chicago on July 26th when the news of it broke, and Barrow promptly approached Ruth again about pitching. It was an amicable discussion this time. The manager remarked that the season had little more than a month to go. He wondered if Babe could handle the extra effort of coming in from the outfield every fourth day to pitch during that fairly brief stretch. The Red Sox had a fair lead. It was 4.5 games at that point, and an excellent chance to win the pennant, if the pitching held up. But the staff was again showing signs of wear. Bader had not come through, and Mays, Bush, and Jones were starting all the games now. Mays had been superb. He won his 17th game on July 22nd, but he was exhausted. Bush and Jones were beginning to flag too. Barrow and the Red Sox desperately needed a fourth starter. Otherwise, the pitching was apt to collapse completely, and with it the team's chances of winning the pennant. Barrow asked instead of ordering, and Ruth agreed. After playing left field and batting fourth in Chicago on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he went to the mound in St. Louis on Monday, July 29th. He had pitched only twice in nearly 2 months, a total of only 14 innings, yet he immediately became the top man on the staff, starting and winning more games than anyone else from then to the end of the season. He completed 8 of his 9 starts. In 1917 and 1918, he started 57 games and completed 53 of them. He batted fourth when he pitched against the Browns and won 3-2. The next afternoon, he was in left field and was in the outfield again on Wednesday. On Thursday, still batting fourth, he pitched against St. Louis again and won 2-1. Friday and Saturday, he played left field in Cleveland. On Sunday, he pitched against the Indians in the first game of a doubleheader and won 2-1, and in the second game played left field. It went on that way for the rest of the season, and he won 7 games in little more than a month while leading the team in hitting. There was one hiatus in his strenuous schedule. On Saturday, August 24th, he beat the Browns 3-1 in Boston, and even stole home on the front end of a double steal. That victory left the Red Sox 4 games ahead with only 9 games left in the abbreviated season, which meant that another pennant, Boston's 3rd in 4 years, was assured. The team had Sunday off, and Babe and Helen planned to go out to the beach. But word came Sunday morning that Babe's father was dead. On Saturday night in Baltimore, a family quarrel had ruptured into tragedy. Babe's father and his second wife had taken her sister in to live with them. The sister's husband had been arrested a few weeks earlier on charges of statutory rape with a 16-year-old girl. He was now out of bail and, as a matter of fact, was downstairs in the bar that very evening. A brother of the two women, a Baltimore fireman, stopped by Saturday night to see if the sister needed money, and became angry when she told him of the ways her husband had mistreated her. The fireman went downstairs to the bar, accosted his brother-in-law, and began a harangue about his various inadequacies. An argument followed, and Ruth Sr., angry at all the noise in his tavern, came over to stop the dispute. He and the fireman had a few sharp words, and when the man left, Ruth followed him outside. They got into a fight, in the course of which Ruth fell and hit the back of his head. He was carried into the bar and then was taken to University Hospital, where he died. Babe and Helen took a train to Baltimore for the wake and the funeral, and did not return to Boston until late in the week. He missed 3 games, the first time since his illness in May that he had gone more than 1 day without playing. It was his last extended visit to Baltimore, which he never again thought of as home. His father and mother were dead, his only sister was 18, a grown woman, and his stepmother had the bar. He was Babe Ruth of Boston now. He pitched his last game of the season the following Saturday, August 31st, beating Philadelphia 6-1 to clinch the pennant for the Red Sox. It was his 13th victory against 7 defeats, and his 9th in his last 11 starts. His .650 winning percentage was second best in the league. He had also played 59 games in the outfield and 13 at first base. He batted an even .300. He did not hit a home run after June 30th, and he had been tied for the league championship at 11 by Tilly Walker, his ex-teammate now with Philadelphia, but more than half his 95 hits were for extra bases. If they had been selecting a most valuable player that year, he would have won the honor in a breeze, the Chester shipyard caper notwithstanding. Chapter 14. The 1918 World Series, the abortive strike. The World Series between the Red Sox and the Cubs began in Chicago on Thursday, September 5th, the earliest a series game has ever been played, and the first time one was held before the beginning of October. Frazee protested the scheduling, which provided for the first 3 games to be in Chicago and the remaining ones, either 1, 2, 3, or 4 as needed, in Boston. Frazee felt this was unfair, since Boston could be certain of only 1 playing date at home in the best 4 games of 7 series. He assumed that Ban Johnson, bitter toward him because Rupert and he had led the resistance to Johnson's plans for ending the season early, had connived with the 2 National Leaguers on the National Commission to job Boston out of a fair share of playing dates. But Gary Herman, the commission president, always courteous, patiently explained to Frazee that wartime travel restrictions had dictated the pattern of the schedule, and a flip of the coin had decided which city would get the first 3 games. Frazee gave in, and the Red Sox went to Chicago. Ruth, of course, was expected to dominate the series, possibly as a pitcher, certainly as a hitter. Chicago geared its entire strategy to Ruth's bat. The Cubs had 3 fine pitchers in Jim Vaughn, Lefty Tyler, and Claude Hendricks, but because Hendricks was a right-hander and the left-handed Ruth was murderous against righties, the Cubs used only the left-handed Vaughn and Tyler in the series. The 2 alternated starts, and between them pitched all but 2 innings for the Cubs in the 6-game affair. Everybody wondered whether Barrow would have Ruth pitch the first game, although Mays, who won 21 games, was probably the more logical choice. Mays had been pitching poorly for almost 5 weeks, but a few days before the season ended, Barrow had him start both games of a doubleheader, and Mays won both, 12-0 and 4-1. He was ready. Bush, too, was pitching strongly, and young Sam Jones won his last 5 starts to finish with a 15-5 record, especially impressive since he had not pitched at all to speak of in the first month of the season. Even so, Ruth was the best Boston pitcher down the stretch. The day before the series began, Barrow said Ruth would be in left field and probably would not pitch at all. Either Mays or Bush would open the series, he said. Ruth emphasized his role as the prospective hitting hero of the series by hitting the first ball pitched to him in batting practice before the first game into the seats. All this was a ruse. When the teams finished batting practice, Bush went out to warm up. Then, to the confusion of the Cubs, Ruth joined Bush and began to warm up next to him. When the Boston lineup was handed to the umpires at game time, Ruth was the starting pitcher. Moreover, he batted 9th against the left-handed Vaughn, and old George Whiteman, the right-handed hitting left fielder, batted 4th. The strategy worked perfectly. Ruth defeated Vaughn 1-0, and Whiteman had 2 of Boston's 5 hits, one of which set up the winning run. Ruth, cheered by the Chicago crowd each time he came to bat, flied to center and struck out twice, which brought louder cheers from the Chicago crowd. He also took care of Leslie Mann for Barrow. Mann was the Chicago left fielder, a right-handed hitter who hit left-handers well. "Watch out for this fellow Mann," Barrow warned Ruth before the game. "Don't let up on him. Don't ever let him dig in at the plate." "Don't worry," Ruth said. "I'll get him." Mann, who had hit a home run off Ruth in the spring of 1914 when Babe was a rookie with Baltimore, was short and stocky. Max Flack, the Cubs' right fielder, was short too, although not nearly as chunky as Mann. And Flack batted left-handed, not right-handed. But Ruth studied Max closely when he came to bat in the first inning, brushed him back from the plate twice, and struck him out with a fastball on the outside corner. The Cubs filled the bases after that. For all Barrow's warnings, Ruth let Les Mann hit a single, and Babe had to struggle to get out of the inning. If he had intended to say anything about either the Flack strikeout or the Mann single when he came to the bench, he had forgotten about it by the time he got there. In the third inning, Flack singled sharply, and when he came to bat again in the fifth, Ruth hit him on top of the head with a fastball. Fortunately, Flack was not hurt, and he trotted on down to first base, but when Ruth came to the bench after the inning was over, he sat down next to Barrow and said, "Well, I guess I took care of that guy Mann for you." He had been throwing at the wrong player all afternoon. A long-standing baseball tradition had its origin in that game. When the hometown fans stood up for their customary seventh-inning stretch, the band unexpectedly began to play the Star-Spangled Banner. The players stood at attention and turned to face the flag flying from a pole in center field, and one of them, on leave from the Great Lakes Naval Training Station, saluted. The crowd began to sing the song. It was not yet the national anthem, and when it was over there was a great burst of applause. The incident was entirely spontaneous, but it was repeated in the following two games in Chicago, and when the teams moved to Boston, Frazee, the showman, had his band play the Star-Spangled Banner to open the festivities. Thereafter it was usually played on opening day and at World Series games and other special occasions that warranted the presence of a band. The coincidence 25 years later of electronic public address systems and World War II brought about the current practice of playing the anthem before every baseball game, and by extension before practically every major sports event. It is estimated that a 20-year veteran like Willie Mays heard the Star-Spangled Banner played 3,000 times, usually badly. The war made its presence felt in other ways. During the eighth inning, 6 warplanes, not jets but World War II biplanes, flew over the field in formation as the crowd watched in wonder. And because of the war, it was not much of a crowd. Ticket prices had been cut in half, but attendance was a disappointing 19,000, not much more than half of what it was a year earlier when the Giants and White Sox opened their series in the same park. It was almost as bad on Friday when the Cubs beat Joe Bush, but it rose to 27,000 on Saturday when Mays, in top form, gave Vaughn his second defeat 2-1. Ruth did not play in either of these games. With attendance bad, the low ticket prices made gate receipts even worse than bad, which was a matter of concern to the players. They were on the edge of a financial desert, what with the worker fight order presumably wiping out the 1919 season. No one in September 1918 knew that the war would be over in 2 months. And the shortening of the season had hit them in the pocketbook already, since they were paid bi-weekly and their salary checks ended when the regular season did. The Red Sox players confronted Frazee on that, demanding that their salaries be continued through September 15th. At first Frazee refused, but when the players said in that case they would not play in the series, he gave in. Now the players had to worry about their series shares too. The World Series was traditionally the great plum of baseball, but every time they looked up, the plum was shrinking more and more rapidly into a prune. The complex formula for dividing gate receipts equitably gave the players 60% of the money taken in at the first 4 games. They did not share in receipts from later games, in order to avoid suspicion that they might deliberately extend the series in order to achieve a greater financial return. But now for the first time, the 2 series teams had to split the pot with players on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams in each league, a system that subsequently became standard baseball practice. This new system had been decreed by the National Commission the previous January, partly because of an uneasiness about possible wartime reaction to World Series players hauling down vast sums of money for a few days' work, and partly because baseball brass was increasingly unhappy at the windfalls the series players were getting, especially since a wave of new, larger ballparks greatly increased attendance and receipts. Individual shares for members of winning and losing teams were substantial, often equaling or surpassing a player's annual salary, and in the case of high-salaried players, being equivalent to a 25 or 50% bonus. At this point in the game's history, only a handful of players made as much as $10,000 a year, and only 2 or 3, Cobb, Wagner, Speaker, had gone beyond $15,000. The commission therefore established flat figures of $2,000 for each winning share and $1,500 for each losing one. The balance of the money would be spread around among the other First Division ball players. One baseball executive said gleefully, "The heyday of players reaping a harvest from World Series spoils has come to an end." The players made no objection to the new system, probably because most of them thought more in terms of picking up a little extra cash for finishing second, third, and fourth than in picking up a bundle for finishing first. After all, almost 90% of the players each year did not make the series, and $2,000 was still a lot of money. Even $1,500 wasn't bad. In Chicago, however, the low receipts gave the players pause, especially when they remembered then that they had to give 10% off the top to war charities. Baseball promised a 10% donation from World Series revenue when it asked the War Department for permission to put the series on. It began to appear that even if no money at all was passed on to the other First Division teams, there would still not be enough money in the players' pool to come close to the projected $2,000 and $1,500 shares. The commission conceded that the actual amounts would be more like $1,200 and $800. The players became restive. The 2 clubs left Chicago for Boston Saturday night on the same train, and during the long journey, the train did not reach Boston until late Sunday, the players from both teams met and discussed the matter. Something had to be done, they agreed, and representatives were dispatched to speak to one or another or all 3 members of the National Commission, Van Johnson, Gary Herman, or John Heidler, who a month earlier had been elected president of the National League to succeed John Tenner. The commissioners put them off. The players persisted. They declared they would not play in Boston on Monday unless a satisfactory settlement of their grievance was reached. The commissioners relented slightly and said they would meet with a players' committee Tuesday morning before the 5th game of the series. The players accepted this and agreed to play Monday's game without question. Ruth went along with all this, although he was not an active participant. He was more interested in straw hats on the train ride. Hard straw hats were a favored summer style, but now it was September, Labor Day was past, and connoisseurs of style on the train decreed that with summer over, the straw hat should go too. Ruth chose to enforce this fashion dictate, and with a few boisterous teammates went whooping and hollering through the cars, confiscating every flat straw skimmer in sight and punching a hole through the bottom of each. One of his companions in the guerrilla operation was a big left-hander from Texas named Walt Kinney. Kinney wasn't much of a pitcher. He had appeared in only 15 innings that year, but he was as tall as Ruth and rangy and strong, and the 2 of them liked to wrestle and spar and generally clout each other around, like very large tiger cubs at play. Late Sunday afternoon, when the train was halfway across Massachusetts, only an hour or so from Boston, the straw hat supply gave out, and Ruth and Kinney fell back on horseplay to while away the time. Ruth took a left-handed swing at the Texan, Kinney ducked, the train lurched, and Ruth's pitching hand smacked against the hard steel side of the car. He yelped in pain and sucked the middle knuckle of his left hand. The knuckle became red and swollen, and his middle finger began to ache. Ruth tried to keep Barrow from learning of the injury, but the manager found out, looked at the hand, and growled, "You damn fool. You know you're supposed to pitch tomorrow, and you go fooling around like this." "I'll be okay," Ruth said. "I'll be able to pitch." And he did, and surprisingly well, too, although for only the 2nd time that year he was not able to complete a game. He went into it with a string of 22 consecutive scoreless innings in World Series competition, the last 13 innings of his memorable win over Brooklyn in 1916, and his 9-inning shutout of the Cubs 4 days earlier. He struggled. He gave up 7 hits and 6 walks before he was relieved in the 9th, but the Red Sox made 3 double plays, and the hapless Max Flack was twice picked off base, once by the catcher and once by Ruth, who nipped him off second. The Cubs were not able to score until the 8th, which gave Ruth 7 more scoreless innings, or 29 in all, breaking the famous World Series record of 28 set by Christy Mathewson in 1905. Ruth's record lasted for 42 years, and of all his accomplishments in baseball, it was the one of which he was the most proud. Barrow had moved him up from 9th in the batting order to 7th, the only time in his career that he hit 7th, and when he came to bat for the first time in the 2nd inning, he was roaringly acclaimed by the Boston crowd, which was far more interested in his hitting than in his shutout pitching. Disappointment. No one was on base, and he grounded out to second. When he came to bat again in the fourth inning, the score was still 0-0, and this time runners were on first and second. The crowd was bouncing with anticipation. If first base had been open, Lefty Tyler would have given Ruth an intentional base on balls, but now he had to pitch to him. He threw 3 consecutive curves, low and away, and the count went to 3-0. He threw 2 more curves that caught the plate, and it was 3-2. Ruth cocked his bat. Tyler stood nervously on the mound. He turned toward right field and signaled Max Flack to play deeper. Flack backed up a step or two. Tyler waved again, but Flack stayed where he was. Tyler turned and pitched. Ruth swung and hit a long fly to right. Flack, momentarily misjudging it, took a step in and then turned and raced back. The ball went over his head and rolled all the way to the fence, and by the time Max got to it and threw it in, Ruth was on third base with a triple. The Red Sox were leading 2-0, and the crowd was making more noise than any Boston crowd had since the Colonials took 2 from the British at Concord and Lexington. The score stayed 2-0 until the 8th inning, when Ruth, laboring, gave up a walk and a single. An infield out brought in 1 run, ending the scoreless streak, and a second Chicago hit tied the score. The Red Sox scored again in the last of the 8th to go ahead 3-2, and Ruth went out to pitch the 9th. The first batter singled and the second walked, which meant the Cubs had the tying and winning runs on base with no one out. Barrow called time and brought Joe Bush in to pitch, but instead of taking Ruth out of the game, he sent him to left field. A force out at third base on an attempted sacrifice and a quick double play, and that was the ball game. Ruth's 3rd World Series pitching victory, and his 3rd by a 1-run margin, 2-1, 1-0, 3-2. The Red Sox now had a 3-1 lead in games, and Boston's fans were talking optimistically about wrapping it up the next day. The players, on the other hand, were talking pessimistically about the attendance that afternoon. Only 22,000 had come to the game, and rough arithmetic indicated that receipts from the first 4 games would yield a winning share of only 900 a man and a losing share of 500. The players moaned. The next morning, their 4-man committee, Hooper and Dave Sheen of the Red Sox, Mann and Bill Killefer of the Cubs, met as scheduled with the National Commission at the ballpark. That is, they met with Herman and Heidler. Johnson had stopped off at the bar of the Copley Plaza Hotel in downtown Boston to have a few drinks with a friend. The players reminded Herman and Heidler that right up to the beginning of the series they'd been assured that they would receive shares of 2,000 and 1,500, and that these figures had been accepted without protest, even though they were drastically smaller than in previous years. Herman mentioned the meager crowds. Hooper, who acted as spokesman for the players, said they were aware that attendance had been disappointing. They knew ticket prices had been sharply reduced. They realized receipts were small. They were therefore willing to accept a further reduction, but only to 1,500 for each winning share and 1,000 for each losing one. Herman said it was impossible, there wasn't enough money. The players' shares had come from the players' portion of the gate receipts. It was a shame that portion wasn't larger, but that's the way it was. Everyone was losing money in the series, the clubs, the leagues, the commission. The only ones who would make anything beyond expenses were the players themselves. Hooper said he understood all that, but he suggested that because of the scarcity of receipts this year, the new system of bringing the second, third, and fourth place teams in each league into the pot be postponed until normal conditions returned after the war. That would be only fair, he claimed. Herman disliked arguments and disputes. He wished Johnson were there. Heidler, young and inexperienced, said nothing at all. Herman shook his head sadly at Hooper and the other players and said he could do nothing about it right now. After the game, perhaps a decision could be made, by which he meant after he and Heidler had had a chance to talk to Johnson. Hooper said no, make the decision now. Herman repeated that it was impossible. Hooper said, then we will not play today. By 2:30, which was the scheduled time for the game to start, only one player had appeared on the field. Stuffy McInnes wandered out to take a look at things. No explanation for the delay was given the spectators, but stories on the threatened strike had appeared in the papers, and the people in the stands had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Honey Fitzgerald, who had come to the park with the Royal Rooters, listened to the murmuring in the grandstand, and, fearing a riot if the game was called off, sent for police reinforcements. Fitzgerald was only an ex-mayor at the time, but he was still a potent political force. Several wagon-loads of police were sent at once to Fenway Park, and 4 mounted policemen came in through an outfield gate to take up positions in front of the unruly bleachers. Meanwhile, Johnson arrived at the ballpark, feeling absolutely splendid after his session at the Copley Plaza bar. The Players' Committee and the Commission renewed the discussion. Johnson, in an expansive mood, took over the meeting. He told Hooper for the last time that nothing could be done. There was not enough money, and the Commission was not going to change its plans to include the other First Division clubs in the split. Hooper said again that the players on both clubs would strike. They would not play. "If you don't want to play, don't," Johnson said. "But, Harry, you fellows are putting yourselves in a very bad light with the fans. There are going to be wounded soldiers and sailors at the game again today. With a war going on and fellows fighting in France, what do you think the public will think of you players striking for more money?" Hooper sagged. He realized they were beaten. He and the other members of the Players' Committee talked briefly, and then Hooper turned to the Commission and said they would play. They would finish the series, but on 2 conditions. The first was that they be allowed to make a public statement before the game began. The Commission agreed, and Honey Fitzgerald, who had come into the room, said he would read it to the crowd. The second was that no punitive action be taken against anyone on either team. Johnson waved his hand grandly and said, "Go out and play, Harry. Everything will be okay." Neither Herman nor Heidler said anything. 3 months later, just before Christmas, each player received a letter signed by Heidler saying that because of their disgusting conduct during the strike, none would receive a World Series emblem. More than 50 years later, Hooper, by then a member of baseball's Hall of Fame, still burned with resentment at the Commission's action. After capitulating, the committee returned to the locker rooms, broke the news to the other players, and began to dress for the game. Out in the arena, the band had been playing Tessie and Keep the Home Fires Burning and other songs. At one point there was a hush, and the crowd grew very still as a few dozen wounded servicemen, some of them on crutches, were escorted down to front-row seats that had been reserved for them. The crowd rose up and applauded, and the band softly played the Star-Spangled Banner. Into this atmosphere strode Honey Fitzgerald, carrying a megaphone. He walked up to home plate, stood there for a moment in dramatic silence, and then, lifting the megaphone to his mouth and twisting and turning as he spoke so that his words could be heard in every part of the ballpark, he read the statement Hooper had hurriedly prepared. It said in part, "We will play, not because we think we are getting a fair deal, because we are not, but we will play for the sake of the public, which has always given us its loyal support, and for the wounded soldiers and sailors who are in the grandstand waiting for us." There was applause for that, but when the players took the field, the cheers were well sprinkled with boos. Van Johnson had been right about the public's reaction. The Red Sox lost that afternoon, but won the next day to take the series 4-2. Ruth got into the final game as a fielding replacement for Whiteman, who hurt his neck diving for a ball in the outfield in the 7th inning. A few days later, the official figures on the winning and losing shares were officially announced. They were slightly higher than the players had anticipated, but they were still minuscule. Ruth and the other Red Sox regulars each received $1,102, the smallest winning share in World Series history. A year later, a losing share was worth $3,254. Each of the losing Cubs got $671. The Boston players noted that the 10% earmarked for charity had already been deducted, and in a sardonic gesture of their confidence in the National Commission, Harry Frazee called it the National Omission, instructed Hooper to get the money from baseball's governing body and distribute it himself among Boston's war charities. Chapter 15. The Big Fight, Ruth versus Barrow. 2 months after the war-ruined 1918 World Series, the war itself was over. The war had relatively small impact on Babe Ruth, and to him its ending meant little more than that baseball would be played in 1919 after all, despite the threats to the contrary. And that meant money. Ruth was well aware of his commercial appeal. A Boston cigar manufacturer had taken him in as a partner for the right to capitalize on his name, and he made it clear to Barrow and Frazee that he wanted a substantial raise in 1919. Aside from the aesthetic appreciation of his own worth, Ruth needed more money because he was spending more and more of it, on clothes, on automobiles, on girls, on partying, and, yes, on Helen. Even though she had been married for 4 years, Helen was barely 21, and she found herself increasingly unable to comprehend her husband's exuberant ways. She felt less and less a part of his life. In 1918, they bought an 80-acre farm out in the country in Sudbury, 20 miles west of Boston, and the two quondam waifs played at being happy together back on the land. But it was Helen who was more often on the land, alone, while Babe was on the road with the team, or on the town with his night people. Only rarely was she able to bring home to him her loneliness and distress, and he assumed that his generosity with money and gifts made up for that. In truth, he was never greatly concerned. He was primarily interested in himself, and his young wife's unhappiness rarely penetrated his restless questing after fun and games. He was very much a celebrity now as the country turned away from war and toward peace. On the Red Sox ball club, he was the king, the unquestioned star of the best team in baseball, winners of the World Series 3 times in 4 years. He was only 24, but except for Harry Hooper and Deacon Scott, he was senior man on the club in point of service and far and away the best paid. Wherever he happened to be, he was the focus of attention. During the 1918 season, he drew louder and more sustained applause than anyone else. The other players, teammates and opponents both, liked him or at least enjoyed being around him. He was such an outspoken, engaging extrovert, they could not help being amused and entertained by him. And they were in genuine awe of the way he could hit, the way he could play baseball. Nonetheless, they rode him constantly, his teammates relatively gently, but his opponents often viciously. They mocked him, jeered him, made pointed insults about his round, flat-nosed, heavily tanned face. They called him monkey, baboon, ape, gorilla. The terms were not used with rough affection. They were insults, harsh comments on his homeliness, his ignorance, his crudity. When he was still relatively new to the major leagues, someone noticed in the clubhouse that he had the distressing habit, after taking a shower, of putting back on the same sweaty underwear he had taken off after the game, and of wearing the same underwear day after day. Baseball wit is seldom subtle, and the ignorant boy from the home took a cruel barrage of heavy-handed comment for this singular lack of personal fastidiousness. He reacted by abandoning underwear completely, and for years thereafter wore nothing at all under his expensive suits and silk shirts. Loud, profane, outspoken, supremely confident in most things, he returned insult for insult, although he sometimes was not sure whether he had been insulted or not. He was frequently called Tarzan, after Edgar Rice Burroughs' recently published bestseller. Ruth rather liked being called Tarzan, sensing it had something to do with his nearly superhuman feats on the ball field, but he did not know what it meant. He asked a teammate, "Hey, what's this Tarzan stuff? Why do you guys keep calling me Tarzan?" "You know, Babe," the teammate answered in some surprise. "It's from that book." "What book?" "The Tarzan book, Tarzan of the Apes." "Apes?" snapped Ruth. "You're calling me an ape?" He was suddenly furious. It took fast talk and adroit dissembling to calm him down. Beyond the simian insults were the rougher epithets built around the word nigger. He was called nigger, nigger this, nigger that, all the vituperative changes on the theme that Jackie Robinson was to endure 30 years later. Ruth was called nigger so often that many people assumed he was indeed partly black, and that at some point in time he, or an immediate ancestor, had managed to cross the color line. Even players in the Negro baseball leagues that flourished then believed this, and generally wished the Babe, whom they considered a secret brother, well in his conquest of white baseball. Ruth, from southern-oriented Baltimore, found the allusion an insufferable calumny, the worst insult of all, although his personal relationship with blacks over the years was amiable. His occasional evidences of bigotry were for the most part casual and unthinking reflections of the age. A New York judge noticed one day that Ruth was a spectator in his court, and when the case at hand was over, spoke to him from the bench and invited him to give his reactions. "It was interesting," Babe boomed from the back of the court, "but I thought the little kike over there should have won the case." As he made and spent money, he tried to pick up social graces, sometimes with hilarious results, particularly later on after he joined the Yankees and began to live in New York, where he was inevitably drawn into the social whirl. He met society hostesses, and one day, inevitably probably, referred to the husband of one of the ladies as the hoster. Mrs. Adler, of the New York Times Adlers, asked a Times baseball writer if he could possibly get Ruth to appear at a benefit she was running. The sports writer said he would try, but he warned that he could not guarantee Ruth's appearance. He asked Babe, who said sure, but added, "Listen, I have to go out to New Jersey first. What time do you want me there?" At the appointed time, Ruth drove up in his big car, was introduced to the elegant Mrs. Adler, beamed on the moneyed throngs who gently pressed around him and helped make the affair a smashing success. When it was over, Mrs. Adler thanked him profusely for his time and effort. The Babe waved his hand. "Oh, shit, lady, I'd do it for anybody," he said. Another time, he accompanied Ford Frick to a formal dinner party. Frick said that the Babe would always move slowly at first when he was at affairs of this sort, watching, noting, finding out how you did things before doing them himself. A rather splendid asparagus salad was served. Babe's eyes sidled around until he saw which fork was to be used. He casually lifted the fork, poked at the salad, and then, without touching it, put the fork down and pushed the plate an inch or so away in dismissal. "Don't you care for the salad, Mr. Ruth?" his hostess asked. "Oh, it's not that," he replied, his voice elegant and unctuous. "It's just that asparagus makes my urine smell." It was toward this world of wealth and social activity that Ruth began to move in 1919. He had acquired an agent of sorts, a Boston friend named Johnny Igo, and he told Frazee he wanted his salary raised from $7,000 to $15,000. Only Ty Cobb, then in his 15th season, was being paid more than that. Ruth also said he wanted a 2-year contract at that exalted figure. In other words, a $30,000 deal, astronomical in a day when a 6-room house rented for $60, and a full-time hired girl received room and board and a few dollars a month. Frazee said no, absolutely no, and for the first time in his career, Ruth became a holdout. For Frazee, it was not just a matter of his will and personality against Ruth's. It was a major battle in his struggle for economic survival. Frazee knew he needed Ruth, both for his play on the field and his draw at the box office. But Harry had overextended himself in 1918 and had lost a great deal of money. Attendance at Red Sox games had fallen off badly in 1917, and in 1918, even though Boston won the pennant, it dropped another 35%. The dismal World Series receipts that so upset the players had been a financial disaster for Frazee. And his theatrical ventures were not going well. He was desperately in need of cash, so much so that during the winter he shifted from his earlier policy of buying ball players and began to sell them instead. Ernie Shore and Duffy Lewis had been released from service, and Dutch Leonard was back from his war job. Frazee sent all 3 to the Yankees in deals that netted him $50,000. He resisted Ruth's demands. They met briefly in Boston one day, but otherwise the only contact between the two was through the press. Babe said he might quit baseball and devote all his time to improving his farm, which now had 20 head of cattle, a couple of dozen pigs, 3 horses, 50 hens, and a collie named Dixie. He made a production of chopping wood left-handed and wandering through the woods of the farm in a big fur coat. Frazee grinned and said, "Can you imagine him not playing baseball?" But Ruth was adamant. He said he had been promised $2,000 when he returned to the club after jumping it the July before, but that the contract he received from Frazee did not show even this. Through Igo, he issued a statement saying he did not think he was unreasonable in asking $15,000, and hoped that the fans understood that all he was doing was trying to get what he was worth. He said now he wanted either $15,000 for 1919 or a 3-year contract at $10,000 a year. Frazee offered him $8,500. Ruth also said he did not want to both pitch and play left field anymore. Barrow, asked to comment on this, said if Ruth plays for the Red Sox in 1919, he will probably pitch and pinch hit. Ruth answered by saying that he wanted to play left field only, and that he felt he would hit better if he was in the lineup every day. "I'll win more games playing every day in the outfield than I will pitching every 4th day," he said. Because of post-war turmoil, the season was beginning late that year. The schedule called for only 140 games instead of the then-standard 154, and the Red Sox did not leave for spring training until the middle of March. Late in February, Babe said he was thinking of becoming a professional boxer. He claimed a Boston promoter had offered him $5,000 to fight Gunboat Smith, a prominent heavyweight, and he came in from Sudbury to work out in a Boston gym, supposedly for the fight. The other Red Sox players signed one by one, and in March assembled in New York, where they were to board a coastal steamer for the trip south to Florida. Frazee had shifted the Red Sox training site from Hot Springs to Tampa, Florida, at the suggestion of John McGraw. McGraw, still angry because Jack Dunn had failed to sell him Ruth, was not so angry as to ignore the Babe's money-making possibilities. He suggested to Frazee that the Red Sox and the perennially popular Giants meet in Florida and barnstorm north together, and Frazee quickly agreed. But obviously Ruth was the key to the tour, and when the Red Sox party led by Barrow steamed out of New York without him, Frazee realized something had to be done. That was a Wednesday, March 19th. On Thursday, Frazee got in touch with Ruth and asked him to come to New York to see if they couldn't reach an agreement. The Babe, restive now that the team had gone south without him, which made him a genuine holdout, took the midnight train down from Boston and met with Frazee Friday morning. After a surprisingly short discussion, the two came to terms, and Ruth got his 3-year contract at $10,000 a year. In retrospect, it seems foolish for a rising young player to have tied himself to such a long-term deal, but it must be remembered that the major leagues had gone through 3 consecutive seasons of uncertainty and falling salaries, what with the death of the Federal League and the onslaught of war. Abrupt salary cuts were common practice. 2, for all his headlines, Ruth at this point in his career had hit only 20 major league home runs. Pitching had been his forte, and he was in the uncertain position of trying to give up pitching for hitting. He had not yet established himself as a full-time batter. Under the circumstances, a 3-year contract at $10,000 a year, one of the top salaries in the game, was a marvelous plum for a young man. After the signing, a beaming Ruth told reporters he felt fine and was in good shape. "I've been exercising by doing hard work on my farm all winter," he said, and in a dig at the absent Barrow added that he hoped he would be kept at one position all season, instead of being switched back and forth. Frazee, eager to get Ruth south to training camp, wanted him to leave at once for Florida. Ruth had come to New York without luggage. He phoned Boston, asked Helen to pack his things, and had a friend bring them to New York. That night he left for Tampa on the midnight train, and Frazee wired Barrow that Tarzan had signed and was on his way. In Florida, Barrow acceded to Ruth's wishes and used him only as an outfielder. When, after a couple of weeks of practice, the Red Sox met McGraw and the Giants in Tampa on Friday, April 4th, in the first exhibition game of the spring, Babe was in left field, batting fourth. The game, a historic one, was played at the Tampa Fairgrounds on a diamond laid out in the huge infield of a racetrack. The Giants' pitcher was a tall, thin right-hander from Connecticut named George Smith. Smith had attended Columbia University and was called Columbia George by the sports writers. Columbia George had a modest career in the major leagues. He won only 39 games in 8 seasons, but he is indelibly remembered in baseball lore for one pitch he threw that Friday afternoon in Tampa. Ruth, in his first time at bat, leading off the second inning, timed one of Smith's fastballs perfectly and hit an astonishing deep drive to right center field. Ross Youngs, the Giants' right fielder and a superb athlete, looked like a little boy chasing the ball, which ultimately cleared the low rail fence and rolled across the racetrack. No one had ever seen a baseball hit anywhere near as far before. A couple of sports writers talked to Youngs afterwards and got him to show them the precise spot where the baseball had ended up. They paced off the distance back to home plate and found themselves disbelieving the result. They scrounged around and found a tape measure, and they measured the length of the homer with that. Unhappily, how far the ball carried on the fly and how far it rolled after it landed are obscured by time and conflicting stories. The most modest account said the ball carried more than 500 feet. The most extravagant said more than 600 feet. Barrow, who was there that day, said it was 579 feet. Whatever the precise distance, all who saw it agreed it was the longest home run Ruth or anybody else ever hit. He had another base hit that afternoon and 2 more the next day, and drove in 7 runs in the 2 games. He was off and running. The clubs broke camp and began moving north, publicity ahead of them, crowds with them, oohs and ahs following them. Attendance was huge everywhere, with Ruth the continuing center of attention. The New York sports writers discussed the Babe as endlessly as the Boston writers did, speculating on how many home runs he might hit during the season if Barrow continued to let him play every day. But McGraw, a staunch proponent of the bunt and the hit and run, the traditional inside baseball that played for a run at a time, disparaged Ruth. "If he plays every day," McGraw said loudly, "the bum will hit into 100 double plays before the season is over." Ruth was aware of McGraw's comment, and whenever he made a particularly impressive hit off a Giant pitcher, he would hoot at the Giant bench, "How's that for a double play ball, Mac?" The jockeying got rougher, and so did the games. The casual springtime exhibitions began to turn into all-out battles, as though the teams were fighting for a pennant. Joe Bush ruined his arm for the year during the feud. One day, Art Fletcher, the Giant shortstop, deliberately stuck his hip in the way of a slow Bush pitch. It was an obvious attempt to be hit by the ball, and the umpire refused to let Fletcher take first base. Bush threw the next pitch directly at the batter, yelling, "Stick your head out on this one." The ball barely missed Fletcher's jaw. On the next pitch, Bush threw as hard as he could and struck Fletcher out, but as he threw, he felt something go in his shoulder. The next day he was unable to lift his arm or even hold a ball in his hand. Things came to a head when Larry Doyle of the Giants slid roughly, his spikes high, into Mike McNally at second base. There were angry words, and after the game the angry Red Sox held a meeting and decided to retaliate. They picked out individual Giants for personal vengeance. That night Barrow sought out McGraw and told him what his players intended to do. After some discussion, the two managers agreed things had gone far enough. Each agreed to restrain his players, and from then on the games were played at a more casual pace. Ruth continued to be the man the crowds wanted to see. Winston-Salem even declared a half-holiday so that folks could go out to the ballpark. Everything he did was sensational. In Charleston, he swung so hard, striking out, that as he spun around, his spikes caught in the hard clay of the batter's box and he wrenched an ankle. He was carried off the field writhing with pain. No one in Carolina could recall seeing a man swing so hard he hurt himself when he missed. How badly hurt he was another matter. Despite doleful headlines, he was back in action the next day, as he so often was after being seriously injured. The triumphal tour reached a climax in Baltimore, after the Red Sox had parted ways with the Giants in order to play Jack Dunn's Orioles. It was the first time Ruth had appeared before the home folks in his new role as slugger, and he outdid himself. In 6 at-bats, he walked twice and hit 4 home runs. Everyone in Baltimore was talking about him, and it became an article of faith that while Dunn had undoubtedly developed Ruth into the fine pitcher he was, hitting was something Babe had achieved for himself. The ingenuous Ruth agreed with this analysis, telling a group of reporters after the game that no one could teach a man to hit the way he could. "It's a gift," he admitted modestly. Then he added, "I was afraid a few of my old Baltimore neighbors didn't believe all that they've read in the papers about my hitting. Today was my chance to show them what I could do, so I did." When the season began a few days later, the Red Sox were favored to win the pennant again. Even without Shore and Leonard, and with Ruth in the outfield, Barrow had what seemed to be an impressive pitching staff with Mays, Pennick, Jones, Bush, and Ray Caldwell, who had come from the Yankees. On opening day in New York, the Red Sox made the odds look good when they crushed the Yankees 10-0 behind Mays. The Mauler, as Ruth was now being called, batted fourth and had 2 hits, including a home run. Rain canceled the rest of the Yankee series, but when the Red Sox moved on to Washington, they won 2 more games, with Ruth contributing a double, 2 triples, and 5 runs scored. Everything seemed serene, but it wasn't. With the Red Sox on the road in New York and Washington, Babe had been living it up. He had not been home to Boston since leaving for spring training and had not seen Helen for weeks. In Washington, always his favorite playground, he spent almost no time at all in the room in the Raleigh Hotel he shared with Coach Stan Howley. Howley was supposed to be Ruth's keeper, and he had told Barrow, "I'll take care of that guy if I have to put a ring through his nose." But Barrow was well aware that Ruth's ample nose was not easy to wring. He knew Babe was staying out to all hours of the night, and despite Ruth's fine hitting and the club's impressive start, he was determined to do something about it. On Monday night, April 28th, after the Red Sox had won their 3rd straight game of the young season, he sat up in the hotel lobby until well after midnight, waiting for his errant star. At 4 a.m, he gave up and went to bed. The next afternoon, Ruth went hitless and the Red Sox lost. After the game, Babe dressed quickly and hurried off. At the hotel that evening, an angry Barrow, raging at his inability to control his youthful star's off-field behavior, sought out the night porter, who would be around the lobby all night long, and asked him if he knew Babe Ruth, the big fellow. The porter nodded. "All right," Barrow said. He gave the porter a couple of dollars, a substantial tip. "Here, when he comes in tonight, you come to my room and tell me. Wake me up. I don't care what time it is. Wake me up and tell me." When the knock finally came, it was 6 a.m. Barrow climbed out of bed and opened the door. "That fellow just came in," the porter said. Barrow nodded grimly and put on his robe and slippers. Ruth and Howley were in a room on the same floor. When Barrow got to their door, he saw a crack of light and heard voices. He knocked. The voices stopped, and a moment later the light went out. Barrow rattled the knob angrily, and the door, unlocked, opened. He walked into the room and turned on the light. Ruth was in bed, awake, the covers up to his chin. One hand peeking out from under the covers held a lighted pipe. Howley's rumpled bed was empty. The keeper had fled to the bathroom. Barrow, his great black eyebrows beetling, glared at Ruth. "You always smoke a pipe this time of night?" "Sure," Ruth said. "It relaxes me. It helps me get back to sleep." Barrow stalked to the bed and whipped off the covers. Ruth was fully dressed, even to his shoes. "You're a fine citizen, Babe," Barrow said. "I must say, you're a fine citizen." He turned and walked out, pausing at the door to say, "I'll see you at the ballpark." Ruth, trapped and embarrassed, began to fume, and during the morning his anger grew. By the time he reached the ballpark that afternoon, he was brimming with resentment. He had just begun to put on his uniform when Barrow entered the locker room. Ruth stood up and called out, "If you ever come into my room like that again, you son of a bitch, I'll punch you right in the nose." The clubhouse went dead silent. The massive Barrow turned toward Ruth. "Call me that again," he said. Ruth, suddenly abashed, stood there saying nothing. Barrow turned to the other players. "You fellows finish dressing and get out of here, all except Ruth." He looked at Babe again. "You stay here. No one can call me that and get away with it. We'll lock the door. I'll give you a chance to see if you can punch me in the nose." Barrow, at 50, was more than twice Ruth's age. Harry Hooper and Dave Sheen came over to him. "You can't fight him, Ed," Hooper said. "That won't do anybody any good." Barrow shrugged them off. "It's time I had it out with that young man," he said. He waited, watching as the players dressed. In the silence pervading the room, Ruth put on his uniform along with the other players. As they began to sidle out the door toward the field, he glanced once at Barrow. Then he went out with the others. He was shagging flies in the outfield when Barrow came out and sat in the Red Sox dugout. After a while, Babe trotted in and came to the bench. Barrow pointedly ignored him. Finally, Ruth spoke to him. "Am I playing today?" "No," Barrow said. "No, you're not playing. And go inside and take off your uniform. You're suspended until further notice." Ruth obeyed without argument. After the game, he went quietly along to Union Station, where the team caught a sleeper home to Boston. The Red Sox defeated the Senators easily that afternoon, 6-1, even without Ruth, and Barrow was in a slightly better mood. He was in his compartment with Larry Graver, the club secretary, when there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Barrow called out. "It's me, Babe. Will you talk to me?" Barrow motioned for Graver to leave. "All right, come in." The door opened. Graver nodded at Ruth and ducked past him into the corridor. Ruth shut the door. "Sit down," Barrow said. Ruth sat. After a moment, he said, "I'm awfully sorry about what happened today." "You ought to be." Ruth hung his head. Then he muttered, thinking almost certainly of the argument in Baltimore that had caused his father's death 8 months earlier. "Ed, someday somebody's going to kill me." Despite his anger, Barrow smiled. "Nobody's going to kill you, Babe. But don't you know you can't go around calling people names like that? What kind of bringing up did you have?" Ruth hesitated, started to say something, and Barrow interrupted him. "I'm sorry, Babe, I forgot. I know you had it tough as a kid. But don't you think it's time you straightened out and started leading a decent life now? You can't go on the way you've been going." The contrite Ruth agreed. He asked Barrow if he would lift the suspension and let him play. The manager asked him if he would stop his all-night partying. Ruth said he would, but added that he did not want a keeper following him. He did not want people checking on him all the time. "Listen," he suggested, "suppose I do this. If I promise to leave a note in your box when I come back to the hotel at night, if I put down the exact time I get back, will you lift the suspension? Will you let me play?" "You mean you'll tell me the exact time you get in?" Ruth nodded. "Can I take your word on that?" "You bet you can," Ruth said fervently. Barrow said all right, and they shook hands on it. For the rest of the season, whenever the Red Sox were on the road, Babe would leave notes for Barrow every night. "Dear Eddie," he would write. No one else ever called the majestic Barrow Eddie, or "Dear Manager," and then, "I got back at 11:30. Back at 2 minutes before midnight." What he wrote when he came back somewhat later than that was never revealed, but the system seemed to work, and he and Barrow had no more trouble in Boston. In later years, Barrow said he never knew whether Ruth lied to him in the notes. "I never checked up on him again," he said. "I took his word." Chapter 16. The First Home Run Record. Magic 29. Despite the peace treaty between Barrow and Ruth, the Babe was back in the lineup the next day. The season was a catastrophe for the Red Sox. They had a good start, 4 victories and only 1 defeat the night Barrow and Ruth talked on the train. But after that it was one long decline. The splendid pitching staff sputtered and stalled. Bush's arm injury persisted, and he started only 2 games all year. Pennick pitched once during the first 6 weeks of the season. Jones was out for almost 3 weeks. Caldwell pitched a couple of fine games and then several bad ones and finally was released. Only Mays was dependable, but the cheerless right-hander became increasingly surly as he lost game after game by scores such as 1-0, 2-1, 2-0, 3-2. The Red Sox were shut out 3 straight times in games Mays pitched, and in 7 games that he started during June they scored a total of 8 runs. The team fell into the second division by mid-May and stayed there the rest of the year, finishing a depressing 6th. Ruth, too, went into a precipitous slump after his vigorous start, and a month into the season was batting 180. He had hit only 1 home run since opening day, although it was with the bases full, the first time he ever hit a grand slam homer. It also gave him a pitching victory, since Barrow, despite his promise in spring training, asked Ruth to help out on the mound again. Babe filled in for Pennick early in May and won, and in another game he relieved Bush when that sore-armed pitcher had to give up in the second inning. Ruth allowed 11 hits in 11 innings of relief, but won 6-5. Barrow put him in the regular pitching rotation again, and during the next 6 weeks Ruth started in turn. He played left field most of the time when he did not pitch, although once in a while the manager would keep him on the bench if a particularly tough left-hander was going for the other team. By June 20th he had won 5 games and lost 2, but he was not pitching well. When Washington routed him 8-3 on June 25th, Barrow let him go back to being a full-time outfielder. For one thing, Babe's batting had picked up sensationally. His average soared from 180 to 325 in less than a month, and he was beginning to hit home runs again. For another, it was obvious even to the competitive Barrow that the Red Sox were irrevocably out of the pennant race. Since Ruth was the only gate attraction the Red Sox had, he might as well concentrate on hitting. Along with his homers, Ruth made headlines early in June when he twisted his knee sliding into third base and was carried off the field. Again, he was back in the lineup in a day or so, and again he hit a home run the day he returned, which brought more headlines. The fans began to dote on his idiosyncrasies, such as the way he would hold up his bat and look at it in wonder when he missed, or did no more than tip a foul back to the screen. One day after striking out, he banged his bat on the ground so hard that he cracked the handle. It was a favorite bat, so he kept it and meticulously repaired it with tape and small nails, which was technically against the rules. Later, when he was in a slump, he gave it to Harry Hooper. His strikeouts were almost as interesting as his homers. When Ruth misses a swipe at the ball, a newspaper man wrote, the stands quiver. And of a dull game, waiting for Ruth to come out to bat was about all the interest the crowd worked up in the first 8 innings. The sports writers picked up the title of a popular love song called Along Came Ruth, and used the title phrase freely in their copy, particularly in descriptions of dramatic situations when the babe came to bat. One such moment occurred in June in a game against the Yankees in New York. The Red Sox were behind 4-1 in the 8th inning, but they put 2 men on base, and along came Ruth. A home run would mean 3 runs and a tie score, so the Yankees brought in Bob Shalke, their best pitcher. When Shalke struck Ruth out, the big Saturday afternoon crowd cheered ecstatically, tossed hats in the air, and threw programs on the field. A couple of days later, Ruth faced Shalke again, this time with the bases full, and this time he hit his second grand slam of the year. On July 5th, he hit 2 home runs in 1 game for the first time in his career, and a week later hit homers in successive games to bring his total for the year to 11, equaling his 1918 mark. He stopped there in 1918, but now he kept going. On July 18th against Cleveland, he again hit 2 in 1 game, and the second was typically melodramatic. It came in the 9th inning with the bases loaded and the Red Sox behind 7-4. It gave Boston an 8-7 victory and angered Cleveland owner James Dunn so much he fired manager Leo Full and replaced him with Ruth's old antagonist, Speaker. 3 days later, Babe hit the longest homer ever seen in Detroit, and 3 days after that, a 2-run homer in Boston that gave the Red Sox a 4-3 win. On July 29th, he hit yet another, his 9th of the month and 16th of the season, which tied the American League record set in 1902 by Ralph Sox Seabold. During this sensational streak, Ruth returned to pitching on a regular basis for the last time in his career. Again, it was to help out in an emergency, this one caused by the defection of Carl Mays. Mays had become increasingly bitter about the poor batting support he was receiving. One day he petulantly threw a ball at a jeering spectator and was fined $100 by the league president, Ban Johnson. When he lost 3-0 in St. Louis on July 9th, his record for the season fell to 5 wins and 11 defeats, even though his earned run average was 4th best in the league. His last appearance with the Red Sox came 4 days later in Chicago. In the second inning, catcher Wally Shank tried to cut down a man stealing second, but his throw was too low, and as it passed the pitcher's box, it glanced off Mays's head. When the inning ended, Carl stalked angrily into the clubhouse. Barrow thought the pitcher had gone inside to have the trainer look at his scalp. But when the Red Sox finished their turn at bat and went onto the field, Mays did not reappear. Barrow sent Sam Jones in after him. Jones came out slightly bewildered and reported that Mays said he was through, that he was not going to pitch anymore. Barrow hurriedly put in a substitute pitcher. After the game, Barrow learned that Mays meant not only that he was not going to pitch anymore that day, but that he was not going to pitch anymore for the Red Sox. He left Chicago, went to Boston, picked up his belongings, and left town. The stubborn pitcher had jumped the club, and Barrow and Frazee had a hasty telephone conference. The Red Sox should have suspended Mays at once, but if he was suspended, he could not be sold or traded, which was what Frazee had in mind. "Don't do anything," he warned Barrow. "I might be able to work something out with Rupert." Unsuspended, Mays became the focus of attention. Here was a superb player, dissatisfied with a club whose owner needed money. Alert to the situation, Ban Johnson warned the 7 other American League clubs not to deal with the Red Sox for the pitcher. But Rupert, his partner, Colonel Tillinghast Lamadou Houston, and his business manager, Harry Sparrow, went from New York to Boston and met with Frazee and Barrow when the Red Sox returned from the Western road trip. A week later, it was announced that Mays had been sent to the Yankees for Alan Russell, Ruth's old Baltimore teammate, a second player of little value, and $40,000 in cash. It was one of the biggest cash transactions baseball had ever had. It also came very near to destroying the American League, and it was a major factor leading to the election of Kennesaw Mountain Landis as High Commissioner of Baseball. Johnson refused to approve the trade, saying that the Boston club should have suspended the player. He declared Mays suspended by league order for the rest of the season. Rupert and Houston immediately went into court in New York and obtained an injunction against Johnson. This freed Mays to pitch for the Yankees, and from August 9th to the end of the season he won 9 games for them, and 26 the next year, and 27 the year after that. Nonetheless, the hassle went on. Chicago joined New York and Boston in challenging Johnson's authority, while 5 clubs supported him. Rupert continued to attack the league president, who was under severe criticism for arbitrary decisions he had made, for the putative strike at the World Series the year before, and for reports, later confirmed, that he had invested $58,000 of his own money in the Cleveland Indians. Johnson will be put out of baseball, Rupert promised. Most baseball men were dissatisfied with the unwieldy 3-man National Commission, which Johnson tried to dominate. There had been a movement for some years to name an impartial non-baseball man as permanent chairman and executive head of the commission. Judge Landis was the most frequently mentioned candidate. Johnson fought this proposal, but the rift that appeared in his league after the Mays affair brought about his downfall. Before the year was out, the 3 rebel clubs joined with the 8 National League teams and threatened to form a new league. Faced with the destruction of the American League, Johnson was forced to back down, and an agreement was reached that led to the dissolution of the old 3-man commission and the appointment a little more than a year later, just after news broke about the Black Sox scandal, of Landis as the supreme ruler of baseball. In July 1919, all that Babe Ruth knew or cared about all this was that Mays was gone and he had to take his place, while continuing to play in the outfield on the days he did not pitch. His ordeal lasted only a couple of weeks this time. He started 3 games and lost 2 of them. For on July 31st, the 19-year-old Waite Hoyt joined the Red Sox. He took Ruth's place in the starting rotation and won his first game 2-1 in 12 innings. Ruth, as though in gratitude for being relieved of his burden, helped the young pitcher with 4 hits in 6 at-bats. For the rest of the season, Hoyt was a regular starter, and Ruth, except for scattered pitching appearances for publicity reasons, was finally and irrevocably an outfielder for good. Curiously, Ruth's home run hitting slacked off when Hoyt joined the club. After tying Siebold's record on July 29th, Babe went more than 2 weeks without hitting another. This was frustrating to reporters and fans waiting for the record-breaking 17th, for Ruth's home run quest was now being followed in minuscule detail in the sports pages. Some papers ran detailed boxes listing the date of each homer, the opposing team, and the opposing pitcher. Records were not kept in the profusion they are today, but researchers came up with various marks for Ruth to aim at. First, of course, was Siebold's American League record of 16, which Ruth had tied. Then there was the modern Major League record of 24, set by Gavy Cravath of the Phillies in 1915. The pre-1900 record was 25, set by Buck Freeman of the Washington Senators in 1899. This was considered the ultimate goal until someone, rooting about in old files, found that a long-dead player named Edward Nagel Williamson had hit 27 for the Chicago Colts in 1884. In time, Ruth passed them all, but it is ironic that Williamson's was the final barrier. Siebold, Cravath, and Freeman were solid power hitters. Their home run performances added evidence of their consistent strength at the plate. But Williamson's record was a fluke. The year before he had hit only 2, the year after only 3. What happened in 1884? Simple enough. The Colts that year played in the Congress Street grounds, where right field was a ridiculous 215 feet from home plate. A year earlier, the entire Chicago team hit a total of only 13 home runs. In 1884, they hit 142. When Williamson hit 27, 25 of them at home, he was closely followed by teammate Fred Pfeffer with 25, Abner Dalrymple with 22, and Cap Anson with 21. A season earlier, the 4 of them had a combined total of 5. Nonetheless, Williamson had hit 27, and in mid-August, after a 2-week drought, Ruth began his move toward it. He hit number 17 on August 14th to set a new American League record. 2 days later, before a big Saturday crowd in Chicago, he hit another of those longest evers, and the next day in St. Louis, before another huge crowd, he hit number 19. 3 homers in 4 games. The fans began buzzing again, but the pursuit almost ended abruptly the following Friday in Cleveland, when Ruth's old umpiring antagonist, Brick Owens, called a strike on the Babe. Babe, objecting strenuously, backed out of the batter's box and cursed the umpire. Owens tossed him out of the game, and Ruth threatened to punch him in the nose. Players from both teams grabbed him and pulled him away. Despite the outburst, he was neither fined nor suspended, and the next day in Detroit he hit his 20th home run of the year, his 4th with the bases full. No one had ever done that before, and 4 bases-filled home runs in one season remained the American League record for 40 years. Ruth was hot. He followed his Saturday grand slam with 2 homers on Sunday and another on Monday afternoon. How the fans bubbled now. 4 in 3 games, 7 in 12 days, 23 for the season. Babe was bigger than the pennant race. Crowds poured out to see him. Fans in Boston who came to watch him play after the explosion of power in Detroit saw no home runs but went home laughing about a tremendous pop fly he hit to short center field. It went so high that the athletic center fielder lost the ball, it fell safely, and Ruth was on third base with a triple. His total stayed at 23 for a week. In Boston, the Red Sox announced that, as an added attraction, Ruth would pitch the first game of the Labor Day doubleheader. Babe won 2-1, driving in 1 Boston run with a triple and scoring the other himself a moment later. In the second game, he hit his 24th homer to tie Cravath's modern Major League record. Later in the week, he tied Freeman's more antique mark with his 25th and missed another when his line drive hit a couple of feet below the top of the right field fence. A few days later, he hit number 26, and now only Williamson's 27 lay ahead. Inevitably, considering Ruth's innate flair for milking a situation, he went into another dry spell. For 11 days, baseball waited, and for 11 days, Ruth did nothing but hit singles and doubles and pop-ups. On Saturday, September 20th, Boston had a doubleheader scheduled with the Chicago White Sox, who were about to clinch the American League pennant. The Red Sox announced it would be Babe Ruth Day, a day on which the fans could honor him for his marvelous hitting. In turn, the Babe would once again pitch the first game of the doubleheader. Fenway Park was absolutely jammed for the occasion. The Père Marquette Council of the Knights of Columbus presented Ruth with $600 in U.S. Treasury savings certificates, and he received other gifts, including a diamond ring he wore for years. After the game, a reporter, thinking of the crowds Ruth had drawn all season, asked what Frazee had given him. "A cigar," Babe said. On the field, Ruth was, well, heroic. He did not pitch too well, lasting only into the sixth inning before shifting to left field. But in the ninth inning, he hit a spectacular home run to left field off lefty Claude Williams. It won the game, tied Williamson's record, utterly delighted the crowd, and awed other players. It was unheard of then for a left-handed batter to hit a ball that hard to left field off a left-handed pitcher, particularly a pitcher of Williams's exceptional skills. Between games, the famous White Sox third baseman Buck Weaver stopped by the Red Sox bench to comment, "That was the most unbelievable poke I ever saw." Ruth broke Williamson's record a few days later in New York with another landmark drive, this one over a distant section of the Polo Grounds roof. Yes, the longest ever hit at the Polo Grounds, according to reports of the game. It was dramatic, of course. The Red Sox were losing 1-0 in the ninth when he hit it, and it tied the score. Boston eventually lost 2-1 in the 13th. The Red Sox went to Washington for the last weekend of the season, and there Ruth hit the 29th and last home run of his triumphant year. It was the first he hit in Washington in 1919, and it gave him the distinction of having hit at least one homer in every city in the league. No one had ever done that before, either. After his 1919 season, before he had played one game for the New York Yankees, Ruth was acclaimed the greatest home run hitter baseball had ever seen, even though he had only 49 for his entire career to that point. Roger Connor held the record for most lifetime homers with 136. When Ruth passed Connor in 1921, his third season as a full-time player, he became the most prolific home run hitter of all time. Each of the nearly 600 runs he hit after that only extended his own record. The home run belonged to him. During the years that followed, different players, Rogers Hornsby, Ken and Cy Williams, Lou Gehrig, Hack Wilson, Jimmy Fox, challenged him from time to time, but Ruth's consistency was overwhelming. The 29 home runs made him a national sensation, but he almost doubled that in 1920 when he hit 54. Others followed his lead, and 29 quickly became a modest figure. By the end of 1924, 30 home runs or more had been hit 9 times, but 5 times by Ruth himself. By the end of 1928, 40 or more had been hit 10 times, 7 by Ruth. He did not merely break through, he made the breakthrough and kept going, leading the way. From 1918 through 1934, he led the league in home runs 12 times and hit 699 homers, an average of more than 40 a year for 17 straight seasons. From 1926 through 1931, he averaged 50.3 a year. He hit his 700th home run in 1934. When he hit it, only 2 others had hit more than 300. When he retired with 714, he had more than twice as many as the second man on the list. The home run was his. Chapter 17. Departure from Boston. Sold down the river. Johnny Igoe arranged a postseason tour for Ruth that took him through the West and eventually to Los Angeles, where he appeared in exhibition games with other major leaguers, played golf with Buck Weaver, and reportedly hit a drive 340 yards. He was also supposed to make a series of movie shorts with such gripping titles as Home Sweet Home, Touch All Bases, The Doe Kiss, The Bacon, and even Oliver Twist. Frazee posed for a publicity picture, doling out porridge with a spoon while Ruth supposedly said, "Please, sir." The films were postponed, but money was pouring in, and prompted by Igoe, Ruth began to complain that his 3-year contract with Frazee at $10,000 a year was grossly inadequate. He wanted $20,000 a year, he said, or he might not play at all in 1920. Since 1919 had been the best year baseball had ever had in terms of crowds and revenues, Babe had a pretty good argument. But Frazee was in a financial bind with Joe Lannon, from whom he had bought the Red Sox after the 1916 season, and who still held Frazee's notes for a substantial portion of the purchase price. Lannon was calling for payment, and Frazee was having difficulty complying with his demands. His credit in Boston was becoming shaky. Frazee and Colonel Houston, Rupert's partner, were both convivial party types and got along well. Houston was a self-made man, an engineer who had grown up in Ohio and made a fortune in construction in Cuba after the Spanish-American War. He was a big, heavy man, a careless dresser, open and friendly, who considered the ballplayers and sports writers his friends. In contrast, Rupert was a New York aristocrat whose father had been a millionaire brewer. Rupert owned horses, was a member of the Jockey Club, exhibited show dogs, dressed meticulously, had a valet, collected objets d'art, and moved easily in New York society. He served 4 terms in Congress from Manhattan's Silk Stocking District, and, while a ladies' man, was discreet. He never married, but his will provided generously for a friend. Rupert, who carried on the family business of brewing beer, had a faint trace of a German accent. Our hero was always Babe Ruth to Rupert, and never called anyone by his first name. He and Houston had nothing in common but money, a keen interest in the Yankees, and the appellation colonel. Rupert got his at 22 when he was made an honorary colonel on the personal staff of Governor Hill of New York. Houston, who was a captain of engineers in the Spanish-American War, his nickname was Cap, served overseas in World War I and became a colonel. The two had become acquainted because of their rooting interest in the New York Giants. John McGraw learned that the Yankees were for sale and suggested that Rupert and Houston get together and buy the club. The pair put up $460,000, and in 1915 the Yankees, then a chronic second-division team, became theirs. Despite his fastidiousness and the dilettante impression he gave, Rupert was a hard, practical businessman. Houston was much more sentimental and impulsive. Houston liked Wild Bill Donovan, whom they had hired as manager, but Rupert was impatient with the slow progress toward respectability the team was making. When Houston went to France, Rupert decided it was time to hire a new manager. He asked Ban Johnson, with whom he was still on good terms, if he could suggest a replacement. "Get Miller Huggins," Johnson said. Huggins was a tiny man, 5 feet 6½ inches tall, barely 140 pounds in weight, who had been managing the St. Louis Cardinals for 5 years without spectacular success, but Johnson was always a shrewd judge of talent. "He's a fine manager, and will take a good man away from the National League." Rupert wired Houston about the proposed change, and Houston instantly replied negatively. He did not want the unimpressive little Huggins. He suggested instead that Rupert hire the Dodger manager, big fat Wilbert Robinson, a jolly crony of Houston's. As a courtesy to his partner, Rupert interviewed Robinson, but his mind was already made up. Impressed with Huggins, he hired him and told Houston about it after it was a fait accompli. Houston was furious, and the relationship between the two colonels, never close, was always uneasy after that. Still, on some things they worked together well, and when Frazee indicated that Ruth was available, Houston was quick to discuss with Rupert the possibility of getting him. The Yankees had been acquiring ball players aggressively during 1918 and 1919, and Rupert was heartily in favor of obtaining an obvious star and drawing card in Ruth. The only drawback was money. Rupert had ample wealth, but he was a practical man. Prohibition was about to go into effect, and Rupert knew it was going to cause a precipitous decline in the revenue of his Manhattan brewery. Too, he was aware that McGraw and the Giants might at any time terminate the arrangement that permitted the Yankees to play in the Polo Grounds, and particularly so if Ruth joined the club. The vague plans he and Houston had tossed around about building their own ballpark might have to be implemented, and great quantities of cash would be needed for that. So a lump cash payment for Ruth was out. Nonetheless, the colonels met with Frazee and worked out a deal satisfactory to both sides. The Yankees agreed to buy Ruth for $100,000, which was double the largest amount ever paid for a ball player before that. No other players were involved. It was a straight purchase, but the financial arrangements were complex. According to the contract signed on Friday, December 26, 1919, Rupert and Houston gave Frazee $25,000 in cash and 3 promissory notes for $25,000 each, one payable November 1, 1920, the second November 1, 1921, the third November 1, 1922. The notes were at 6%, so the total amount the Yankees paid was nearer to $110,000. The cash-hungry Frazee moved at once to sell, discount, the notes, and the amiable Houston acted as an agent for him, writing to the Royal Bank of Canada on December 30th on Frazie's behalf. He sent a letter to Rupert that day. Local mail service was much faster and more efficient a half-century ago than it is today, asking him to endorse the note to facilitate discounting. As you will remember, Houston wrote Rupert, I told Mr. Frazie that I would try to get him a short-time loan at my bank with one of the notes we gave the Boston Club as collateral. 2 months later, in February 1920, Houston again sent a message to Rupert, this time saying, Mr. Harry Frazie is asking us to aid him in getting 3 $25,000 notes discounted. He says events with Mr. Lannon made it impossible to follow his original intention of having the notes discounted in Boston. As you will remember, I had one of his notes of $25,000 discounted at my bank in New York. Although I only asked for a temporary accommodation of 90 days, which was all that Mr. Frazie wanted at that time, I can possibly have the note renewed. However, the balance I carry with my bank hardly places me in a position to ask for a larger accommodation, and frankly I must keep my credit absolutely green there, so as to utilize same in case we are called upon to build new grounds. I don't know whether or not you are in a position to further Mr. Frazie's desires, but he feels we should help him out some way, as he could have sold the fellow for cash. For along with the $100,000 for Ruth, Frazie wanted a substantial loan. This was the crux of the deal, and Ruth came to the Yankees because Rupert agreed to it. He gave Frazie a letter on December 26th that said, I hereby offer to loan or cause to be loaned to you $300,000 to be secured by a first mortgage upon the land now used as a baseball playing field by the Boston American League Baseball Club. In other words, Rupert, co-owner of the New York Yankees, would hold a mortgage on Fenway Park, the Boston team's home field. Rupert's letter said the loan offer would expire if it were not acted upon in 90 days. Frazie's continuing financial difficulties were evident in a letter he sent to Rupert in April 1920. Dear Colonel, you remember that I phoned you about 10 days before the expiration of your agreement to make a loan of $300,000 on Fenway Park, and asked you to extend the time which you advised me you would tell Mr. Grant to do. However, I have received no word from Mr. Grant. I telephoned Colonel Houston today, as I could not reach you on the phone, asking the Colonel to see you and advise that I have cleaned up all matters upon the preferred stock which your attorney wanted before making the loan, and I am now ready to accept it on May 15th. You can understand how important this is to me, as my plans have all been based on my ability to secure this loan. Therefore, will you please send me signed agreement, copy of which Mr. Grant has, stating that you will advance the $300,000, and if possible make the date May 20th. I need this agreement signed by you here very badly to complete the balance of my negotiations. Frazie sent a copy of the letter to Houston, who was much more accessible than Rupert, with a scribbled note saying, Dear Colonel, this is a copy of letter just mailed to Colonel Rupert after my phone to you. Wire or phone me quick. The loan was made, and relations between the two clubs continued to be cordial, with Frazie sending player after player to the Yankees over the next few seasons for more and more cash. The Red Sox soon became a baseball disaster area, finishing dead last 9 times in 11 seasons, but Frazie survived, eventually sold the Boston team, and in 1925 hit the jackpot financially in New York with the enormously successful No-No Nanette. In all, then, counting the initial payment, notes, interest, and loan, the Yankees put up more than $400,000 in cash and credit to obtain Ruth. They knew what they were getting in more ways than one. The contract of sale clearly reveals that Rupert and Houston were well aware of Ruth's discontent with his $10,000 a year contract with Frazie, and the likelihood that he would demand a substantial increase when he learned of his transfer to New York. The second clause in the agreement said if Ruth did not report before July 1st, the deal was off, and Frazie would return the cash and the notes. The third clause said if Ruth demanded an increase in salary and the Yankees deem it necessary to increase the salary in order to retain the services of said player, the Yankees would pay the increase as long as it did not raise Ruth's salary beyond $15,000. If they had to go beyond $15,000, the Red Sox would be obliged to pay such excess up to the sum of $2,500 for each of the years 1920 and 1921. The fourth clause said if Ruth did not ask for a salary increase but did demand a bonus for agreeing to play with the Yankees, The New York club would spring for the first $10,000 of the bonus, but the Red Sox would have to pay anything over that up to $15,000. In brief, the Yankees anticipated trouble with Ruth. To allay it, they hurriedly dispatched the diminutive Huggins to California to find him and discuss things. Announcement of the deal was to be delayed until Huggins met with the babe. Meanwhile, a day or so after signing the contract of sale, Frazee phoned Barrow, who lived on Riverside Drive in New York City. "I want to talk to you," he said. "Meet me at the Knickerbocker Hotel." When Barrow arrived at the Knickerbocker, Frazee was having a drink with an actor. After perfunctory hellos, he wasted no time. "I'm going to make you mad as hell with what I have to tell you. I'm going to sell Ruth to the Yankees." "I thought as much," Barrow said. "I felt it in my bones. You're making a mistake, Harry. You know that, don't you?" "Maybe I am, but I can't help it. Lannon is after me to make good on my notes. My shows aren't going so good. Rupert and Houston will give me $100,000 for him, and Rupert has agreed to loan me $300,000. I can't turn that down." In California, Huggins had some trouble tracking down the restless Ruth, but eventually found him playing golf in Griffith Park. When Ruth came off the course, Huggins introduced himself. "I'm Miller Huggins of the Yankees, Babe. I'd like to talk to you." "Sure," Babe said, shaking hands. "I've been traded to the Yankees," he said to himself. They found a quiet place and made small talk for a few minutes. Then the manager said, "Babe, how would you like to play for the Yankees?" "Have I been traded?" Huggins hesitated. "Well, the deal hasn't been made yet. I'd like to find out a few things. I want to know if you'll behave yourself if you come to New York." "I'm happy with the Red Sox," Ruth said, bridling a bit. "I like Boston. But if Frazee sends me to the Yankees, I'll play as hard for them as I did for him." "Babe, you've been a pretty wild boy in Boston. In New York, you'll have to behave. You'll have to be strictly business." Ruth became irritated. "I already told you I'll play the best I can. Let's get down to business. How much are you going to pay me?" Huggins mentioned the 2 years left on Ruth's $10,000 contract. "I want a lot more dough than that," said Babe. "All right," Huggins said. "If you promise to behave yourself, Colonel Rupert will give you a new contract." "For how much?" Huggins mentioned $15,000 a year, and then $17,500. Ruth said no. He repeated what he had told Frazee during the autumn. He wanted his salary doubled to $20,000. He also wanted a piece of the money the Red Sox would be getting for him. Huggins shook his head. He would have to get in touch with New York. They shook hands and parted. When they met again, there was more haggling, but they came to terms and Ruth signed an agreement. Technically, he would continue under his old contract, $10,000 a year for 1920 and 1921, but he would also receive an immediate bonus of $1,000 and then $20,000 more over the next 2 years to be paid in $2,500 lumps at regular intervals during each season. The Yankees could do nothing about giving him a percentage of the money they were paying Frazee. In sum, then, Ruth received $41,000 from the Yankees for the 1920 and 21 seasons. Huggins wired Rupert, and in New York the press was called in and told the startling news that the Red Sox had sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees. It was Monday, June 5, 1920. In Boston, the story created consternation. A cartoon appeared in one of the newspapers showing Faneuil Hall and the Boston Public Library decked with for sale signs. Frazee faced the criticism coolly and blandly blamed Ruth for Boston's sixth-place finish in 1919. "It would be impossible to start next season with Ruth and have a smooth-working machine," he said. "Ruth had become simply impossible, and the Boston club could no longer put up with his eccentricities. I think the Yankees are taking a gamble. While Ruth is undoubtedly the greatest hitter the game has ever seen, he is likewise one of the most selfish and inconsiderate men ever to put on a baseball uniform." Sports writers dutifully echoed that theme, arguing that the sale of Ruth would benefit the Red Sox. One school of thought held that Ruth would never again be the player he was in 1919. Fans generally were more realistic. "For the love of Mike," one said in disgust, "I give up." Another prescient follower of Boston baseball said succinctly, "I figure the Red Sox is ruined." A policeman commented, "From what I can see, there no longer is any sentiment in baseball." During the season that followed, Frazee had posters put up in Fenway Park advertising a show of his called My Lady Friends. A disgusted fan jerked his thumb at the poster and said, "Those are the only friends that son of a bitch has." In California, Ruth was a bit taken aback by Frazie's comments and the sensation the news of the sale created. For some reason, perhaps sentiment, perhaps with the idea of strengthening his hand with Rupert and Houston, perhaps with an eye on cigar sales, he sent a wire to Boston saying, "Will not play anywhere else. My heart is in Boston." A cynic said, "He means that's where his cigar factory is." New York felt a lot better about the whole thing, although the New York Times ran an editorial called "The High Price of Home Runs," comparing the money that was paid for Ruth to the salary being paid a visiting professor at a city university. In New Jersey, where he was working in a shipyard, Ping Bodie, the incumbent Yankee left fielder, said, "I suppose this means I'll be sent to China." Ruth stayed in California another month before returning to Boston. Late in February, he said goodbye to Helen and left for New York to join his new club on its trip south to spring training.